ଆମ ସହିତ ରହିବେ ଏହି ମଞ୍ଚ ଉପରେ to share some insights to empower the youth for their path ahead, and sethipai samastonko request, all the students, all the participants, if you may please come forward and take your seats. We will be starting with the first panel discussion sharp at 10 a.m. Everyone, I humbly request everyone to kindly come forward and take your seats so that we begin on time with our first panel discussion of the second day of Odisha Conclave 2023. Very good morning, namaskar, and a very, very warm welcome. In the new world, or might I say world 2.0, it is extremely important for the get the right resources so that they can explore and nurture their skills. And so, Odisha now being one of the forefronts in leading our country into the new world, be it in sports, be it in infrastructure, education, or skill development. Now, under the leadership and vision of our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Naveen Patnaik, welcomes 2,000 plus student participants, 100 plus eminent speakers, 1,000 plus industry leaders to the second day of the first edition of Odisha Skill Conclave 2023. My name is Mansi Mishra, your host for the day. We begin the second day with a panel discussion, and the topic of it is Making India the Skill Capital of the World. As the moderator for the session, I would request everybody to please join me with a huge round of applause and welcome Shri Sanjay Kumar Singh, IAS, Principal Secretary, Rural Development Department, Government of Odisha. We have on the dais Mr. Bruce Poe, CEO, ITE Education Services, Singapore. Our panelists for the session, Dr. Sunjay Raja, CEO, Director, International Center for Culinary Arts, ICCA, Dubai. Mr. Anurag Srivastava, Lead, India and South Asia Corporate Affairs, Cisco. Ms. Anita Rajan, Chief Executive Officer and Vice President, Tata Strive and Tata Community Initiatives Trust. Dr. Suresh Kumar Madhusudanan, Chairman and Managing Director, Seagull Group of Companies. I would now request our moderator, Shri Singh, to take over the proceedings, please.
Respected guests on the dais, respected Chairman of Odisha Skill Development Authority, delegates from Singapore, and my dear friends, warm welcome to all of you to this rising land of skilling in India, the skill capital of India, and the aspiring skill capital of the world. Today, we are joined for this panel discussion with very eminent personalities today on the dais. Let me first welcome Mr. Bruce Poe, CEO of IT Education Services, Singapore, who has taken out time to come to India, to come to Odisha, to participate in this skill conclave. This is not his first visit. That shows his attachment to skilling and to Odisha particularly. I also take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Sunay Raja, CEO and Director of International Center for Culinary Arts, ICCA, Dubai. I welcome Mr. Anurag Srivastava, Lead India and South Asia Corporate Affairs, Cisco. I also welcome Ms. Anita Rajan, Chief Executive Officer and Vice President of Tata Strive and Tata Community Initiatives Trust. I also welcome Dr. Suresh Kumar Madhusudanan, Chairman and Managing Director of Seagull Group of Companies. As I said, all of you know that Odisha is a rising star in the skilling ecosystem. Also, the skill capital of India and the aspiring skill capital of the world. And why I say that is the kind of skilling ecosystem which we have in Odisha and the way it has been globally benchmarked with institutions like World Skill Center, institutions like CTTC, CPET, SDI, I don't think any other city or the state in this country can boast of such an skilling ecosystem in the state. And I must tell you, I have been secretary of this department for last 5 years, had the opportunity to work with OSTA chairperson Sri Subato Bagchi, made number of visits to ITIS, interacted with Mr. Bruce Poe, also had a lot of interaction with Ms. Anita Rajan and Anurag also. The skills ecosystem which has developed in Odisha is is not random development of the skill ecosystem. It is a very, very planned, strategically planned ecosystem which has been developed with a great vision. If we talk about the vision of skilling in Odisha, while at the individual level, we see skill as a life-transforming initiatives, at the society level, we also see it as a society-transforming initiatives. And accordingly, our schemes, our initiatives are driven in a way that it is actually a life transformational, it is actually a society transformational. Plus, very, very significantly, we have tried to globally benchmark our system. And that is why we have been participating in all national skill competition, in the world skills competition, and our boys and girls from this state have been doing fairly well. As we know, we have huge opportunity across the globe. And particularly for professionals from Odisha, we have a huge opportunity because of certain advantages which we have. First is that we all grow up in a multicultural and multilinguistic ecosystem. So therefore, adaptability comes very naturally to us. So what is required is the way we have the global collaboration for ITIS, we need such more collaborations, global collaborations. We need to diversify in different sectors. For example, today I lead the energy department in the state of Odisha. There is a lot of opportunity which is available globally in the green tech. So therefore, how fast we can diversify our skilling ecosystem to tap the rising sectors is very, very important. So with this, I once again welcome all the esteemed guests on the dais. I also welcome all of you to this panel early morning on this day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh, for the opening remarks. And now, for the special address, I would invite Mr. Bruce Poe, CEO ITE Education Services, Singapore. Sir, please. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome sir for his address? Thank you very much.
It's great to be back in Bhubaneswar. I always love this city. Sri Suboto Bachi, Chairman, Odisha Skills Development Authority, Government of India. Srimati Usha Padi, Permanent Secretary or Principal Secretary, Skills Development and Technical Education Department. Sri Sanjay Kumar Singh, my good friend, Principal Secretary of the Rural Development Department and many other ministries, I understand. Sri Raghu, Chief Executive Officer, Odisha Skills Development Authority, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everyone. First, allow me to congratulate the government of Odisha for organizing this impressive Odisha Skills Conclave 2023. ITE Education Services from Singapore is extremely honored to be a strategic knowledge partner of the government of Odisha in skills development by working closely with the Odisha Skills Development Authority. India's unique demographic advantage presents many opportunities, but also the challenges that come with it in today's dynamic world as India experiences this democratic shift, along with changing social dynamics and technological advances. The youth population will play a significant role in realizing the country's economic potential. The steady rise of India's middle class has led to higher literacy rate, fueled by the aspiration of better economic development and quality of life for the next generation. India continues to contribute to the largest number of qualified engineers and technologies to the global workforce even today. However, one cannot imagine the enormity of making India the skill capital of the world, looking at the Indian youth population of 444 million below the age of 18, or about 800 million below the age of 35. And look at the challenges of the wealth disparity, unequal education opportunities, and the demand for a world-class TVET system to meet the needs of the various sectors for India and the world. The European model of TVET begins with the origins of the guild structure built by artisans themselves in the medieval times. What the European has today is a result of a long and slow process of evolution which developed in tandem with the emergence of capitalism on the continent. And what you have today of the dual system that have powered the European economic and industrial powerhouse. It was only in the very later stage of the development that the government came to play an important role in TVET. And even then, the guilds, trade associations, business associations, and industry make sure that government would be only a member of the team. Now, in contrast, a tiny country like Singapore, the government is leading the charge at every step. Since independence in 1965, Singapore, faced with a sea of challenges to its very existence, chose to concentrate on economic development as a strategy in meeting the urgent needs of its people. Singapore made very aggressive investment in general education and TVET as a keystone to its economic development strategy. The Singapore TVET system adapted the best practices of the world and evolved its own brand of TVET, which is largely driven by the government and quasi-autonomous TVET institutions working very closely with the industry. For countries without a guild tradition and are still at an early stage of economic development process or are on their way to achieve economic headway, the Singapore model may be more relevant than the European one for the general population. However, the mere size and complexity in India would certainly warrant very careful adaptation, just as Singapore has adapted from learning the best practices the world has to offer. Let me articulate the key success factors driving the Singapore TVET systems that can be transferable. Firstly, the strong support and commitment from government is critical in developing TVET as a key strategy to address economic and social challenges. TVET must be developed in tandem with the country's economic development and not in isolation. It's important to shift focus of TVET from school-based academic education towards work-based, career-oriented curriculum. It is useful to learn from successful experiences of others, but always customized according to local needs. Long-term planning or TVET planning is critical in providing direction for progressive implementation and enhancement of TVET. A flexible and agile TVET system is a key strategy to attracting and supporting foreign direct investment. It's important to provide incentive schemes and supporting legislation to attract industry interest in supporting Tibet. A whole of government approaches is critical to Tibet planning, development, and implementation. Appointing visionary leaders with a strong passion for Tibet who can take ownership is also very critical. A determination to do what it would take to change the brand of Tibet is another thing that you ought to do. Develop a world-class general education. It says a Tibet system can be no better than the compulsory education system on which it is built. For example, Singapore built a world-class compulsory education system so that the skills and knowledge of those in the lowest quartile of the graduates is measured above the median of the skills in the whole of OECD country student population. This gave Singapore Tibet system a very big leg up on success. Last but not the least, a commitment to implementation. In Singapore, we say policy is execution, and execution is policy. Due to the size of India, you need to think of a strategy to scale your Tibet transformation. Here are some suggestions. Develop a hub and spoke strategy with a model skills institute in each state and have a network of ITIs and polytechnics under its wing. Include a teaching academy in the Model Skills Institute to develop and train leaders and master trainers across network of ITIs and polytechnics. Establish a quality assurance framework for benchmarking and continuous improvement. Offer internationally recognized skill certification for the global market. Develop a good market sensing mechanism for the future in-demand jobs in the world. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that every youth deserves a good education, and for a large majority, they deserve a good Tibet education for employable skills and to improve their livelihoods. Let me congratulate the government of Odisha for making great strides in transforming its Tibet ecosystem. I wish you success in your endeavor to skill in Odisha for the world and transform the lives of millions of youth in Odisha. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce Poe. Thanks for this mutual collaboration which has helped Odisha immensely, and I am sure that it must have helped ITs also in certain ways. And thank you. We are looking forward for much intense and much deeper collaboration with ITs as far as Odisha is concerned. As I said, India and Odisha aspires to be the skilling capital of the world. And today, the first session of panel discussion is on the same subject. To set the context, we have now a video. I would request the video to be played.
Our nation of dominantly young population has the potential to become the skill capital of the world. However, for this to become a reality, it's important to skill our youth on internationally acceptable standards. They should be exposed and trained on international work ethics, infrastructure, and on-demand globally relevant technical and soft skills. For that, our national and state level skilling ecosystems need to collaborate with the best global partners so that our training, certification, and assessment models are acceptable and recognized, as well as emerge as a thought leader for others to emulate. We need more international internships and collaborations with global providers. Odisha is fast emerging as the skills capital of India. Skilled in Odisha, an upcoming global brand, is already imparting skills that are appreciated and recognized worldwide. In this conclave, the best of the minds across sectors will deep dive to brainstorm on how to create a globally benchmarked Indian workforce so as to create a corporate beeline for skilled professionals. Internationalization of skilling is the call of the hour in India. In this session, we welcome suggestions and recommendations that help us reach that objective.
Odisha Skill Conclave 2023.
Thank you very much. With the permission of our moderator, we have yet another informative video about the International Center for Culinary Arts, Dubai. Sir, can we have, if you permit, we would like to play the video. Thank you very much. Can we have the AV, please? Thank you very much.
So thank you for this beautiful video from ICCA Dubai. Now I would request Dr. Sunjay Raja, CEO Director, International Center for Culinary Arts, to share his thoughts with us.
Right. A very good morning to everybody, and great to be at the Odisha World Skills 2023. Odisha Skills Conclave 2023. And I'd like to thank Mrs. Usha Padi and the Federation of India Chamber of Commerce and Industries for being invited me here. This is my first time in Odisha, and my first impressions are I'm amazed and impressed with the vision, the aspiration, and the strategy of your leadership, which shares so closely from where I come, Dubai. I was very excited to see, say, Honorable Chief Minister's line which says, "Are you skilled? Are you skilled in Odisha?" For me, this line sums it all about what the vision is all about and what's in store in Odisha. I'd also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Bakchi and also the team that won the World Skills, all right? Having seen World Skills in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and also Abu Dhabi, UAE, I know the levels of competencies and levels of performance is required to win competitions such as this. And this goes to say what a great leadership and the focus and the vision towards skills development that we have in Odisha. Talking about technical vocational education training, TVET to me, simply put, is an aspiration. It is about passion, loving what you do. It's about perseverance, work hard to get what you need. It's about performance, setting the standards. It's about perfection, going beyond. And most important, patience, because good things take time. Now, these are the 5 epitomes of 5 P's that I say, be it a provider, be it a student, or be anybody in this ecosystem of the industry. TVET today is the most relevant and pertinent form of education. It's very unfortunate that it has all along been shunned, neglected, and considered a second tier, which definitely is not the case. If anything helps get a job, it is technical vocational education training. For me, it is more important than the mindless degrees we people run after and not being relevant to what the industry out there requires. As a leading provider of the technical vocational education training in culinary arts, for over 18 years, I would like to share 5 things from my own experience. TVET is about education and training, is about application focus and outcome driven, nothing more and nothing less. As a vocational school, we guarantee a job placement. Okay, that is the outcome of vocational skilling and training. That does not mean that we are giving the jobs. It is the industry that gives a job. We service 86% of the hospitality brands in the UAE, which comprises of 12,800 world-class restaurants and 600 hotels of different categories, making it the largest ecosystem or mecca of hospitality in the world. Now, having said that, any technical vocation training should be focused on the needs of the industry. Okay, this is for all the TVET providers out there. It is not about educating, but educating with relevance. TVET is also about student experience and student exposure, which simply comes through infrastructures, the facilities, the systems and processes and exposures that we give. Okay, and training has to be relevant to the needs of industry again, just to ensure the student trained is basically ready to take on what is waiting for it outside. We also believe the success of technical vocational training depends on strategic partnerships. Yes, partnership is very important, a partnership between education and the industry. We ourselves are partnered with over 46 international brands, let be equipments, let be appliances, let be processes, let be ingredients, let be best practices or whatever. Because as a school, yes, we focus on providing and reinforcing the concepts and also the foundations and getting the fundamentals right. But working with these partners, we are able to basically bring the real-time practices and what is exactly in use into the industry right here into the school. So what does this help? It helps students to seamlessly integrate, effectively deliver, and excel. And that is what the role model or the responsibility of a TVET school is all about. Now, TVET is also basically being part of the ecosystem. Like I said, TVET cannot be an independent education system like the mainline education system we've been seeing all along. TVET has to be very relevant and highly connected, closely connected to what is happening in the industry so that the training system process has to constantly evolve, not yearly, monthly, but I would say daily, to basically be connected. Now, TVET, simply put, is about bridging the gap. On one hand, you got hundreds of thousands of potential talent out there looking for good jobs, okay? And I would say good jobs are also as desperately looking for great talent. And TVET can do the magic by bridging the gap or basically producing talent at the levels required. So this is what would be very important aspect of focus, so to say. Last but not least, we're talking about standards and so forth. It's not about accreditations alone. It's not about recognition. Those are all given things. What is more important is to create a world-class infrastructure, is to create a world-class facility, thinking world-class in everything that we do. It is about setting the international benchmarking. It doesn't make a difference where you are, but international benchmarking is what you can aspire to set. It is about ensuring the benchmark that you set helps with international portability. It doesn't make a difference where you're skilled, but are you skilled for the world is what is more important. So having said that, it's also important to ensure there's integrity in learning. There's a lot of validation in what you're doing. And today, opportunities with technology such as blockchain helps basically achieve that. Because what the industry is looking for is a peerless trust. Trust in the training. It's not a certification or qualification. It has no relevance. But what has gone behind the process of training, that is what is more important. Coming back to the first thing I said, it's all about aspiration. It is the responsibility of the technical vocational education training providers or the schools or the institution to create an aspiration for the profession. Aspiration for the area in which you are basically the expert, to ensure that you're giving the right vision, the right opportunity, the right outcome to the student to make a difference. So I would say TVET is the way to go and TVET is the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Raja. As you rightly said, we have to think at a very large scale, and when we build institutions, we have to think that it has to be world-class. And that is the vision from which we had started this World Skills Center. You would be aware that Odisha's culinary skills are well known across the country, within the country, but I think collaboration with your organization, collaboration with International Center for Culinary Arts will take our Odisha culinary skills beyond the boundary of our nation. So thanks a lot. Now I would request Ms. Anita Rajan, Chief Executive Officer and Vice President of Tata Strive and Tata Community Initiative Trust, to share her thoughts.
Namaskar, good morning. It's wonderful to be here amongst such a large audience. Thank you for having me here. Esteemed guests on the stage and off the stage, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students. I see a lot of students here, and I feel that all of you here in Odisha are extremely lucky to be in a state in which the best opportunities are being presented to you. The people that you see here from Singapore, your own government officials, have brought to you world-class opportunities, and I urge you all to dream big and make the best of these opportunities. Having said that, the topic of Skilled in Odisha, the brand, is already being talked about in the country. I meet a lot of people who visit Odisha, government officials who said, we went to see the Odisha model. So I must compliment all of you. You already have built brand Odisha. And that's what it's all about, just like brand Singapore. And that's why we have a wonderful partnership here. But if we deconstruct what really makes for world-class skilling, we have a living, breathing model in Odisha. And to my mind, there are 5 elements that really are required for a successful internationalization of skilling. The first is often not mentioned, but I believe the most important, and that is people. It is people with vision and leadership right down the line that actually enables this. because all the various elements have to sync up together. So first, right up there is people, then comes partnerships, and then, to my mind, is also the funds. It costs money. And finally, the hardware of it all, the infrastructure, etc. And then, last but not the least, the software. And I'll just take a couple of minutes to talk about each. Why are people so critical to start something like this? In India, we are getting into a new uncharted territory where we wish to train young people, our Indian youth of Odisha, to find their place in the world stage where there are shortage of trained people, trained workforce, and from that opportunity arises an opportunity for our young people. But this is uncharted territory, and it is the person who cuts the trees in the forest that has the toughest task. Others will follow. And Odisha is doing that job of clearing the forest, showing the pathway for others to follow. But we need more Odisas in this country. We need more visionary leaders who are equally committed to this. Because, as I said, it is people who actually have the vision to carve out programs. In the people category, I also place the leaders of all our academic institutions, because as we go towards implementation, their role becomes critical. Whether it is the principals of educational institutions, universities, polytechnics, ITIs, leadership at that level is critical. Leadership of faculty, to be inspired to a vision where the student that you are teaching is going to have the best future possible with that clear, pure, passionate intent. How do you build that in people? So I think people development, inspiring people, is the first step of this whole initiative to internationalize skilling. The second most important one is, of course, partnerships. India has a limited time window in which our demographic dividend must be leveraged. And if we are to leverage the global opportunity, we need to do it fast. Instead of learning from our mistakes, we should learn from successful models, just like we are doing here with Singapore. There's a pact with Germany, Australia, many other countries with whom we must also collaborate and identify sectors in which India's youth have a big advantage. Certainly in Odisha, we know that wherever I travel, to northeast or to down south, if I'm eating at a restaurant, invariably I come across a young girl or a boy who's actually from Odisha. So the culinary skills, as my previous speaker spoke, is something that is an inherent talent. So is the creativity and design skills of young people, the art and culture. And if this skill can be put to use to innovate, like this morning I saw in the ITI festival, the immense creativity and the creations of young people were there to see, including a solar-paneled electric bicycle and the robotic section of ITI Bhubaneswar. It's amazing. But how do you market these things? How do you bring it to the average citizen is also an important part of it. So partnerships is important to learn quickly and do this in select sectors. For India, there are identified certainly hospitality, technical skills, in IT. These are some of the sectors which we should build the India brand and leverage those. Now, partnerships could be from the government, but I think the involvement of the industry is also important. Many of you may know that the Tata Group has started the Indian Institute of Skills in Mumbai and Ahmedabad. that is also a small but significant contribution to create world-class skilling institutions. We need these lighthouses to show us what is the standard that we need to aspire to. The next aspect is, of course, funding. And I bring this up very openly because I think that a lot more fund needs to come towards skilling young people for global opportunities because it does cost money. Quality is not cheap. Therefore, whether it is CSR funds that can be drawn towards contributing towards world-class skilling is an important initiative, and we at Tata Strive are attempting to convince funders to have these conversations to attract funds towards these kind of initiatives. For example, there is an MNC we are in conversation with in one of the Indian cities who can create world-class welders within their own factory, and a lot of companies are willing to do that. They are willing to open their own factories to skill young people, to devote their own employees as faculty. But they definitely need a contribution from the partner. And I was told it will cost about a 9-month training, will cost maybe $1 lakh to create a world-class welder, $1 lakh of rupees. And we are currently trying to convince CSR partners to spend that kind of money so that the girl or the boy who gets trained can start off with a salary of 30 and 40,000, which is being assured. So industry, MNC players and Indian companies who have global reputations are yet another opportunity to house and create partnerships where our youth are able to get global opportunities. The third aspect is, of course, hardware. And that, I think, is perhaps not so complex to set up. It costs money, but you can buy the best of machines, set up the best infrastructure, and create iconic institutions like the World Skills Center here in Odisha. And I believe every state should aim to create at least one such center in their own states. So the hardware is possible, but as I said, the training can also, the youth can also go where the infrastructure is. That is within the factories, within the MNC companies, which already have this infrastructure. Because in India, we have millions of people to be trained. Do we have the money to create hundreds and hundreds of world skills centers? So we are going to have to find other models also to scale up. Finally, I come to the software part of it. By software, I mean the standards, curriculum, certification, and this is where global partnerships is immensely useful because they bring at one go the experience of the partner. But this curriculum has to be learnt by Indian youth, and therefore the alignment and the gap of where the learner is and where the material is needs to be bridged. Whether it is language, whether it is in the techniques of teaching, this adaptation requires a partnership between the international partner and the Indian host. And this becomes perhaps, when we hit the ground, this is perhaps, to my mind, one of the biggest challenges. Because it's about behavior, it's about people, it's about transforming people, and that usually is not so easy. But it's not impossible. So the cultural adaptation and understanding of Indian youth who are the product of an Indian education is extremely important. The knowledge of local language is important if our students go overseas. If someone is going to Middle East or Australia, English may be important, Arabic may be important. So the introduction of various languages in our institutions as a accompaniment to this technical training is an extremely important measure to my mind. I'd like to also give you an example of when I say software, what the challenge is. We need in our schools to emphasize a sense of pride of work, of what quality is. Because we can't become global players unless we have quality in our DNA. And that needs to start from school. So there are many changes that we need to bring right from our education system, some of which is being already done in states like Odisha, and some where we have a long way to go. So if India has to be a global skills capital, and if Odisha has to lead the way, we are certainly getting there. But let's all learn from as we go along and adapt, learn from our mistakes, and put our best foot forward. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, ma'am. As you have rightly captured, there are 5 elements to a good skilling ecosystem: people, partnership, funds, hardware, and software. In fact, our both partnerships with ITIS as far as World Skills Center is concerned, our partnership with Tata Strive as far as the ITIs and Polytechnic is concerned, our government had captured this, and that is why we always thought of bringing in the software also in the system and not only bringing in the hardware. And I think World Skills Center is a great example. While we were planning, we had a lot of other models, but I think our model was different from all other models in the sense So our model of World Skills Center was different from all other models because we wanted to bring in the culture. We wanted to bring in the software from ITIS to our World Skills Center. So very rightly, ma'am, partnership, hardware, software, and funds and people are very, very important if we want to bring up a world-class skilling ecosystem. The partnership with Tata Strive, I would also mention that through this partnership with Tata Strive and the transformation which we see in our ITIs, I think they are also in times to come are going to become lighthouses for every district. So thank you, ma'am, once again. Now I would request Mr. Anurag Srivastav, another partner for Odisha for a long time, to share his thoughts with all of us. Anurag.
Good morning, everyone. So, respected Subrato Bagchi sir, Chairman OSDA, Srimati Usha Padi ji, other dignitaries on the dais, and dear friend Sanjay ji and Raghu ji, thanks for inviting us and to be part of this great conclave here. So, we all know that Cisco's partnership with OSDA started 5 years ago. I'll take a step back and will try to tell you that how this partnership started. So one fine day in the afternoon, I got a call from Sanjay ji saying that, can we partner together and can you do something in Odisha? And I loved your pitch that you also spoke highly about Bagchi sir, that he is he is leading from the front. So I traveled to Odisha with, honestly speaking, I didn't have too much of expectation. I came here, I met with the team, I met with sir, met with the A team of OSDA and skill department. I went to the World Skills Center and the kind of conversations we had, I saw the vision everybody was sharing, and we collaborated together. From then to now, I must tell you that Odisha has actually become the skill capital of India, because we keep meeting with other states, we work with a lot of states, head of the states. I meet with them, and every time I keep validating this fact that this is skilled in Odisha, and Odisha being skill capital of India, are they aligned with this fact or not? In last 5 years, the biggest change I have seen is wherever I go, they speak very highly of OSDA. So Odisha skills has become talk of the town. You go to the central ministry, you meet with DGT, you meet with other ministers and head of the states in other states. They all talk about OSDA, and they all want to replicate what's happening in Odisha. So there is no dearth of funding in any of the state or with the government. But my question to them is, you can put in funding, you can put in investment, but from where will you bring somebody like Subrata Bagchi sir? So, the message is very clear that if you don't rope in a visionary leader like him, no matter how much funding you are using, how much money you are putting in, it's going to waste. There are so many unique things with Odisha skills, and the most unique thing is giving priority to ITIs and polytechnics. Because in most of the states, ITIs and polytechnics are highly neglected. They focus more on engineering colleges because it's a low-hanging fruit. We all know they will be placed somewhere in any of the software companies. So they focus more on engineering, and that is the biggest miss which they are doing. If you are not catching your youth early in ITIs, when they're in ITIs or polytechnics, if you are not empowering them, if you are not skilling them, your skill story will not be completed. So that's the biggest achievement OSDA and skill department has done in Odisha, that they are focusing more on ITIs and polytechnics along with engineering colleges. And this vision of giving them exposure of world skills, what's happening around the world, deploying them, placing them in other countries. The current youths who are in ITIs and polytechnics, they are looking forward to their alumni, they're looking forward to their seniors, and they are drawing motivation from them as well. So in Cisco, what we do with OSDA and skill department is, previously we also used to fund a lot in building schools, colleges, giving ration, groceries. So these kind of CSR investment we used to do. But later on we realized that if you don't invest in something which is replicable, sustainable, no matter, you will keep investing every year your CSR money. So then we started investing on people. We started investing on skilling people. And Odisha, I'm so proud to say that Odisha is our biggest partner in skilling. Every year, we keep seeing the news that ITIs, polytechnic students are getting placed. Engineering students are getting placed. Cisco also hires from the engineering colleges of Odisha. And I'm trying to give the level playing field to polytechnics also. So we are trying to go behind the skills only, and we will not look at whether they are an engineering college student or polytechnic student. So very soon we'll see some progress there. Because when we started hiring from Odisha colleges, that was also a very tough journey for us. Why? Because everybody has some preconceived notions about Odisha or eastern part of India, and also, somebody who is not from top 10 or top 20 colleges of India, mostly the world-class companies like Cisco, Microsoft, Intel, we normally go to, IITs, NITs, and some top 10 other institutes of India. 5 years back, we took a call that we will also hire from the other engineering colleges, irrespective of they are from tier 1 city, tier 2 city, whether they are known in the industry or not. We should give this opportunity to every student. Maybe he or she is studying in a college which is far away, 6-7 hours distance from the state capital. So we will try to hire from them as well. 5 years back, we did this pilot. Again, there wasn't too much of expectation in Cisco's leadership, but we did this pilot, and the kind of students we hire from tier 2 cities, and a lot of students came from Odisha as well. Some of them are, way better than the IIT students. We realize that, and they are more loyal, hardworking, far more talented. So again, so we continued with this program, and we continue to hire from tier 2, tier 3 cities as well, because talent lies everywhere. That's the learning we all got in Cisco. So, I'm looking forward to take this partnership to newer heights, and with other partners in the ecosystem like Tata Strive. Anita, I was just meeting with your team, and they mentioned that they are also playing their role in NetAcad program, because employability skills is a very key factor. If you're going to join any corporate or any industry, it's very important to have very good communication skills. And when we say communication skills, we are not talking about English, Hindi, or Odia. You need to learn how to express yourself. We need that kind of confidence in you, and Tata Strive is playing that role for us. We are giving the digital skilling, and Anita, your team is giving them the employability skills. So we together are making the students employable for the industry. So again, with thanks to Bakshi sir, Sanjay sir, thanks for beginning this partnership. Reguji, Usapadi ji, we look forward to take this relationship to greater heights and make Odisha the world capital of India, not only world capital of skills. India, unarguably, Odisha is state capital, but courtesy to the partnership with ITE, we will make it global very soon. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you, Anurag, and thank you, Cisco. Anurag and Cisco both have been very, very valuable partner for Odisha skilling. And I must tell the audience that Anurag is recovering from a very massive accident which he had met. But his love for the state has actually brought him to participate in this skill conclave. So thanks a lot, Anurag, and I'm sure that the partnership between Cisco and Odisha skill ecosystem will go to further heights. Now I would request Dr. Suresh Kumar Madhusudanan, Chairman and Managing Director of Seagull Group of Companies, to share his thoughts with the audience.
Good morning, the dignitaries sitting on the dais and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure for me to attend such a conclave organized by Government of Odisha for making India as the skilling capital of the world. I appreciate the Government of Odisha for making such a conclave focusing on the youth of Odisha and be the part of making India as the skilling capital of the world. I am the chairman and managing director of a company called Seagull International. It's into the overseas recruitment as well as the domestic recruitment for the last 40 years. We are recruiting and training for thousands of candidates for the last 4 decades for various Middle East countries, Europe countries, in India and all. I'm also the Secretary General of Indo-Gulf and Middle East Chamber of Commerce, where we have chapters in 5 Middle East countries and 4 Indian cities. And I can assure you that actually the chamber can play a vital role in making Odisha the skill hub for India by bringing the employers from Middle East, and we can also part with the Government of Odisha for such a wonderful initiative. As you are aware of that, actually unemployment is the key crisis of our country. We are the largest populated country, and every year around 1.5 crores of job aspirants are entering into the job markets. Around 70 lakhs people are getting on the formal jobs and 35 lakhs are getting into the informal jobs. But rest of the 45 lakhs people are finding difficulty to get the job. Where there is a overseas recruitment organization plays a major role. I being the National General Secretary for the Overseas Recruitment Association called Indian Personnel Export Promotion Council for 5 years, and I got opportunity to interact with various government bodies as far as the skilling and all is concerned. India has got a tremendous scope. If you see the demographic dividend, 65.2% of the people is on the working class. But unfortunately, the skilled peoples are very less. If you see that actually, India has got the highest education, largest education in the world, having 100 universities, around 51,000 colleges are there in. Around 3.75 crores are people are studying on the higher education. 91 lakh students are graduating every year. And 1.76 are passing SSC. But only, if you see that actually 26% of the people are only graduating, it may go up to 50% by 2030 and all. The main problem is that actually if you see around 15,000 engineering colleges are in India, and 30 lakh students are studying every year, 15 lakhs engineers are passing out or from the engineering college, but they are not able to get the proper job. The main issue what we are facing is that the quality of education and the focus which we are not lacking from the skilling. Mainly we need to focus on skilling by means of more ITs and polytechnicals. Because I was talking to a few of the officials here, actually it is nice to hear that actually Odisha have 160 polytechnics and 476 ITIs. And in case if you can able to increase the number of ITIs in this state, the skilling can be easily done. For an example, I will tell you that around 90 lakhs people are there in GCC countries. And if you see that most of them are from south, especially from Kerala. And in early 80s and 90s, the ITS in Kerala are much, much higher. And recently, after the privatization of the engineering college, so many private engineering colleges has come, so many engineering colleges, and the importance of ITA has been come down. And Kerala being the #1 state for sending people abroad, but now it stood on the 7th place because engineers are not getting job. Only 3% of the engineers are getting the desired job. And 13 people are getting somewhat a job. But 80% of the engineers in India is finding difficulty to get a job. That's the area we need to focus actually. We need to focus more on the ITs and polytechnicals and the skill development courses like 3 months, 6 months, and 1-year type of courses need to be introduced. And apart from the Middle East region, GCC, the maximum number of people are migrating. But now, European countries and other part of the world, like Japan, Australia, and certain South American countries are opening up for the employment. But they need the skilled people. Basically, we are also recruiting for the European countries. And the European clients are focusing on Indians, those are worked in GCC countries, not the people worked in India. But the issue what they are facing is that actually the language barrier plus the HSC, health, safety and environmental issues. This and all now we need to add on the curriculum. The safety is one of the key aspects to promote the skill in any sort of this thing to get maximum number of placement. And hope the government of Odisha will take care of all this thing and introduce more programs for skilling the people. And if you want to become Atmanirbhar, and India need to be skilled, because the skill approximately during 2019, the skilling of India was less than 3%, and it's now glad to hear that actually it is going to 18 to 19%. At the skill gap of India is around 56%. 56% of the people in the skilled people is the requirement of India. Where if you see that actually China is only 13%. In case if you want to become the hub of the factories of the world, and we need qualified and skilled people. And skilling is, without skilling, India cannot become Atmanirbhar Bharat. That's why I request the government of Odisha and the government of India may take certain, they are doing a lot of activities for promoting skill development and all. And this conclave will be a beginning for making more skilled people of Odisha. And Odisha, I just want to add you that actually we used to recruit a lot of people from Odisha. Odisha peoples are high demand in the Middle East region because of their character, their sincerity. And we always come to Bhubaneswar and the surrounding of Odisha for recruiting the people. And definitely soon we will start branches in Bhubaneswar also. We have around 15 branches across India and abroad. And soon I am planning to start a branch in Bhubaneswar that will enable most of the people from Odisha can migrate to various overseas countries. And thank you very much. And I express my sincere gratitude for inviting me for this conclave. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh Kumar Madhusudanan, for your insights. Now, although we have overshot the time, but with permission from Principal Secretary, Skill Development Department, Usha Madam, the house is open for questions. If there are any questions, please. Can somebody give a mic there? There is a question.
Sir, I am Deputy Director of Procurement from Director of Technical Education, sir. Sir, at the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to all the panelists for their appreciation of the endeavor done by Government of Odisha, particularly by Mr. Bruce Bo for his compliments to Government of Odisha. My question to Mr. Bruce Bo, sir, is that particularly to bridge the skill gap in the green technology, there are very few industries at the international level, leave alone developing countries like India, where they're still struggling to have their foothold. So could you please tell me, sir, what we have learned at Singapore to make an authentic skill environment for this green technology, how we can on board, how we can interconnect with this latest technology with the industries, those who are very few and still struggling. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, let me repeat the question. If I get it correctly, how do you improve the skilling, particularly in the green economy? Yeah, I think that the world is looking at the next revolution, if you like, particularly in green and sustainable technology. Singapore is also looking into this area. And in the area of green is not just, agriculture, although agriculture is one big area, trees, more sustainable, for against climate change. But also in the way we do our business. For example, in manufacturing, there's this growing trend of a circular economy. When you manufacture, how do you make sure that it's green conscious and that it's sustainable? And I think every country is looking into this area. And you will pose great opportunities for countries who want to embark in this green technology, including carbon trading and so on. So I think we are stepping up in Singapore in developing our green economy in that sense. If I can, summarize this. I hope I answer your question.
Thank you, Bruce. Any other question, please? I think we will take just one more question after this.
Good morning, sir. My name is Bharadwaj. I represent PwC. We are working with World Skill Center. My question also to Mr. Bruce Poe on how Singapore is preparing for lifelong learning and future of work.
Please repeat your question.
Lifelong learning and future of work.
Okay, so I think Bruce Poe is in lot of demand today.
I think that's a very excellent question. As you know, the companies changes ever so rapidly, and I always say is that the speed of change in the industry is tremendous. So a person who is graduated from a TVET institution have let's say a certain skills on his hand, but he cannot continually rely on that skill because there's what we call a decay, in the usefulness of your skill, because industry change, and you must change in tandem of what the economy, has. So in Singapore, for example, we place more and more attention to lifelong learning, and we say that you cannot front load education up to a point of graduation and expect the person to be, employable through his whole work life. A typical person might face 7 career changes in his or her lifetime nowadays. In my generation, or before me, you can be in a particular profession and stay in a profession, all your life. But in today's context, even in the profession that you are in, there will be multiple changes in the industry, and you must keep up with these changes. So in Singapore, what we do is that we try to move away from just front-loading our education, but to fund continuous learning or lifelong learning. And there are schemes, to help workers, employees, and even employers to embark on this lifelong learning process. And I think it's critical if you want to look at countrywide, there must be a system to encourage even employers, employees to embark on this mindset that you need to continuously learn to be updated for industry.
Thank you, Bruce. So actually, skilling means skilling, reskilling and upskilling. These three elements are essential part of any skilling process. So can we have that question, please?
Yes. I am Manas Ranjan Satpathy from Bargada district. Anita madam was addressing in her speech that software and hardware are very much essential for skilled people. I think this should be emphasized from grassroots level, and such curriculums like basic engineering and coding, this should be included from high school stage.
No, it's not clear. Can you please come out again?
Yes, sir. Curriculums like basic engineering and coding classes should be included from upper primary and high school stage, so that they will get scope to read further electronics and such.
I'm sorry, the question is not very clear. So off the dais we can take that question. Thank you. So I think with that and with permission of Principal Secretary and Chairman OSDA, I would like to once again thank all my co-panelists. I would also like to thank Honorable Chairperson of Odisha Skill Development Authority and Principal Secretary of Skill Development and Technical Education Department for giving this opportunity to all of us to be on the dais today and be a part of this beautiful beautifully organized Odisha Skill Conclave. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would request our panelists and our moderator to stay with us on the stage for a couple of more moments. There will be an exchange of a memorandum of understanding between Mark Semi India Private Limited, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, and Veer Surendra Sai University of Technology, VSSUT, Burla, Odisha, for Center of Research for IC Design. I would request representatives of both the organizations to kindly come on stage for the exchange. Can we have a very big round of applause and welcome this new friendship between the two organizations, which is going to reap a large number of benefits for everyone. Thank you very much. And now, the first panel discussion of the day on the topic of making India the skill capital of the world has come to an end. Thank you very much to all our panelists and our moderator. We would like to present a token of appreciation and felicitate all our panelists. I would request our moderator, Shri Sanjay Kumar Singh, sir, to kindly felicitate our panelist, Dr. Sunjay Rajaji, CEO, Director, International Center for Culinary Arts, ICCA, Dubai. I would request her to kindly felicitate Mr. Anurag Srivastava, Lead India and South Asia Corporate Affairs, Cisco. Would request her to kindly felicitate Mr. Bruce Poe, CEO, ITE Education Services, Singapore. Would request now, sir, to please felicitate Ms. Anita Rajan, Chief Executive Officer and Vice President, Tata Strive and Tata Community Initiatives Trust. I would request Sri Singh to kindly felicitate Dr. Suresh Kumar Madhusudanan, Chairman and Managing Director, Seagull Group of Companies. And with that, I would now humbly like to invite on to the stage Shri Subrato Bagchi, Chairman, Odisha Skill Development Authority, Government of Odisha. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri Bagchi? And I would also like to humbly invite Srimati Usha Padhi, Madam IAS, Principal Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha. समस्त को अनुरोध करी गोटे जोरदार ताली देके आम डिग्निटरीज को मंच को स्वागत करेंगे. I would request Shri Bagchi and Srimati Pari to kindly felicitate our moderator for the session, Shri Sanjay Kumar Singh, IAS, Principal Secretary, Rural Development Department, Government of Odisha. So indeed, this is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime moment with such eminent personalities together on a single platform. Thank you once again to all our speakers, all our panelists, and our moderator for this session. Thank you very much to our dignitaries. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this concludes the first session of our day 2 here at Odisha Skill Conclave 2023. We are now getting ready to begin the second session. The second session of the day is going to be on narrowing the gender gap and empowering women through skills. समस्त को अनुरोध करी जो मैंने वर्तमान जाए बसी ना दयाकोरी आसन ग्रहण करेंगे. ये सेशनटा भी बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होगा जाऊँगी, बहुत इनफर्मेटिव होगा जाऊँगी, एंड पर्टिकुलरली फॉर द विमेन इन बिजनेस इट्स गोइंग टू बी extremely enlightening. Well, all of us know that gender equality is a key principle of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. However, 2/3 of the non-literate adults around the world are women, and this has not changed since 2000. The economic impact of achieving gender equality in India is estimated to be $700 billion of added GDP by 2025. That is a humongous figure. It is estimated that if women have an equal opportunity, that itself will create 4 to 7% uptick in the GDP growth. With the prestigious and promising Mission Shakti being rolled out by the government of Odisha, the focus on empowering women and providing them with safe learning and development opportunities is being ensured. Well, in these 3 days of the first edition of Odisha Skill Conclave, आमर एया ही चेष्टा रही जे ओडिशार केवल नुह भारतर प्रत्येक युवक को आम एमतिया गोटे प्लाटफर्म जोगेदेबू जो से निजक सशक्त करें एंड इन रिटर्न द एंटायर स्टेट नेशन एंड द वर्ल्ड विल ग्रो. दिस इज द सेकेंड डे ऑफ ओडिशा स्किल कॉन्क्लेव 2023. प्रथम दिन में आम कौन कौन करूँ केमी रही प्रथम दिन अधिवेशन ताकू नहीं कि गोटे छोटिया वीडियो प्रस्तुत होती. आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट एवरीबडी टू प्लीज पे अटेंशन ऑन द स्क्रीन. वी आर गोइंग टू शोकेस नाउ how was the day 1 of Odisha Skill Conclave 2023. Request everybody to give a very big round of applause and welcome our moderator for the session, Srimati Sujata R. Karthikeyan, IAS, Commissioner cum Secretary, Department of Mission Shakti, Government of Odisha. Gotiye jordar tari hoba dorkar, sobdo asu nahi. As our speaker for the session, we have Ms. Sangeeta Jindal, Chairperson, JSW Foundation. A very good morning, madam, and a very warm welcome. We have, as the panelist, Ms. Sohini Sinha, Head Learning, Leadership Development and Talent Management, Tata Electronics. We have Professor Niharika Vohra, Professor, IIM Ahmedabad. Mrs. Guha Poonam Tapas Kumar, IAS, Chief Executive Officer, ORMUS. Dr. Monica Agarwal, Dean Faculty of Design, MGM University. Ms. Poonam Mahapatra, Chairperson, Bhubaneswar Chapter, FICCI Ladies Organization. I welcome our panelists, I welcome our special speaker and our moderator. I would request Srimati Karthikeyan Madam to kindly give their welcome remarks. गोटे जोरदार ताड़ी देकी मैडम को स्वागत करिबा.
Thank you. Samastangu namaskar. Distinguished panelists, people who are sitting in the audience, I can see Mr. Subrato Bagchi, Mr. Bruce Poe, Ms. Alka Mishra, Srimati Usha Padi, and many others, and all our children who have come from ITIs or polytechnics. Samastangu namaskar. All our distinguished guests to this panel too. Today we are going to talk about a very interesting and extremely pertinent topic worldwide and especially for the government of Odisha, which is gender and skilling, gender and empowerment, gender and how we can take skills into empowerment agenda. As you all know, there are two things in this. One, every woman as a matter of her right, every girl child as a matter of right, as a human, she has an aspiration, she has a right to be empowered to reach where she wants to reach. That is as a human being, as a woman. Second is for the society, for the community, for the state and for the country. It is a loss if women are not empowered, if gender equality is not part of the governance agenda. And today our distinguished panelists will talk about this, will take you through various segments of this and what actually works. So to put it in perspective, I would request, there's a small clip on women's empowerment through skilling. I would request that that clip be played. And after that, I will take you into the government of Odisha's agenda on women's empowerment. Clip, please.
Mission Shakti.
No, not this.
Initiated in 2001 by the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha.
I'm
Naveen
sorry,
Patnaik.
please play the overall clip on women's empowerment first.
Initiative by the government of Odisha.
So while that clip is coming on,
Having
I would like to
incorporated
introduce our
70
panelists.
lakh women into
There
its
is Ms.
fold
Sohini
across
Sinha,
villages and
who is
towns
the
of
head
Odisha.
of Tata
Mission
Electronics
Shakti
in
today
leadership development.
is a vibrant,
There's
transformational
Professor
force.
Niharika Vohra, who's Professor IIM Ahmedabad.
The aim
There's
now
Mrs.
is to grow
Guha
from
Poonam Tapas,
SHG to
who's Chief
SME,
Executive Officer
Unique
of
Livelihood
ORMAS, the
Promotion,
Orissa Rural Marketing
Skilling,
Society.
Institution building.
There's Monica
Financial
Agarwal,
inclusion
who's the
and
Dean,
market
Faculty of
linkage
Design.
initiatives of Mission
And there's
Shakti.
Poonam Mahapatra, who's the
Strive
chairperson
towards
of FICCI
graduating
Ladies
SHGs
Association.
to small
I would
and
again
micro
request
enterprises,
kindly play the
generating
clip
employment,
on women and
increasing
skilling.
income, and
Please stop this
transforming
clip.
the lives of millions across the state.
I'd request our team there. Yeah. जोटा स्किल डिपार्टमेंट रो क्लिप अच्छी सेटा को काइंडली प्ले करंतु स्किल डिपार्टमेंट रो क्लिप रघु कैन यू प्लीज कोऑर्डिनेट रघु Your clip. Can you kindly play your clip? Yeah, these are our esteemed panelists. And now I would again request to kindly play the skill department clip. So as to put this whole thing in perspective. Yeah, thank you.
Gender equality is a key principle of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. However, as of now, 2/3 of non-literate adults around the world are women. This has not changed since 2000. Achieving gender equality is likely to have a massive impact on global as well as India's growth. Empowering women will bring smile in the family, society, and could boost our economy with $700 billion of added GDP by 2025. Another estimate suggests just providing equal opportunity to women will create 4 to 7% uptick in India's GDP growth. In Odisha, we are committed to provide our women with safe learning ecosystems and seamless development opportunities. By rolling out the prestigious and promising mission Shakti, Odisha's visionary leadership has shifted the focus on empowering women. Odisha, fast emerging as the skills capital of India, has been a front-runner in empowering the diversity by encouraging the girl child through schemes like Shuraksha. Skilled in Odisha, a global brand of repute, is working cohesively towards breaking the gender stereotypes. In this session, we focus on how young girls in the state can be supported to the next level through advanced learning pathways, employability enhancement initiatives, and sustainable livelihoods. For now, let's get our grey cells to work to find better ways and means of empowering women through building their skills and enhancing their employability.
Odisha Skill Conclave 2023.
Thank you. A big round of applause for the efforts that the skill department headed by Honorable Chief Minister is taking for skilling of women. Now, as I stand here and I represent Mission Shakti, I have to speak a bit about Mission Shakti and the government's initiative. So I'll just take 2 minutes. How is Mission Shakti different? A lot of programs across the world and across the country have taken the SHG route to empowerment of women. Mission Shakti kind of different. I stand here saying that it is different because one is our government is headed by Honorable Chief Minister Shri Naveen Patnaik, who continuously believes that women's empowerment is not a slogan. It is a living code. It is a governance ethics that is non-negotiable. In private sector terms, women's empowerment is a key vertical for the government of Odisha, a non-negotiable vertical. And that is why Odisha is perhaps the only state that has an exclusive department of Mission Shakti. It's not there in any other state of the country where we have a separate budget, separate resources meant for self-help groups. The second reason why it's different is the cabinet in its first meeting has undertaken that 5,000 crores worth of goods and services of government will be procured only from Mission Shakti SHGs. So today, 1 lakh self-help groups are involved in paddy procurement, electricity meter reading, in take-home ration for small kids in Anganwadi centers, in managing eco-tourist resorts, in doing various non-stereotypical activities for government. And there are 22 departments involved in this. This not only gives income to women, but also makes them crucial partners in the governance of Odisha. And this is where we stand out. Women are a very big link between government and society. So when you take COVID, jatara COVID hela, who were our foot soldiers who went from house to house explaining to people what is COVID and what are the do's and don'ts? It was the SHG women of Odisha. When natural disasters strike, Who are the people who are going from house to house, vacating pregnant women along with the health department and the district administration? It is our women who run community kitchens and make sure that everybody is fed. And this is not done as per government diktat. They are natural leaders of the community. So this is again how it is different. In the government manifesto, it is there that there should be a state level federation exclusively to advise all the government departments on what to do on women's empowerment. This is again something very unique about the state of Odisha. And last I would mention, Mission Shakti is not only about earning incomes. Incomes is very small part of the Mission Shakti Empowerment Initiative. It is about the identity of a woman. It is about the voice of a woman. It is about women coming out from the kitchens and claiming their space in public life. So today when you see in local body elections in Odisha, though there is reservation of 50% for women, 70% to 80% seats in some places have gone to women who have come on their own as leaders of the community. And in that, Mission Shakti has played a big role. So now I would request our team to kindly play the clip on Mission Shakti, which would encompass all these things what I have just said and give a small glimpse of this. Mission Shakti clip, please.
Mission Shakti, initiated in 2001 by the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Naveen Patnaik, is a flagship women's empowerment initiative by the government of Odisha. Having incorporated 70 lakh women into its fold across villages and towns of Odisha, Mission Shakti today is a vibrant, transformational force. The aim now is to grow from SHG to SME. Unique livelihood promotion, skilling, institution building, financial inclusion and market linkage initiatives of Mission Shakti strive towards graduating SHGs to small and micro enterprises, generating employment, increasing income and transforming the lives of millions across the state. Government of Odisha has set up a dedicated department of Mission Shakti for the empowerment of SHGs, the first in the country. The department has collaborated with World Skills Center to curate exclusive courses on beauty and wellness, fashion design, bakery, housekeeping, and many other trades for sustainable incomes. 100 Mission Shakti cafes across the state are being run successfully by women collectives today. In a pioneering step, Government of Odisha grants interest subvention benefits up to 5 lakh loans for all SHGs. In past years, more than 3,50,000 SHGs have availed this benefit, and 505 crore rupees has been deposited into the accounts of women as interest subvention. 50,000 crore rupees bank linkage to SHGs is projected in the next 5 years. Government of Odisha, through Mission Shakti, is supporting the establishment of a robust retail distribution network across the state under the brand name Mission Shakti Bazaar. The state government has made a historic decision of setting up 500 Mission Shakti Bazaars across the state in the next 5 years. To leverage the power of e-commerce and digital marketing, an exclusive e-commerce platform has been established for women producers of Mission Shakti. Not only are millions of women gaining fruitful employment and economic independence through Mission Shakti, they are also partners in the transformation of New Odisha.
So a big round of applause to the 70 lakh Mission Shakti family members. I take this opportunity now to welcome Srimati Jindal on dais, and Madam has a keen interest on skilling of girls and women, on women's empowerment in a holistic mode. She has a keen interest in sports promotion in Odisha, and they have a wonderful partnership with the sports department, and they are running the HPC in swimming and also in handicrafts, handlooms. So we would keenly like to hear from you, madam. And Srimati Jindal is our chief speaker for today for this extremely important topic. I'd like to invite you on stage for your lecture, please.
JSW believes in the power of women and their ability to make a difference. In the mining industry, it is not often that you see women handling heavy machinery. Meet the heroes of JSW.
हम लोग पहले डर रहे थे कि इतना बड़ा चक्का और गाड़ी कितना बड़ा होगा, वही सोच के हम लोग थोड़ा घबरा रहे थे। ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद हम लोग को फील हुआ कि हम लोग अभी इतना बड़ा डंपर 100 टन डंपर चला सकते हैं माइंस में।
जेंट्स लोग बोलते थे खाना बनाना छोड़ करके तो आप लोग इसमें माइंस में काम करने आ गए हो। हम लोग बोले क्यों नहीं, हम लोग खाना बनाने तक सीमित नहीं हैं, हम लोग आप लोग के साथ में कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर काम कर सकते हैं। और अच्छी से मेरे परिवार अच्छा से कहता है कि मेरी माँ, मेरी पत्नी, मेरी बहू JSW में नौकरी करती है बोलता है, और उन लोगों का मनोबल बहुत अच्छा है, अभी सब बढ़िया से रहते हैं।
Trained under skilled JSW professionals, not only are they handling heavy machinery, but also paving new pathways and inspiring others to follow in their footsteps. These women are creating an inspiring legacy for others to emulate.
Dear Mrs. Karthikeyan, Mrs. Subrata Bakchi, Ms. Usha Padi, thank you for inviting me here to Odisha Skill Conclave 2023. What we saw in that film, it is demolishing patriarchal structures, especially in what has been traditionally a male-dominated industry, mining, that is moving bits of the earth, literally and metaphorically. These wonderful colleagues of ours are stirring up a quiet revolution by learning new skills, breaking new ground, and creating spaces for women's rights and livelihood security. That is what Adyashri, Monica, Savita, Shikha, Tanushri, Preeti, Rukshat, Tikina, Pramila, Renuka and Junu have done. They are doing it with courage, with dignity and with so many panache. Serena Williams once said, "Every woman's success should be an inspiration to others. We are strongest when we cheer each other on, and that is most evident in the Joda-Koida mining region, where our women employees are not only taking control of their life, but they are training more women to do the same." I must stop here to congratulate Chief Mr. Naveen Patnaik ji for doing this wonderful initiative. This is what puts our country on the map. Our koshish, our kaushal and our kashish. I used to meet Mr. Bakchi before he joined Odisha. His dream was to do something big for our country. I have always emulated his ideas, and here I am, and I want to help. JSW wants to help as many, for more women in our country. When I look around me, I think about the future and I think of the word mumkin, because here exists many possibilities. Possibilities and potential that we are trying to release in Odisha as a part of our work. We aim to train thousands of women to acquire skills to enter areas such as hardcore mining, port handling, and construction roles, which were earlier reserved for men only. Sarah Blakely, who became the world's youngest self-made female billionaire, said something that I truly resonate. When you help a woman fulfill her potential, magic happens. We have tried building this magic at JSW Foundation. 30,000 young women and children are benefiting from India's first and largest skill impact bond we run in collaboration with national and international organizations. More than 4,000 women in rural areas are gaining economic independence and contributing to nation building by being part of women-centric BPO centers as a part of our JSW Shakti BPO initiative in Bellary, Karnataka. I would urge Mrs. Karthikeyan to work with us for a BPO in Odisha for women. This is a unique 21st century initiative that leverages a sustainable social enterprise model. We are enhancing skills, creating economic pathways, and building resilient futures that are being led by women. And this magic of women empowerment is spreading from Odisha to Rajasthan to Karnataka to Himachal Pradesh and Maharashtra. Here's to magic, here's to every woman in the driving seat, here's to Odisha and to all the potential here and the simplicity of mumkin hai. This is the first time that I've come for this wonderful conference. I felt very happy to see what you all are doing. Unfortunately, we living in Maharashtra, we know of the work that you do, but when I see this, I realize the potential that you all have done. Thank you for being a part of all this. We would also, weaving, craft, embroidery, we are working with in many other organizations in our country. There is this school in Maharashtra, in Bombay, called the Chanakya School. So all the slum ladies who live in the slums go to this school, and the embroidery that they do has been exported to Christian Dior. So our aim is that the sky is the limit. If we women all work together, and even men too, if we all work together, we can change the whole ecosystem. We being in JSW, I'm a new entry here in Odisha. I know JSW is doing substantial work as far as the business goes. As a JSW Foundation person, there is lots that we have to do. And if we can all work together, we can make the country even better. Thank you for allowing me to come here, and with Mr. Subroto here, I'm sorry I shouldn't say Subroto, I should say Mr. Bagchi here. I have always emulated your work, and thank you for giving me this opportunity here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. That was wonderful. Now we'll have a small felicitation ceremony of some power women. And you can see they are the epitome of the magic that happens when intent and effort comes together in women's empowerment. So.
Yes, madam. I'll be welcoming now on stage 11 iron girls who completed their education from Barbel ITI and now have been breaking the gender bias, saying that लड़कियां ये कर सकती हैं, ये नहीं कर सकती हैं. They are into heavy machinery driving. Let us welcome Adyashri Nayak, Monica Devi, Savita Laguri, Shikha Patra, Tanushri Patra, Preeti Manjari, Ruksat Khatun, Tikina Nayak, Pramila Nayak, Renuka Patra, and Jhunu Nayak. So just for an information, these 11 girls are the Iron Girls from Barbil ITI who are now placed, who will be working in various capacities from driving heavy earth machineries to what not. ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିବି 11 ଜଣ ଝିଅ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ପୁଅ ଯେଉଁଟା କରିପାରିବେ ଝିଅ ବି ସେଇଟା କରିପାରିବେ ଏଇ କଥାକୁ ପୁଣି ଥରେ ସତ କରିଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କ କର୍ମ ତାଙ୍କ ଇଚ୍ଛା ତାଙ୍କ ଦୃଢ଼ ବିଶ୍ୱାସ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ many many congratulations to them. Indeed. करतालीर ध्वनि आहरी प्रबल हवा कथा कारण यही 11 जन झील प्रेसिडेंट सेट करुँच जेते जन झील ऑडियंस रे बसिचंती तांको पई एग्जांपल प्रेरणार उत्स यांकु देखिकी आपण माने भी प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध हेई परिबे जे किछि भी आपण करि परिबे. Thank you very much. Once again, many many congratulations. Before we begin the panel discussion, I would request our moderator, Srimati Sujata R. Karthikeyan Madam, to kindly felicitate Ms. Sangeeta Jindal, Chairperson, JSW Foundation. ए सम्मान संवर्धना केवल जे आम पटर नुह आपण समस्त पटर करताली माध्यम जुड़ंतु. धन्यवाद जणैबा. Thank you so much, madam. I would now request Madam Moderator to kindly begin.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here and inspiring all of us. And these girls were an absolute pleasure. So we'll continue the discussion further. Thank you. So now I would request Ms. Sohini Sinha, whose talent management, Tata Electronics, in learning and leadership development. I'm sure there are a lot of insights that you can give us into women and skilling, which we can use in the government too. Ms. Sohini.
Good morning. I'm really honored to be here. It's wonderful to see so many people thinking seriously about skilling, and it's particularly wonderful to be in the company of so many remarkable women. My name is Sohini Sinha. I'm a part of a new organization called Tata Electronics. We're just 2.5 years old. We're setting up massive greenfield manufacturing projects, and we're in the space of manufacturing components and semiconductors. So that's what we do. In the perspective that I'd like to share, there are two things that I wanted to bring into this conversation today. Firstly, I wanted to share a little bit about how we are looking at women and skilling from a manufacturing angle. I'd like to share a little bit about our context, some of the challenges and some of the change that is required today. And very briefly, I'll talk a little bit about our own experiments and our experiences at Tata Electronics. So with that, let me begin. So the context of the manufacturing sector is that today it contributes to about 16-17% of the economy. And women probably constitute 12% or less of this sector. And this is a sector that's poised for growth. It could be as large as 25% in a couple of years. So this is the kind of sector that cannot grow unless there are more women to help the sector grow. Interestingly, globally, the representation of women is as high as 30%. So we really have a long way to go in India. Another interesting thing that I'm observing here is that there are many new emerging sectors. There are sunrise sectors. We heard a little bit about the questions this morning related to some of these sunrise sectors. There are many new manufacturing units that are coming up around sustainable energy, around electrical vehicles, around batteries, semiconductors, and so on. So really this is in a way, there are many sunrise elements in this sector today. And I think the most interesting part is how this industry is evolving with the advent of Industry 4.0 and 5.0, and how it is fundamentally changing the nature of this industry. In a nutshell, the context is that manufacturing is poised for women to enter. So the time is right. Though the time is right, the challenges are many. First of all, this is a sector which is viewed as a predominantly male-dominated sector. It is seen as a sector which requires a lot of hard physical labor, unsafe working conditions, sometimes involves traveling to remote locations. It isn't really traditionally seen as a woman's domain. So the reality also is that the infrastructure, in many cases, doesn't really today support too many women. It is work in remote locations, of course. There's a need for safety. There's a need for a lot of infrastructure for women to come and work in the sector. Young women and the people who advise them about their careers don't naturally see the sector as a career of choice. And we don't see enough women in the appropriate fields of study. Whilst the number of engineering graduates in the country may be as much as 30% or more, the people who come into the core engineering fields or the relevant fields in polytechnics are relatively low. So these are the challenges of having women enter the sector. The second set of challenges is around having them stay in the sector when they come. Due to life stage changes, we see a lot of women leaving a sector like this. So one report that I saw spoke about 73% of women in manufacturing leaving the sector when they experience motherhood. So there are many places where women drop off, right? Despite the small pool that we begin with. Another challenge, and I think this is a really one big piece that all of us should work on, is about visibility to career opportunities. It's about the skills that people have as this is an evolving sector. And how do we create role models and help people understand the long-term perspectives of working in a sector like this. So, and it doesn't end here unless we have the right kind of skills with the way the industry is evolving and the need for higher order cognitive skills, more analytical skills, the ability to work with automation, AI, etc. Unless we have the right set of skills, if women do repeatable lower-end jobs, they are likely to be replaced by automations eventually. So this is the context. Interestingly, I heard someone say that with all the changes that are afoot, the starting lines in terms of skills in this sector are being redrawn. Unfortunately, there are many people who are behind the starting line, though the line is getting redrawn. So that's the context. And I think what needs to be done, a lot of change is called for. We need a new mindset. We need a new narrative. We need to really understand that manufacturing is indeed a sector that works for women. We have to underscore the economic value generation of women as an element in what manufacturing can offer to the economy and the families of the women employed. Secondly, there's a lot of work to be done to make manufacturing gender accessible. We need to create a level playing field. There's a lot of need for the right kind of infrastructure. You need care infrastructure. You need safe living infrastructure. You need safety in general. You need accessibility. So there are a whole lot of things that need to be addressed. And finally, there's a lot of work to be done on building the right talent pools. Building pools of talent that are industry ready, who grow through their careers while they're in manufacturing, and who are ready for the future. So there's a lot of work to be done. So with that, I'd just quickly talk a little bit about, yes, I'll just take another minute to talk about what we are doing at Tata Electronics. We are a very new organization. We have about 97% of our shop floor jobs being done by women. We have deliberately hired from places where there are fewer economic opportunities. We have hired young women, trained them. We've built hostels and created spaces for them to live safely as they come into these industrial jobs. We've done a lot of work around building emotional wellness and mental well-being. There's a lot of focus around not just skilling, but an overall wellness. A couple of other things that we've done is we've invested in higher education, saying these are women who've joined us after class 12, but we've crafted customized programs like BSc in manufacturing related to the skills on the shop floor and the know-how and the science behind it. So these are some things that we are doing. Clearly, this is not an area that can be done in half measures. It is an area which will need a lot of engagement, involvement, and empathy. So with that, I hand this back over to our moderator.
Thanks, Sohini. And we'll definitely be open for for questions again. And it's a very important point that you touched, women in manufacturing. Because there is a gender stereotype about manufacturing not being very women sensitive. So with that, we go to the next speaker, a very distinguished professor from IIM, Professor Niharika Vohra. And I'm sure you'll have a lot of insights as you are a premier institution who are training managers for tomorrow. So I'd request you to kindly help us with your insights on this important topic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for the invitation and thank you for putting this panel together. I think in the last 55 years of my being in this earth, I have never seen so much importance to skill. I've been in education for all my life. We've always thought of education as something that is in a premier institution or a university, but we've never given this kind of importance to skill. So I think we need to give a hand to ourselves just for the fact that we are making skill attractive and an important aspect. I also, in the last 2 years of being an academic for so many years, had the opportunity to be the founder vice chancellor for a skill university in Delhi. And that is really when I started to think about skilling really, because that's when I had to set up a university which had skill and entrepreneurship in it. And I'll cut a story short. I know we have a paucity of time. It was very apparent to me that skilling is not just blue collar. Skill is part of everything. A psychologist needs skill in counseling. A dentist needs skill. A software coder needs skills. A journalist needs skills. And the interesting part of our education is that we have somehow made higher education devoid of skills and we made skill devoid of education. And I think what I'm trying to say is that we need to put these together. Yeah. So, and because we're talking about women, even in this group, yeah, there are fewer women than men are. So women are not present in the public domain irrespective of what we are talking about. And if we want to change it, I think we have to have a focused view on it. It can't be just by the way it will happen. So we have to focus. And in that, I think as part of our experiment at DSCU, we realized that when we put all the polytechnics as part of the university, one, it helped to bring polytechnic education as higher education, as part of higher education. And in that, we had some polytechnics that were women polytechnics, women-only polytechnics. Now, in the 21st century, it might look quite awkward to say that we must have women polytechnics, women ITIs, and women colleges. I think given the milieu, the social milieu of India, I think it still makes sense to have women only, while we might have co-ed colleges as well, but women only skilling institutions ITIs, polytechnics, colleges, because what it does is it really gives an impetus to women to study subjects on their own. So it's not already decided men will do this, women will do this, women can do everything. The second thing is it is safer. It is safer. Parents, when we spoke to many of the parents and the girls who came to our polytechnics, they said if there wasn't a women polytechnic, they would not have been allowed to come to college. So they would have gotten married or they would have stayed at home. So I think it makes sense for us to have only women polytechnics, make them safe, have hostels so that girls from far away distance can come and study there, and also their education can be holistic. It need not be just part of it. And I think only if education is holistic, when we employ women in the factories or in service sector, they will not have a short career, but they will have a long career. Because I think the important thing is not to train somebody to be a one-time use bullet. We have to create, so, a lot of skilling programs, sorry to say, are creating a one-time use bullet. Once fired, it has no other use. I think we want to create vehicles and individuals and resources who are going to be lifelong contributing to wherever they are contributing. And I think that is why we need good education, higher education programs, along with skilling going hand in hand. And I think any change cannot happen in 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Education is a long-term game. And if we are willing to invest in it, willing to really invest in it, I think we can make a difference. The other thing I want to say, and this will be my last point, is also, if we look at the entrepreneurship domain of the country, only 20% of the women are entrepreneurs, of which more than 14 to 15%, depending on what numbers you look at, are either solopreneurs or micro-entrepreneurs. And again, some work that we have done over the years makes it very clear that a solopreneur may bring wealth to themselves, but they don't create jobs and they don't create wealth for the country. And I think, again, along with skilling, education, we need to start putting in effort into making sure that women will become from solopreneurs to micropreneurs and from micropreneurs to mediumpreneurs. And we need to help them in whichever way that is required. So whether it is marketing skills, networking skills, finance skills, digital skills, all of this will really help us to take forward. So I think there are multiple things to do, but I also like the fact that we need to shine the lens on it and we need to make significant strategic long-term investments if we really want to make a change. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. I just felt transported into class in college again. But for all of us, very key points again, and especially for Mission Shakti, solopreneurs create wealth for themselves. But if we want wealth creation at the society and community level, then we have to create micro and medium entrepreneurs. And that is where I think Honorable CM's message comes, SHGs to SMEs. So thank you, Professor. Now we go on to Ms. Poonam Guha, who's a dear colleague of mine, and she is heading the Odisha Rural Marketing Society, a very critical part of government's intervention in women's empowerment, in marketing. And marketing is sometimes one of the most difficult things when you talk of women as entrepreneurs. So Guha, your thoughts, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I'll quickly respected dignitaries also, thank you first of all for giving me this chance. It is an honor for me to be here with all of you here. As today's discussion point stands, it is bridging the gender gap, empowering women through skills. So I would actually like to ask myself and some of us the question whether there is a gender gap. So yes, maybe there is a gender gap and it is both negative and positive. In gender gap, one is, what is the kind of gap? One is, it is a social construct. Secondly, in respect of education, health, reproductive health, physical ability, perception, all this may be some negativity attached to the gender gap, but at the same time, if we were to turn the table to bring the positive values that a woman encompasses, to bring them on the table, this is the positive values of empathy, the positive values of partnership, care and sharing that a woman can bring on the skill table, whether it is employable skills as in to be brought through various skill development programs in placement, or it is for livelihood skills. Here, secondly, can skilling help to bridge the gender gap? I am sure pretty much that, as my predecessors have also spoken, that it can be a very important agenda for all of us to take home today, that skilling will definitely help to bridge the gender gap. Here, it is needed to identify the area of skilling, which is that particular area that requires skill development. I would like to quickly take you through two types of skills that we at ORMAS, with collaboration of Odisha Skill Development Authority and Department of Mission Shakti, have been doing. This is one, placement-based skills, and secondly, livelihood or self-employment-based skills. In placement-based skills, I am very happy to mention here that we have been able to train about 2 lakh candidates under the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana, and also placed about 1.5 lakh of them in various industries. I would also be very happy to mention here that about 51% of these are women. So congratulations to all our women for taking this big leap forward. Apart from DDU-GKY, we have also been taking up some other initiatives in the areas of plumbing and masonry, and in the days to come, we would be taking up even further skilling in the areas of women skilling, including in the areas of PWD welfare also. Coming to self-employment and livelihood skills, we have already seen 2 videos on how Mission Shakti department is empowering our women in bringing them to a bigger milieu, a bigger landscape of entrepreneurial development. Here, livelihood would encompass 2 things. One is agri-based, one is non-agri-based. Here, when I talk about agri-based livelihoods, we should actually also think about a recent term, that is farm producer organization or farmer producer organization, which itself is a new concept, but I would like to mention here that being an entity with women, it is a very important concept, and we need to actually take it forward by giving them the kind of capacity building training required in various aspects. One of the very important aspects of farm producer organization and products they give is spices, for example, and we in Odisha, as ma'am would also tell us, we are actually one of the leading powerhouses of spice, be it chili, be it turmeric, be it any other. Second point is, as in the morning all of us here and ma'am was actually telling us, you would also actually have a look at the saris that we are all wearing today, and we have actually come prepared actually because representing various corners of Odisha, some of us in Tassar, some of us in Ikat. So handloom, like terracotta or any other non-farm enterprise, is also another very, very important sector which requires skilling. In skilling, one important aspect is design development. Apart from that, we also need to focus on marketability. Marketability encompasses a number of aspects. One of them, when it comes to products like spices or products like farm produce, would be the FSSAI, the AgMark certification. When it comes to products like non-farm or like terracotta or golden grass, it includes a number of certification which will land that product in the market and sometimes even in the international market. Sabai grass of Mayurbhanj today actually has a number of buyers internationally. And it is all the women weavers, all the women and all our skilled artisans out there who have made this possible. We only have to take it a notch further from here by giving them appropriate skilling. Apart from this, there are a number of skills that we also need to focus on. One is life skills that UNICEF has always been telling us, the 10 life skills, including reasoning, including critical thinking. Core trades as in DDUGKY, for example, sewing machine operator, general duty assistant, hospitality, and of course the FPO and the other base training. Third is soft skills. When we make a curriculum, it's very important for us to understand that when the student comes to the classroom, we are imparting not only core skill, but also soft skill like spoken English, like general knowledge and current awareness, and also the basic knowledge of computers. And may I also add banking literacy, which also is very important for all our women to know. It's very, very important. Then I'm very happy I read in the papers also that yesterday there have been a number of MOUs, especially in 21st century skills, that by the Skill Development Department and by the Department of Mission Shakti. And these are into artificial intelligence, into machine learning, into metaverse and data analytics. I think this is an excellent development that has taken place and we need to take it further. One point that I would mention here is the disadvantaged women. Disadvantaged from the bigger version of women. Who are these? These are, for example, women in Swadhar houses, women in Ujjwala homes, women in prisons, and women in disability. These are some specific sectors which also need to be looked at. When we design a course curriculum, we have to be very careful about designing in a way that we will be able to help them by giving them the right kind of infrastructure, by giving them the right kind of working conditions. For example, maybe for a Swadhar home, we can have a critical infrastructure aside the Swadhar home where the woman can actually be skilled outside the hours of stay in the Swadhar home. At the same time, a general skill ecosystem. I was actually just pondering about the points, ma'am. I'll just quickly would like to speak about this. A skill ecosystem, when we speak about, maybe some of the points that we can have in the DPRs. One is having proper mobilization camps, ma'am, where the women should be actually told about the various schemes at hand. Secondly, awareness sessions on health. Here, ma'am, I can also say SMD OLM is also here, and ma'am had given one opportunity some time back where all the Mission Shakti and our OLM and ORMA's colleagues, everybody had come together. One very nice initiative had been taken to give training on health awareness to them so that they could take it further to all our Mission Shakti SHGs down the line. So that is also something that we should actually take it further. Yes, ma'am. Then local languages, because tribal languages are something that we should actually have our awareness on. Migration support centers across states, captive employers, and here I would like to mention if local industry could also come forward and give jobs to all our women and all our candidates with good salaries in order to prevent attrition. Creches for the children of the classroom trainees, libraries and reading rooms, financial literacy camps. And here I would like to underline the role of the sector skill councils and the certification that is being done. Bakshi sir has also been telling us again and again that certification is very important, and we have seen to it that certification is there so that our candidates also land in better jobs. MOUs with good institutes, and of course skilling, reskilling and upskilling from time to time. I am sure, ma'am, and all dignitaries, thank you first of all for giving me this opportunity. I am really humbled. I think with all of us together, we will be able to take the NUA Odisha forward, and Amo Shakti will actually be Mission Shakti, And we actually have the sustainable development goals before us through the gender and the child-friendly panchayats. Thank you everyone. Thank you ma'am for this opportunity.
Thank you, Poonam. That was from a practitioner's perspective. Many times what we think is right may not work in the field. So Poonam, you have the difficult job of making it work in the field at the cutting edge, and more power to you. Now we move on to Dr. Monica Agarwal. And she's currently Dean Faculty of Design in MGM University, but we know her as the former director of the National Institute of Fashion Technology in Bhubaneswar, a person with huge passion in the handlooms and handicraft sector, and not just passion, but having seen her work, I would say that in this very, very important livelihood sector, she has certain key insights on how to upscale this sector to reach the national and global markets. So a very important theme for us. So I invite Dr. Monica Agarwal to give her, to place her thoughts before us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for very the appreciation about myself. I'm a very small person and I would like to see everyone grow. That is my passion. I would like to start with the thing that when I met Bakshi sir and he said that, Madam, we have to make our ITI and Polytechnic students smarter. How we can do it? So that was a challenge, and whereby we have to narrow the gender gap by dressing them equally in a same manner. So that was the first step which Bakshi sir has taken for making the ITI and Polytechnic students smarter, and they should look good and there should not be any gender gap with their looks and with their work, with the skill they develop. And we did that with their support, and that was the first step which has narrowed the gender gap by dressing equally and same. And I can see those students sitting here and dressing that and looking smarter. So about the narrowing gender gap and the inequality is because of poverty, patriarchal setup in our Indian society, lack of education and illiteracy, lack of awareness among women, social custom, belief and practices. So these are the 5 points which are creating inequality. So if we overcome all these 5 points, we'll be able to narrow the gender gap. So for which we have to have the result-oriented processes of enhancing and promoting the social, political and economic status of women. So this is the most important. And plus our sustainable goals also tells us to do the same thing. We should have a new ambitious world which commit towards achieving gender equality in the education, promotion of lifelong opportunity for everybody. Like our Prime Minister has said, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, for G20 logo he has given that हम सब एक परिवार हैं, पूरा संसार एक परिवार है. So उसी को लेके हमें आगे बढ़ना है. So उसी से हमारे सारे gaps जो हैं वो ख़त्म हो जाते हैं कि कौन कहाँ है, कौन क्या कर रहा है, हम सब एक हैं. पहले हमें सबको इस पे सोचना है कि हम इक्वालिटी कैसे लेके आएं. So यही हमारे sustainable goal भी हमें बताते हैं. Young people and the substantial proportion of adults, both men, women, should achieve education by 2013. That is our goal, which is saying. And we should create a lifelong opportunity for everybody. It should not be that, as my earlier eminent speakers have told, that we have skilled them and then we have left them with a certificate. Okay, fine, now it's done. You can do whatever you want to do. So it is a lifelong, continuous process. We have to keep them upskilling, reskilling, and the continuous process has to be there. All the learning activities should be planned, it should be designed, it should be implemented, monitored, and evaluated. It should not end just at the level of skilling them or educating them. It should not end there. it should be a continuous process that how it is to be implemented, how it is to be monitored, and how it is to be evaluated. And also, we need to inform by understanding existing gender awareness, the identities, the role and responsibilities, existing gender disparities, and linking lifelong learning. Many programs equate women's empowerment by addressing the poverty, social inequality, soft skill training. Soft skill training also consists of critical thinking, awareness, self-esteem, ethno-cultural linguistic identities. So these are very, very important. All these above aim at transformation of power relationship. Then, as I've told already, that bottom-up approach is required for reskilling and upskilling. Women empowerment is a process rather than a short-term outcome. So there is a great example already existing in Odisha as a Mission Shakti, and they are making healthier nation by feeding them with the millet. The millet mania is a big example which Mission Shakti is taking over and feeding the people and making them healthy. So that is a big example already there. So for doing any program, for making any program successful, we need to understand the problem. Then we need to invest in the policies to help women, because women have been doing the unpaid caregiving and domestic duties. So we need to come up that. So women should be provided with care leave, and they should be provided with the preschools. More female role models should be there. Aim for the snowball effect, being aware of unconscious bias, and building strong pipeline for the promotion. And we should, like the way the women of Jindal Steel, they have been felicitated for their good work. So we need to encourage them that their good work should also be recognized if they work better. So then we need to design tool for unbanked women. New technologies and products should be designed by keeping the woman in mind, so that more low-income women are included in the financial system. So it should be women-friendly technology there. They should be taught about that so that we can come up with some better options for everybody. Then we need to understand what motivates women. It is already been told that women is more competitive and they are best team players. So by this, it is understood that there should not be any gap, and recognize the value that women provide in supporting colleagues. Women often intervene to manage their well-being. It should be noticed and rewarded. Artificial intelligence should not be biased against the women candidate for the technical roles. So the women should be encouraged to do the technical roles. There should be monitoring violence against women. Prevention bodies should be set up. So make diversity a priority for startups. Startup with diverse workforce report higher innovation revenues. Increased diversity will always increase the innovative revenues in the leadership team. So my takeaway points for this is that learning pathways should be created for everybody, for the women specifically, to narrow the gap, also which will further enhance the employability and sustainable livelihood. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. I think key takeaway was continuous skilling. Lifelong skilling is what keeps the woman ahead. And now we move on to our last speaker on the dais, Mrs. Poonam Mahapatra, who is chairperson of the Bhubaneswar chapter of the FICCI Ladies Organization. We have worked together in the past, and the FLO in Odisha is doing very interesting things. We'd like to hear from you about FLO and women in skilling. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, let me thank everyone here, Skill Odisha, FICCI, Srimati Sujata Karthikeyan, Mr. Subrato Bakchi, Srimati Usha Pani, Mr. Rajesh Pankaj, and all dignitaries on and off the stage for giving me this opportunity to represent FLOW here in this forum. In today's world, we have already, we have spoken a lot about women's empowerment, and also a lot has been done in this direction. But however, having said that, there are still some gaps, and because of which percentage of women workforces in India is declining. I feel in my knowledge, these issues are mostly because women labor or women workforce in today's world are more in informal sector, and they have to be formalized. Rural women vocational training is happening a lot, but somewhere I feel, we are limited to the notion of feminine and masculine division of labors. Of course, we might start with those notions or those sectors, but we should not be limited to them. We as women, sometimes our knowledge is, confined or limited when it comes to documentation processes, branding, marketing skills, which is very much essential for our better positioning in the entrepreneurial world. So what is the way forward? We have these gaps, we know that. Many people are working towards it, but as per my knowledge, what is the way forward is we have to reimagine skilling and put more focus on technology and building, connecting everyone into a forum in rural areas where they can sometimes, some areas are doing much better than others, or some areas are advanced in some sector where knowledge can be shared. I feel connection and reskilling is important, and when I say connection, digital connection is what I mean. I'll tell you a simple example. There was a survey conducted where it was analyzed that more than 45% of men in rural areas have an access to mobile or technology, whereas less than whereas the same number is around 22 or 25% for women in rural areas. So that is where we can work upon. Create more gender sensitive infrastructure, better ratios of female trainers, better security and facilities like separate washrooms, easier access to sanitary needs, and we as women, not someone won't help us in that, we as women and girls of coming generations, we need to break the notion of feminine and masculine division of labor and focus more into IT, media, hospitality, banking, and there are a lot many where we can explore to make us enable for Industry 4.0. We should all be thinking on those terms there where we are focusing and moving towards Industry 4.0. All bodies like policymakers, business group, private, government, institutes, universities should collaborate towards this cause, and we are doing great. Everyone is doing great, but somewhere we are working in silos is what I feel. And here I'm talking about FLOW's contribution. FLOW has impacted more than 60,000 women's life in the past 3 years through digital, financial literacy, agriculture trainings, tailoring setups, and we look forward to make Odisha workplaces are more gender inclusive, and actually by making it more gender inclusive, we actually can contribute towards India's growth trajectory. This year, we have already signed 2 MOUs with Mo College Abhiyan and Commissionerate Police in this direction to work towards skilling, health and safety awareness, and to make our workplace more gender inclusive. With me belonging to sustainable agriculture and energy sectors from a business standpoint, my focus would be that, because that is where long-term sustainable businesses where are heading to. So we should also think more about contributing towards that. Last but not the least, Odisha government is doing fabulous work towards this. Mission Shakti, especially the Mission Shakti department, is a huge drive for women empowerment and support, which other states lack. And hence, we should all come together and join our hands towards this cause. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Poonam. And very important points, digital divide has to be touched, financial literacy is important, and we look forward to working with Flo definitely much more deeply. So now we conclude this panel discussion, and before I go over to the questions, the audience has heard a lot of things. Apan mane bahut kichi kotha sunile, but as always in a discussion, I would ask the speakers to give us that one takeaway point. Kota ame aji meeting ru aji nei ki jibu. What we will take back in the skilling sector for women. So from all of you, I would like to hear one takeaway point from for our audience. Yes.
I start? Okay. In short, okay. I think the one takeaway point I would like to say is that like we always say, it takes the entire village to raise one child. If we really want to solve the issue of reducing gender gap, we need all of us working together towards it.
My takeaway is, point is to narrow the gap is brand Shakti. That is the thing I would like to say. The Shakti, we should believe in the Shakti of women.
Ma'am, I would say that first is unlearn stereotypes of our perception, and secondly build a skill ecosystem where we can have gender-friendly infrastructure, working conditions, designs and entrepreneurship models and access, equality of access.
Thank you. Your mic. Sohini, one takeaway point in short.
So my takeaway is that now more than ever manufacturing is right for women. We need to invest in the right skills across the entire life cycle of a woman employee. But that isn't enough. We need infrastructure, we need care infrastructure, we need safe spaces to live in, accessibility and so on.
Poonam.
So, one takeaway for our public at large, or the generations, current generation and future generations to come is focus on non-traditional professions like IT, media, hospitality, banking, and make women ready for Industry 4.0, and for better female participation in workforce. From a government or policy maker standpoint, we should fund programs that have minimum of 30% women. We should focus on soft skill, get more trained candidates, give 90 days retention tracking for women, reskill women to go online and explore the new sectors. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. A big round of applause to all our panelists. And now the house is open for questions. If we could take 2 or 3 questions before we close for lunch. Yes. There's a gentleman in the front. Can you please pass on the mic to him?
हेलो मु जड़े पुरुष होकर मोर नाटा जड़े नारींकर मो ना हूँ देवी प्रसाद मिश्र तेणु मु सुजाता कार्तिकेयन पांड्यान मैडम को निश्चित भाव में धन्यवाद देवी कृतज्ञता जनइबी से नारी मानन को एते सम्मान प्रदर्शन कर पुरुष मान सहित समकक्ष होगा योजना कर तेणु नारी मान विषय मु समस्त को नमस्कार कर समस्त नारी को एवं पुरुष माने मध्य नारी मानक सपक्ष आसवा उचित एवं समस्ते नारी मानक सब समक्ष समकक्ष करने उचित से गोटे कविता मु लिखी गोटे सनेट नारी पाई नारी तुम्हें माया रम्या तुम काया केबे हुआ जाया सर्वे करी बाया पितृमातृ कन्या आनंदर बन्या भाईर भगिनी स्वामीर संगिनी आनंददायिनी दुखर हरिणी मधुर भाषिणी दुर्गति नाशिनी नारी तुम्हें सृष्टि स्थिति प्रगतिर अविश्रांत धारा नारी तुम्हें सृष्टि स्थिति प्रगतिर अविश्रांत धारा तुम गति तुम्हें मुक्ति तुम पाई हसे वसुंधरा तुम्हें गति तुम्हें मुक्ति तुम पाई हसे वसुंधरा। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद आपण को धन्यवाद। ए पटरे टिके माइक देबे ए पटरे या शी इज बिहाइंड यू।
Myself Sisir, I am running a foundation called Swavalambi Foundation. In Odisha, a lot of groundwork has gone into the skill. Amazing work has been gone, including Mission Shakti. But today, Professor Niharika Vora has raised a very pertinent point, wealth creation. Solopreneur to help. Do you have specific plan about it? The state government has planned how to convert the solopreneur to entrepreneur. We are talking about a lot of skill development program, but how we can convert this solopreneurship to entrepreneurship? Madam Kartikan Pandyan or Poonam ji or Vora ji, please question.
In fact, this is the question I wanted to ask Dr. Niharika also. But okay, I'll give you a small shot on that. So the government's aim right now, as I said, is SHG to SME. For the last 23 years, we have promoted SHGs who have been doing small businesses at home and earning money for themselves. But when you talk of converting them to SMEs, the critical thing that comes along is training, is skilling. Jane ghare pampad banauchi, I'll give you a very small example. But taku lijjat pampad ki koti convert kariya pe hele, you need that technical training for scaling up business, one. Second, you need fund infusion. From solopreneurs to big entrepreneurs, unless there is capital investment, you cannot do it. So there, Government of Odisha has now given an interest subsidy component up to loans of 5 lakhs. We promote producer groups in a big way, women's collectives. So funding, training, I would say, is keen. Third is market. Women, when they come out of kitchens and homes and they are working as entrepreneurs, a key feature is linked to markets. The data on markets is not there with them. So a lot of support system, a lot of hand-holding for the first 2-3 years. And I think Government of Odisha is on the right path, because what we have done, what government has done is give them a platform for government procurement. So when they take off in government procurement, first 3, 4, 5 years, they learn very important things about markets and businesses. For example, all panchayat tanks in Odisha are handed over to Mission Shakti groups for pisciculture, where there is a subsidy component. So she takes this tank, does her work, there is support from the veterinary officers, you learn about pisciculture. And then some of them grow into big entrepreneurs. So we have women's collectives who are doing more than 1 crore business in fish production from their tanks. So all these are very critical components. We are still learning on the way. Thank you. Anybody else? If not, then there's somebody here. I think we'll take this as the last question and close.
Myself, Principal, Government Polytechnic, Malkangiri. So we have the less enrollment.
Subunai, Kaku question?
So my question is, we are facing problems in girls enrollment in ITI and polytechnics. We have the gender gap.
Enrollment in ITI, is that your question?
ITI and polytechnics, we are not getting sufficient girls for taking admission. So can Mission Shakti will help us for increasing girls enrollment in ITI and polytechnics?
All right, so as much as I understand, the question is about how to improve enrollment in ITIs and polytechnics. I think, one, all the schools need to be primed about this. Many school principals, teachers don't know about it. So I think, one, we need to start talking at the school level, class 10, class 8, class 9 level, that this is also an alternative that's available to you. And the second thing is, I think we need to, through the SHGs, through the panchayats, through the various agencies, talk to the women about the possibility of formal training through ITIs. So I think we have to fix the pipeline, and that's what we need to do.
So thank you. I think that answers your question. And what we are already doing here is STEM training in schools, science and maths training for girls in schools, and the link between schools and ITIs, so that people are aware, mothers and fathers, parents are aware that there is an option for their daughters. And the biggest advertisement is when you see 10 girls have got jobs in Dubai from our ITIs, from our polytechnics, then that itself is, you know, a big push to the other girls. The demand is created that ame bhi jai paribu, ame bhi empty life lead kari paribu. So yeah, thank you, doctor. So we'll close here with the, I would wrap up and say that, you know, a woman who is skilled is a veritable powerhouse in herself. She will change everything that she touches. There is a primordial energy, as you say, the Shakti component. There is a primordial energy in women, which if matched with the right skilling, the right atmosphere, she can change everything she touches, her life, her family's life, the community's life, and the whole state gets transformed because of it. So thank you, everybody, and thanks to the audience who've been patient listeners, and I hope we've got a lot of takeaways from this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. I would request our moderator, madam, and our panelists to stay back with us for a few more moments. Yes, I would request Srimati Sujata R. Karthikeyan, madam, to kindly felicitate Mrs. Guha Poonam Tapas Kumar, IAS Chief Executive Officer, Ormus. Would request madam to kindly felicitate Professor Niharika Vora, Professor IIM Ahmedabad. Would request madam to kindly felicitate Ms. Dr. Monica Agarwal, Dean Faculty of Design, MGM University. Request madam to kindly felicitate Ms. Poonam Mahapatra, Chairperson, Bhubaneswar Chapter FICCI Ladies Organization. Request madam to kindly felicitate Ms. Sohini Sinha, Head Learning Leadership Development and Talent Management, Tata Electronics. And now I would humbly invite onto the stage Mr. Bruce Poe, CEO IT Education Services, Singapore, and Srimati Usha Pari Madam, IAS, Principal Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha. This was indeed a very enlightening and a powerful session for sure. And I would request Mr. Poe and Srimati Pari Madam to kindly felicitate our moderator for the session, Srimati Sujata R. Karthikeyan, IAS Commissioner cum Secretary, Department of Mission Shakti, Government of Odisha. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for this movement? This is a very special and precious moment, having the women in charge on the stage, creating, setting, motivating, inspiring the ladies, the girls ahead for their future. We'll have another felicitation for the successful completion of Nano Unicorns. I would request our dignitaries to stay back for the scene. I would request Madam Usha Madam and Bruce Poe sir to kindly stay back for a felicitation. I would so before we begin the next session, we have yet another special felicitation. For that, I would invite onto the stage Shri Shubhrato Bagchi sir, Chairman, Odisha Skill Development Authority, and Srimati Usha Pari Madam, IAS Principal Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha. I would request our dignitaries to kindly come on stage. There is a special felicitation for the successful completion of Nano Unicorns. And I welcome now our recipients Kamini Kanchan Sahu, E. Shiva Prasad Rao, Shubhranshu Shekhar Sahu, S.K. Salman, Gopal Meher, Kalu Sahu, Manoranjan Mahanto, Naresh Behra, Bishwajit Bhattacharya, Ajit Kumar Mohanty, Bishwajit Mahanta, Pabitra Kumar Rauto, Ananta Mahanta, Buddha Bisoi, and Debakar Sabat. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special felicitation on the successful completion of Nano Unicorns. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome these young talents on this achievement? Once again, congratulating all the young talents on this achievement. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having our next session from 2 p.m. onwards. I would request everybody to kindly be on time. Join us back, be seated. From 2 p.m. we will be starting with our third panel discussion that will be on linking apprenticeship and internship to skilling for the new world. तेबे दर्शक बंधु मंचरे थिबा प्रत्येक छात्र पाई प्रत्येक पार्टिसिपेंट पाई एटा गोटे बहुत बड़ अचीवमेंट एवं आपणक करताली तांको अभिनंदन जणाइबा पाई निहाती भाबरे आवश्यक तांको जीवन रो एक नूतन आरंभ एटा बहुत बड़ पड़ाव मेनी मेनी कंग्रेचुलेशंस एंड प्रभु जगन्नाथ पाखरे कामना एमिति अनेक अनेक आउरी अचीवमेंट से माने जीवन रे हासिल करंतु धन्यवाद। समस्त को पुणी थे कही रखा चाहबू जे दुईटा बड़ू समान शार्प दुईटा बड़ू थर्ड पैनल डिस्कशन आरंभ हम समस्त को अनुरोध जमारू डेरी न करी दुईटा सुधा आसिकी आसन ग्रहण करें। तृतीय सेशन रहिबो लिंकिंग अप्रेंटिसशिप एंड इंटर्नशिप टू स्किलिंग फॉर द न्यू वर्ल्ड। समस्त रेसिपिएंट्स को रिक्वेस्ट करी स्टेज को आसीजिबे फॉर अ ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ। All the awardees are requested to join our dignitaries on the stage for a group photograph. We'll be beginning with the third panel discussion. जहाँ मु अल्प बहुत व्याख्या दे सारे इंटर्नशिप हो कि अप्रेंटिसशिप हो वर्तमान समय आम नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी मध्य कुआ जे रियल टाइम जिते बड़े पिला माने बड़ बड़ कंपनी सेक्टर्स रे काम करेंगे फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस ग्रहण करेंगे ता बाद रे ही से माने बेसी स्किल्ड हे बेसी एक्सपीरियंस सहित बेसी कॉन्फिडेंस सहित प्रोडक्टिविटी तांकर मध्य बढ़िबो सेही उद्देश्य को नहीं कि को भली भाव जो गैप रही इंडस्ट्री और पिला मानक भितर कोहेरेंटली उभय पार्श्व सांगरे सांगरे आगो को बढ़ी पारिबे ताकू नहीं कि रहिबो हमर एही पैनल डिस्कशन। आज तृतीय पैनल डिस्कशन आरंभ होबा को जाउछि वर्तमान टिके समय रे अनुरोध करिबे सेति समस्त पार्टिसिपेंट्स को मे आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल आर dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all our students to kindly settle down. We'll be beginning and it is going to be an enriching experience as आम सहित उभय पब्लिक एवं प्राइवेट सेक्टर रु बहुत बड़ बड़ इंडस्ट्री एक्सपर्ट्स ये उपस्थित रहिबे तो तांको कथा तांको थॉट्स सुनिकी आई एम श्योर it's going to be a very an extremely learning experience for everyone. I would request all our participants who are seated in the back seats to kindly come forward and take the seats in the front rows. जो माने पछरे बसी चंती आगु को आसिकी आसन ग्रहण करिवे चेयर आगरे जोड़ा खाली अछि सेठी बसिछिबे। तृतीय पैनल डिस्कशन वर्तमान आरंभ होबा को जाउछि। आम गेस्ट स्पीकर्स आम पैनलिस्ट आसिकी पहुंची सारलेनी। आपण समस्त को अनुरोध जो माने पछरे अछंती ऑल आर स्टूडेंट्स जो भी पीछे बैठे हैं उनसे अनुरोध है आगे आ जाएं और जो खाली कुर्सियां हैं उस पर विराजमान हो जाएं। वी आर गोइंग टू बिगिन विद आवर थर्ड पैनल डिस्कशन ऑफ द डे शॉर्टली। थैंक यू वेरी मच। तो आरंभ करवा आज तृतीय पैनल डिस्कशन पोस्ट लंच सेशन मु रिक्वेस्ट करी गोटे जोरदार ताली देखी कैन वी हैव सम एनर्जी एज वी स्टार्ट विद द सेकंड हाफ ऑफ द डे आर let's welcome our moderator of the session Mr. Narayan Ramaswamy Partner KPMG India. There'll be a special address by Mr. Sanjay Kumar Mishra, Chairman cum Managing Director Odisha Power Transmission Corporation Limited. We also have amongst us Ms. Alka Mittal, former CMD and Human Resources Director at ONGC Group. Our panelists for the session, let's welcome Mr. Shenbagam Manthiram, Chief Executive Officer TP Central Odisha Distribution Limited, Mr. Pavan Yadav, DGM HR Shubros Limited, Mr. Gabriel H. Bordado, Skills and Employment Specialist ILO, Mr. Sanjay Shivnani, Head Technical Training and Hindalco Technical University, Hindalco Industries Limited, Aditya Birla Group. Can we have a very big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome our speakers, our moderator and panelists to the session. I would once again request before we begin, Samaste, please be seated, take your seats. And I would now request our moderator for the session, Mr. Narayan Ramaswamy, to kindly take over the proceedings. Please, sir. आपण को भलो पाइबा टिके देखेबे ताली माध्यम रे स्वागत करिवे। थैंक यू।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to be here amongst this absolutely wonderful event and a great audience. And I would like to thank the government of Odisha, Mr. Bakchi, the chairman of OSDA, Madam Usha Paideep, secretary, Raghu, CEO of OSDA, and of course, friends from FICCI for giving me this opportunity. Normally they say the best session is usually the session after lunch, because to keep audience interested, you need something interesting, right? So the organizers very rightly put the most interesting session after lunch, which is talking about how apprenticeship is going to be leading skilling, right? And we are going to talk about that. And before we start and dive into the topic, I thought there are certain things that have been spoken a lot since yesterday and today, and I just want to reinforce that before I go into linking apprenticeship and internship to skilling for the new world. Why is Odisha special? Odisha is special because 2/3 of the population is working age, from 15 to 59. This is one of the states which has most number of people in working age. And that's not all. 47.4% of the population is less than 25 years. Odisha is one of the youngest states in India and one of the youngest in the world. That's not all. In the next 10 years, this is only going to increase and continue. For the next 10 years, Odisha will continue to be one of the youngest states, having lot more people below the age of 25 and lot more people in the working age. So it's not surprising that under the visionary leadership of the CM of Odisha, Mr. Patnaik, that skilling has taken center stage, and skilled in Odisha has become a mantra of sorts. So we have already seen, and I'm not going to reinforce or belabor that Odisha skill development mission has, once upon a time I used to say it is a well-kept secret. It is no more a secret. The whole world knows about it. And that's primarily because we have some tall leaders starting from Mr. Bakchi who are leading that. But that's not all. There is all-round recognition. UNESCO has recognized as the best state in rural skill development. DDU-GKY, this is the best state for many years. Forget the world skills competition and national skills competition, gold, silver, bronze, everything comes to Odisha. And that's not all. Even in areas like, say, Millet Mission, Mo Schools, Mission Shakti, or the Sudaksha program for bringing girls into ITI, sports-related areas, and I can go on, where Odisha has walked the talk and invested in skilling. So there's no doubt that skilling is important in Odisha, that skilling is being recognized. What skill in Odisha is happening is recognized elsewhere. But in all these things, if there is one missing piece, it is what is happening with apprenticeship. Apprenticeship across the globe is an integral part of the skilling value chain. While we are doing so much in all other parts of skilling, I just thought we'll look at what's happening on the apprenticeship scene in Odisha. Only 7.5% of the total trainings are apprenticeship-led in Odisha, much lesser than global average. Of course, across the India we have this. Odisha, which is the leading state, should be higher, but only 7.5% of the skilling schemes are apprenticeship-led. More importantly, globally, 5% of the workforce is usually trained under apprenticeship. In Odisha, it is less than 0.5, just to give global average. I'm no more comparing with national averages because we are clearly the leader in India, but across the world, our benchmark-wise, we are less than the global average when it comes to the workforce who go through the apprenticeship route. So our panel today, we have some really eminent speakers, and it is literally as well as figuratively a power-packed panel. We have the CMD of Odisha Power Transmission Corporation. We have the CEO of Central Odisha Power Distribution, Tata Power. We have a madam from ONGC, Ms. Mittal, who is going to give her speech. So, and also, eminent speakers from ILO, Mr. Gabriel, Sanjay Shivnani, who's dedicated his life for skilling, Pawan from... So all of us are going to speak about just one topic, which is how do we make apprenticeship lead the skilling initiative in Odisha and lead this for the country? How do you make this a lifeline of sorts? With this, setting the context, I would also think, as a poster to the audience, I would say, government has done its bit. are doing its bit. There are number of initiatives that is happening in skill development. Skill development is right on top. There are so many bright youngsters who have taken up skilling. What is going to be industry's contribution to make skilling aspirational? There is a big hand that industry should give when it comes to apprenticeship and internship. How do we make apprenticeship aspirational? How do we make sure that we make apprenticeship a part of the skilling ecosystem? And we have some answers, we have some suggestions from our panelists. We are very eager to look at them. At this stage, I would like to start the session with a small video which gives the background or the back set for this particular panel. Can we have the video, please?
Industry exposure and experience is an invaluable asset to build real marketable skills. It's widely accepted that this makes a huge difference in the quality of skilled professionals. This is what creates a ready-to-perform, high-on-demand workforce. Apprenticeship with industry remains a proven strategy to bridge the skilled workforce gap and provide learners with real workplace experience. India's National Education Policy (NEP 2020) emphasizes on deeper engagement between industry and higher education institutions to drive innovation, research, and collaborative shared value. This demands a cohesive system of young learners being absorbed within their industries of choice, empowering young skill seekers with actual field experience. NEP 2020 also highlights that higher and technical education will be offered within multidisciplinary programs. This is expected to rekindle opportunities to engage deeply with the industry in domains like content development, mentoring, internship, and apprenticeship. Odisha, fast emerging as the skills capital of India, understands this express need. Skilled in Odisha, a global brand of repute, is already working towards creating apprenticeship opportunities for young skill seekers. Apt and adequate industry experience gives a distinct advantage to the skilled in Odisha workers. In the forthcoming session, let us deliberate on the roadmap for a coherent execution of apprenticeship policies that will truly bring transformation by expediting and scaling up the process.
Odisha Skill Conclave 2023.
Thank you so much. We have two special addresses. The first special address is by Mr. Sanjay Kumar Mishra, CMD of Odisha Power Transmission Corporation Limited. I would invite Mr. Sanjay to deliver a special address, please.
A very good afternoon to you all. Generally, post-lunch sessions are little dicey and dangerous because after a good lunch, people tend to be little languid and may doze off and really enjoy a cute little afternoon siesta. But here, today I see this energy which is flowing out from the audience is certainly going to make a great change for this Skill Odisha Conclave. Respected panel members, special speaker on the dais, and dignitaries in the audience, and all the young and energetic participants for this session in the afternoon, which is regarding scaling for the new world and apprenticeship and internship to scaling for the new world. I have a small presentation to start with and to set the tone for the discussion ahead. Just I will go through that presentation, and in the process, we will be discussing it further. Weather has really changed to a great extent since last 2 days. There is a great change in the weather, and now there is a big heavy shower which generally gets good omen for this scaling for the new world, and it's a good beginning. May I please run the presentation, please? Business in India, business is booming in India's $117 billion education industry, and new colleges are popping up at breakneck speed. Yet thousands of young Indians are finding themselves graduating with limited or no skills, undercutting the economy at a pivotal moment of the growth. These worthless degrees are creating an unemployable generation in India. Global population to hit 8.05 billion by mid-2023, and India now has a 1.428 billion population, surpassing China. Nearly 25% of India's population is aged from 20 to 34 years, implying an immense potential demographic dividend in the early prime career group. Lack of skill affects employability, leading to negative economic impact. Here, Mr. Mandal is just a pronoun, it's a name. Despite the cost, Mandal says he ended up learning almost nothing about construction from teachers who appeared to have insufficient training themselves. He couldn't answer technical questions at job. And the same thing, it's for Mr. Tiwari. If I had received some training and skills in college, my situation would have been different. Now I feel like I wasted my time. I just secured a certificate on paper, but those are of no use. And gap in skill, demand and supply, we do face a challenge in hiring a specific skill sets required, but the industry are not currently easily available in the market. Even though companies are looking to recruit in areas like electric vehicle manufacturing, artificial intelligence, and human-machine interface, the smaller Indian universities still teach outdated material such as the basics of the internal combustion engine. There is a gap between what the industries are looking at and the course curriculum they have gone through. One study of the human resource firm SHL found that only 3.8% of engineers have the skills needed to be employed in software-related jobs at startups. I'm just talking about the present employability strength of our education system. And when millions of young people are rendered unemployable every year, the entire society becomes unstable. Unemployment is a ticking time bomb because close to a third of the nation's youth aren't working, studying or under training, hence some are getting drawn into crime and violence. With this context, now role of apprenticeship and internship in skill development. As we all know that apprentice involves a combination of on-the-job training and classroom coaching, whereas internship provides the opportunity to gain work experience in a specific industry or a job role. Key components of skill development programs, apprenticeship and internship provide on-the-job training to individuals. And the steps are like that. What is on-the-job training, where you get the real practical experience and acquire essential skills for employment. It gives you industry exposure, interactive industry exposure, and comprehensive understanding of the industry. And it gives you the opportunity for networking with industry professionals, which can be used in the future. And finally, the certification upon completion, enhancing employability, that bridge education and employment in a great way. National Education Policy 2020, which we all talk about, that it is one of the path-breaking efforts of the government to see that our education is completely aligned and integrated with employability and developing skill. This emphasizes integrating and mainstreaming vocational education with general education. And the Department of School Education and Literacy implements vocationalization of school education scheme under the Samagra Shiksha by aligning with Skill India mission. Key interventions relating to vocational education: coverage of vocational education, that is government-aided schools and government schools; hub and spoke model of vocational education, where we utilize the institute and the infrastructural capability and the strength of the big school and align nearby schools with that. And it exposes pre-vocational education also at the upper primary level to give that priming and the preparation to go for further skilling in the future. Apprenticeship, internship, begless days have been included under the innovation component of Samagra Shiksha. Here there is a national and state perspective on skill development. National perspective on skill development, it is National Skill Development Mission NSDM, which was started in 2015, provides skilling training to over 40 crore people by 2022, the mission. And Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, that is focusing on in-demand new age skills. National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme, that is to give financial incentives to employers to engage apprenticeship. And in the state perspective, we have Odisha Skill Development Authority, which was established in 2016 to promote skill development in the state. Odisha State Employment Mission, that was launched in 2018 to provide employment opportunities to the youth in the state. And skill development institutions, that is, state has numerous skill development institutions such as government ITIs, polytechnics and training centers. With the current scenario of skill development in the state, we have World Skill Center, that is at Bhubaneswar, is a major milestone in the skill development ecosystem that is projected to directly or indirectly impact estimated 1.5 lakh youth by 2024. And success of skill development program, which has already been run and carried and planned, the program have trained and placed over 3 lakh youths in various sectors. And we have industry collaboration designing and delivering the skill development program has ensured the youths are trained in industry relevant skills and entrepreneurship. The program also encourages entrepreneurship by providing training and support. Roping in human resources by youth training, education and upskilling opportunities, collaboration with several industry partners, reducing entry barrier through offering courses to the youth as per their educational qualification and preference, increasing awareness about the requirement and demand of industry relevant skills and their benefits among the people. Some of the initiatives that has been taken by Odisha Power Transmission Corporation Limited, we have dual system of training that enables industries and establishment to partner with government and private ITIs under high employability courses, apprenticeship under Apprentices Act 1961 in OPTCL. Here we are giving it for degree engineers, diploma engineering, non-engineering trade and ITI trade pass for a period of 1 year, summer training internship at OPTCL, unpaid internship at OPTCL, and we have got collaboration with OPTCL Centurion University, that is to set up a renewable energy lab at Centurion University in 2018 for training and experimenting with facilitating energy transition. And we have also collaborative platform at IIT Bhubaneswar for knowledge sharing, skill enhancement and research and development in the power sector. Besides that, from the Department of Commerce and Transport, we have got Crew Training Institute at Chandbali, This is the only government institute of its kind in Odisha since 1979. It offers a training program of inland vessels to crews for unemployed youth. Currently, two types of training courses are being done. One is 10-month regular course, which is deck and engine rating courses for 30 students yearly, and 3 months refresher course for in-service candidates in every quarter to hone their skill further. In the sector of the railways, there is also the participation and the promotion by the Government of India by Ministry of Railways, where there is Rail Vikas Kaushal Yojana. That is training duration of 3 weeks, that is 18 days in a specific trade chosen out of 16 specified trades free of cost. We have trade sector in mechanical, where is AC mechanic, carpenter, fitters, and others, electrical and electrical, electronics and instrumentation, IT and communication, communication network and surveillance system and basic IT, and civil and concreting, that is bar bending and track laying. And in Odisha, East Coast Railway to provide skill development training to 2,500 youth in the region under the Rail Kaushal Vikas Yojana. A few railway stations across the country will be selected to organize a skill development program at their facilities as per the MOU signed between Ministry of Railways and Ministry of Skill Development. Besides this, there are new emerging sectors for training and skilling also. For example, in energy sector, which is going for a transition from the normal thermal energy to renewable energy. And there is a great future ahead for it, because this is going to have that contribution where we all survive for the future. And in energy sector, it is hydrogen fuel, green energy, next-gen batteries, thermal energy storage, floating solar panels, floating offshore wind turbines. And in mobility sector, green mobility, artificial intelligence, electrification, Internet of Things. And in case of ports, simulated training, Internet of Things, Internet of Vehicles, ship building, ship repairing, manufacturing of passenger boats, and stevedoring. Upskilling and reskilling the youth, and adopting newest technologies and skills such as artificial intelligence, data science, and digital marketing. Extend its skill development to rural and remote areas. With this, I will say that skilling is required because we need to bridge that gap between our education. Because the present education system is certainly not taking us anywhere. And when we look that between the age group of 15 to 34, in our state of Odisha, 34% of the population are in this age group. However, when you look at their skilling potential, that means those who are skilled, in that category it is only 4.8%. So we need to put in a great effort, and institutions and partners and industries are surely coming in the direction of helping everybody so that we reskill ourselves, upskill ourselves, and finally make our life good with happy working and contributing for the society in terms of economic development. And lastly, before I end, I will say, apprenticeship is a collaborative effort. You grow, I grow, hand in hand, spotting the potential, leveraging the talent, marching towards a great future. It is nothing but parenting and recognizing the talent as the great Bayer Jambavan did for Lord Hanuman. Lord Hanuman, not knowing his talent, sitting somewhere and seated, was agitated and implored by Jambavan, making him see his potential. This helped Lord Hanuman fly over the sea, reach Lanka, and find out the whereabouts of goddess Sita, who was kept a captive. And this is mythology, which we all know as Ramayana. This is called apprenticeship, where you pick up somebody, spot the talent, and give him the right atmosphere and right knowledge and right information so that he fly to the sky and do work for you. This is known as grooming and developing the skill. And similarly, during the Battle of Kurukshetra, when Arjun was conflicted and oblivious to his repertoire of archery and was completely down and dumb, it was Bhagwan Sri Krishna who churned his mind and skills and made him aware of turning Arjun into a hero who eventually won the battle for the Pandavas. So in this journey for skilling, you are the hero in your own story, and all you need is a little bit of nudge and nurturing, which government is ready to give it to you, which the system is always happy and ready to provide, which is reflected in the initiative of skilling in Odisha, taken up by the Department of Skill Development under the able guidance of our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Naveen Patnaik. With this, I set the tone for today's discussion, and thank you very much for patient hearing and giving me this opportunity of presenting the scenario of the skilling in Odisha and also the apprenticeship and internship, which is how it is important in all of our life, in the young man, and finally to rope in the demographic dividend, which will be helping all of us for the growth of this country, where we are aiming at taking this country from $3.5 trillion economy to $5 trillion economy. And of course, recently, we have improved our position from the 6th to the 5th position in the world economic ladder. So that's a great beginning. With this, we all should be taking together and taking the pledge that yes, this is possible, we will be skilling ourselves, and this is the time we should do for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Thank you so much for so nicely sharing all the initiatives that have happened with the central and state governments, and also for your suggestions, points very well taken. Now let me invite Ms. Alka Mittal, former CMD of ONGC Group, to give her special address, please. Madam Mittal was also the HRD director, and so if she can share her practical experiences.
Good afternoon. I am very happy to be here amidst all the very distinguished panelists here off stage and the wonderful students. It's a pleasure to be talking about something which is very close to my heart. I will begin with a small thought. Our great Mahatma Gandhi had talked about dignity of labor. A life where a person is able to do things hands-on or is able to practice something and come out with the best of results. I will share one instance from ONGC because I have worked for a lifetime with ONGC. We provided training and skill development for the manual scavengers in South India. They were provided Bandicoot, a robotic manual scavenging machine, which required them to just operate the machine and not do it themselves. They felt so proud and they were so empowered that after that, there's no stopping them from the kind of aspirations they have. So this is just one instance where I would say that this was under our CSR initiative that we could provide this kind of skill. There are several skilling initiatives under CSR, but today I would like to talk about apprenticeship and internship, totally in context of ONGC, because Mr. Sanjay Mishra has talked about all in detail about apprenticeship, how we go about it, what is the need. Though I would definitely like to say that in terms of the UNFP report, we all understand that this is our opportunity to make the most of the demographic dividend. And what a what timing of this event. Today we are sitting and talking about it, what was in news 3 days back. So what can be better than this? So while I talk about apprenticeship at ONGC, before that, I'll just take 1 minute about talking about internship. ONGC for last 20 years has had this practice of engaging interns, and not only in the office scenario, in the technical areas. And you all will understand that we are present in the remotest corner of the country. So areas where the students, where the ITI apprentices really need to engage with some organization for hands-on training. So that is what we have been able to do. We have provided internship in all these areas. About 5,000 candidates each year, students each year join ONGC as interns. And they are with us for 6 to 8 weeks, and they are able to get actual real-time exposure to various ONGC operations and office settings. So we see that this gives them an opportunity to understand the nuances of working in the corporate world. The soft skills also they get to know, and the technical details, of course, they are exposed to all the time. So while I am talking about this, I would also like to share that in the area of apprenticeship, ONGC had always been adhering with the 2.5% norm, but once the MSD came and the NAPS scheme was introduced, we went all out for increasing the percentage of apprentices we would engage. And in light of that, in the first year itself, we could engage 8% apprentices. And the result, once we had engaged those apprentices and when they passed out, you should see the pride on their face. They had worked with a Maharatna and they knew how work is done hands-on. And not only that, our own executives and our blue-collared workforce also felt very proud that they are able to pass on the skill to those who are very, very keen to learn it. So this is a win-win for the organization and for us. And let me share with you, these apprentices have actually contributed to our operations. They were not just dependent on us. We started depending on them. And what can be more empowering for a student than this, to know that there's an organization which is valuing their contribution. So that is one thing. And each year after 2017 onwards, we have been engaging 5,000, 4,600 like that apprentices in different parts. And we are engaging them in 33 trades, out of which 24 are core technical areas. And the rest which require office functioning are also such areas where these candidates are able to understand how work is to be done hands-on. We have got some of our training facilities in most of our locations. So there they are given classroom training and then they are taken to the fields or to the office setting and taught different aspects of working. So this gives lots of satisfaction to them, and they earn stipend also as per the norms. The government shares part of it and we are able to contribute for the rest. And at ONGC, we feel, while we have been doing CSR, we feel this is much more than doing CSR, because we see that this is something which is not only for the candidates who are coming to us, this is for upliftment of the entire area and the entire nation. So we take pride in that. And I had jotted down lots of points, but I know there is a paucity of time. So I'll just share a few things which I feel I need to mention to all of you. Our oil and gas industry is a very specialized area, and we are actually needing personnel, hands-on people to come and work in the fields, in the offices. So it makes a business sense for us to engage apprentices, to groom them. Even if they don't work with ONGC, they are working with Oil India or some other, or IOC, one of the OMCs. We are happy they are contributing towards the oil and gas sector. So in line with that, we have been exposing the apprentices to best-in-class practices, and they are not only given best-in-class opportunities to learn, we also teach them the safety aspects of our business. They are given the safety kit, HSC kit is given to them, where they have their dangaris, they have their helmet, they have their gloves, and they feel so proud of that. And while they are doing that, they are also given all the other related training, like we have mines vocational training. Whenever a person is entering a mine, he or she should know what are the aspects to be taken care of. This mines vocational training is a 5-day training, and it costs ONGC 17,000 per participant who is attending the training. But we feel this is again the kind of contribution which we should be doing towards the empowerment and training of the students, and we take pride in that. So besides this, I would also like to share that we take apprentices under NAPS and under the BOT, where the diploma holders are also taken, and the diploma holders have, quite a few of them have already got employment, and apprentices also have been engaged by different affiliates of ONGC, like those who are working on the on various rig contracts. They are happy to take those who are trained in ONGC. So this way we are able to create that ecosystem where learning, skilling is happening. And the candidates are normally between the age of 18 and 39, depending on the category. There have been 8 persons with disability in first 3 years. After that, the number has, due to COVID, it came down, but again it is coming up. And they get all access to all the facilities that are there. And while I am talking about this, the dual learning mode is also practiced, and in some locations we have been able to be partners with ITIs for the dual learning mode training for apprentices, where they are trained at the ITI, the classroom training, and then they come and practice it in ONGC. And it's again a partnership between ONGC and ITI. So while I talk about this, I would also like to share that there have been skill development centers created under the aegis of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, 2017 onwards. Right here in Bhubaneswar, we have a training institute, a skill training institute, which is able to churn out 3,000 trained skilled personnel from the institute. And similarly, we have other institutes, like ONGC has its institute at Ahmedabad. It is again a skill development institute which churns out 780 persons. Training in 80 drilling, fitting, welding, electrician is provided in these institutes. Besides trainings, areas where training is required, like mobile repairing or maybe computer hardware skilling, those aspects are also taken care. Data entry, of course, is very much there. And while these skill development institutes are contributing towards creating skill and employment opportunities in the areas where they are present, I would like to touch on the key emerging areas from the oil and gas point of view. So the main area that is going to emerge is the focus on development and maintenance of CGDs. 2.5 lakh personnel are going to be required to meet the network of CGD, which is to be created to meet the requirement of the network. Secondly, new petrol pumps, new LPG distribution points, and new CNG distributors. For that, we need another 2 lakh personnel in the coming years. And for that, if we don't start now, I think we will be too late. And same way as LPG dealership, another 45,000. Pipeline laying projects of GAIL and the other midstream companies require at least 10,000 personnel. And I would like to share with you all, ONGC is taking up oil and gas, our oil and gas activities related projects to the tune of 30,000 crores each year. And for that, those projects, we need skilled workforce. So the numbers which are required only in the oil and gas sector are sufficient to give hope to all of us that if we are able to provide skilled workforce, we will be meeting the employment generation targets of the nation and of the areas which are there, and the aspirations of all the students who are sitting in the rows just behind are going to be met, not only from ONGC, oil and gas, from other areas also where lots of opportunities are going to be there. So my best wishes to the organizers and special thanks for getting all of us together. There's a lot coming. Only thing is the interns, the apprentices have to put in their best effort, and then there's no stopping them from moving forward. I just thought I'll share some stories, some success stories of apprentices from ONGC. If you could just scroll it, that will be fine. And my best wishes to all, and thank you for having me over. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing some of practical insights and what you've been doing at ONGC. Much appreciated. So we also have a very interesting panel, each one coming from different perspective. From an industry perspective, we also have somebody from ILO, Mr. Gabriel, who's going to share a lot of best practices from across the globe. To begin the conversation, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Shenbagam Mandiram, CEO of Tata Power Central Odisha Distribution Limited, to share his views. Sir, what are your thoughts in terms of making apprenticeship and internship an integral part of skilling for future?
Thank you very much. As I look at the audience here, I see 98% of you are students. So I'll try to share or try to be as pragmatic as possible. So today, when you look around us, when you look at our country, I think what we see is it's a happening place. It's a country where GDP growth will happen at 7% at least for the next 2 decades. We have been hearing about how growth will happen, whether it will be $40 trillion by 2047 or not. $5 trillion is for sure. And from $3+ trillion to $5 trillion is a big jump. You can see how the economy will be. We are looking at a country which has a working group of almost 60% of the population. So we are looking at a country which is full of energy, which is full of youth. And I think we are at that point of time where we, as seniors in the industry, have a huge responsibility to channelize this energy, to see that it helps the growth of the country. Now, when you look at certain growth, I will talk in terms of the power sector and its relevance to the skilling part of it. So, it is said that by 2030, the power requirement will double. So, one can imagine what's the growth we are looking at. To give you a relevance, last year, Bhubaneswar power grew by 30%. Today, in April, we have grown up compared to last year by 20%. So when I look at, or it is much higher than that, last year the power requirement was 300 megawatts, and this year it is 500 megawatts in Bhubaneswar. And in 2020, during COVID period, although it was subdued, it was as less as 200 megawatt. So this is more than double the growth. So we in the power sector, whether it's transmission or distribution or even generation, we have a huge responsibility in terms of ensuring the growth and seeing that the growth is very stable as well. And that doesn't happen that easily. So if that is the growth we are seeing, let's look at what feeds the growth. We have all heard in the last 6 to 7 decades, power comes from koila, right? From fossil fuel. And we all know that there is a limit to it. So we have now started looking at green energy, renewables. And what does it look like? It looks like the solar energy, the wind energy, and then we slowly look at sustainable journey, which is the need of the hour. And we also see the EV vehicles. Then we see how the customers pay. We see the digital platform, people paying through the digital way, and so on and so forth. So what does this mean? The thermal power plants, which were there, the growth is not going to happen, although for the next 2 decades, they may still be there. The solar plant coming, what happens to the power sector? The solar plant is a very, very simple generating unit, unlike the complex thermal unit. And once a solar plant is put, what are the skills required? At the most, you need to clean it. And even if you put an auto spray, even that is not required. You all require is an app in which you can understand how much it generates every day, every month and every hour. And then you can make permutation combinations of how the solar panel runs actually. It is as simple as that. Look at the wind generating units. Well, it has got a solid column and a fan around it. The designs have changed. The efficiency has changed. But it's still a simple technology compared to a thermal power plant. So the way things are getting changed, things are getting simplified. Obviously, skills required to address them is also different. So when you look at an EV vehicle, they are going to draw power from us. Earlier, they were drawing power from a combustion engine, a very complicated vehicle, right? So you need to go to a garage to repair it, etc., where you require a good guy to repair it. And when you look at the EV vehicle, it's almost maintenance free. While it consumes power and it charges its battery, what needs to be done on the maintenance is hardly anything, except you need to swap the battery. So some sort of service is required for swapping of the battery. You need to have an app which tells you where you can charge your vehicle. You need an app to pay the payment, etc., etc. So again, some of the young guys would like to see how to contribute towards that. So the point is, when you look at every aspect, the change is at times disruptive. So obviously, even in power sector, the skills required are different, except that when the power required for Aam Aadmi, for the customer, eventually it has to be fed through a cable, a conductor. That doesn't change. So the kind of maintenance it requires, etc., still there is skill required. So when you look at the power industry today, while the growth is very high, and we are trying to see that we feed the growth part of it, what sort of skills is required when we look at it? We definitely look at a set of employees who really need to be highly skilled. Why so? And how does internship make a big difference in that? So while we have the entire gamut, right from ITI to diploma holders to graduate engineers joining the transmission, distribution and the generation companies, when you pass out from the different institutions and when you actually join the institutions, the big difference is what? Let's take a distribution company. You're working on a product where you can't even see the product. बिजली दिखती नहीं है, electricity is invisible. So safety becomes the most important thing because this product is very scary. You touch it, it's life dangerous. So from that perspective, you need to understand how to work safely every day. So obviously, the different aspects of skilling requires the most important part of how does one work on a day-to-day basis. Let us look at the way one has to work. Power requirement is 24/7. And today, even in a rural village, even in the remotest of the village, power is required because mobile exists everywhere and you need to charge it. So not only power is required, but it is required 24/7. So the team of distribution, if you take, they need to be highly disciplined, highly committed, which doesn't come from a school ethics, but when you join the organization, it comes to. So when you look at the whole technicalities, the whole power distribution runs on highly automated stuff. So it's a highly technical company. You're able to control the remotest of the distribution sitting here in Bhubaneswar. So the kind of technology we use to see that we can monitor it, to see that we can control it, and we see that it's ensured that round the clock you are able to respond to any situation. So that technical requirement is understood only when you are getting into the organization part of it. Let's look at the other important aspect. When you work on these areas, quality becomes very, very important. And quality is learned only when you are part of the industry. So these are some of the aspects which internship does give an insight into what is expected from each of the interns. And if you look at Tata Power in Odisha, as you know, all the discoms have been privatized. So we have worked tremendously in the last 3 years. In and around Bhubaneswar, we have got 5 skill development centers. And the entire Odisha, we have got close to 200 odd practice yards. So that our team members first, they can become experts in terms of safety, in terms of work discipline, in terms of understanding the entire technicality part of it. And the way we have developed the skill development center, it's like a mini distribution company. That means our skill development center has got every aspect of a distribution company. Right from the meter to the conductor to the transformer, everything is available. And when you take one step ahead, you also have a smart meter. So while I shared about technology changing, the new thing is about the smart meters. You try to understand how does it create value for the customer and for the organization as well. So when you look at these aspects, we as an organization, we want to have not only our team skilled, but we want the future generations also to be skilled. So today, with all our 4 discoms, we have got close to 1,000 interns every year passing through us. And I'm sure when they are trained in every aspect, the way I shared it, they would be ready for any job as well. And today when one looks at what does we as an industry want to play a role in terms of skilling, I think it's important that we as industry discuss continuously, understand what are the changes and share it so that it is part of the curriculum to see what are the changes happening. And as I shared, a lot of changes is happening and a lot of disruptive changes are also happening. So it's important to understand how the curriculum has to be changed as well. And once this is being done, I think one of the most important aspects which I find is missing is how does one monitor this entire progress in the industry part of it? So one is able to monitor the way interns are treated in the organization, the way the training is happening, and can they be made ready to be employed? I think that can make a little bit of change. If they are able to be tested and certified, that can change as well. So when I look at our country, I think I would like to conclude saying, if the world has gone to the sky, if the world has gone to the Mars, and if they are done at an X cost, we in India can do it even 1/100th of the cost, which we all have seen it. That's the skill we as Indians have. So not only that we can do what the others do, but we can do at a least cost as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mandiram. Thanks for sharing not just the trends that happen in your sector, but also what are the expectations and how, skilling ecosystem can bridge it partly by, the apprenticeship model. And thanks for sharing your thoughts on that also, please. May I now request Mr. Pawan Yadav, who heads the HR function in Subros Limited, to give his thoughts and ideas on. I have one request. I know we are running against time, so may I request the speakers to be as brief as possible, please. Thank you. Can you have the presentation, please?
Yeah.
Sir, why don't you start? Meanwhile, that comes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And eminent speaker, they are sitting dais. It is really today's great moment to participate in such a great event, Odisha Skill Conclave. Really, the government, they took very nice initiatives just to think about and to invite lot of partner into the skill areas. So today, God Jagannath, he is also blessing, he is giving a lot of blessings and making the climate is good. So, but it is very difficult to, I think, alive all the participant post lunch. So I am representing Subros and I am just sharing this PPT onto 3 parts. One part is just sharing about the today's scenario or where we belong, means what is the current status of India in apprenticeship fund. Second is the success story after implementation of the apprenticeship skill in India or in Subros. And third one, what are the steps we can take just to uplift or just to minimize this gap. So please, next slide. So this content, this apprenticeship to bridge the skill gap. So National Apprenticeship Scheme that has been launched in 2016. Then international comparison where we stand, means India status. And then success story after implementing NAPS or NATS in Subros. And the action plan to achieve the target of 20 lakh apprentices by 2025. So next, please. So as you know, this NAPS is launched in 2016 after having a lot of deliberations with the industry partner. And the total, completely this NAPS has been revised. Otherwise, the Act is 1961 and a lot of changes happen in 2016 where total the apprenticeship schedules or total seat allocations has been 2.5 to 15%. Lot of the remuneration pass has been also given, refunded by the government, and earlier it was from the manufacturing sectors only, but now it is expanded to service sectors also. So and other changes also has been happened. So next. So there is an international comparison in terms of, if you see, look at to the India, we have 0.3 million total apprenticeship. But if you see the China and the small countries, Japan, they have the 10 million apprentices. So we have the big scopes. We have around 20 lakh MSMEs also registered under this company after Factory Act. And we have the PSUs, around 60 lakh employees that are working in the PSUs and SPSUs. But, and all together if we will calculate, so around 2 million apprentices we can achieve if all the PSUs and industries, they can means follow the apprenticeship scheme. So total we have to explore that apprenticeship scheme, we have to share, we have to think about what are the gaps, and accordingly we have to enforce industries to use this apprenticeship scheme so that the employee or we can reduce the skill gap, because one sided we have a skill gap around 56%, but we have a lot of employment, a lot of engineers as well. So we have to connect, means the industry and the apprenticeship or the academia, we have a lot of disconnect. So we have to sit together all three parties, and we have to make some kind of action plan. Next. So there's a success story I'm just sharing with my company. Next, please. So the Subros company has been established in 1985, and we have around 8,000 plus manpower across India. We have 9 plants, and I'm representing Manesar and Gujarat plant where we have around 2,600 manpower. Next, please. We are into AC segment. We are making the car manufacturing, then tractor AC and commercial passengers ACs manufacturing company. Next. So as other industries also facing, so we also face a lot of skill challenges. We have inadequate skilled manpower to operate the machines, low productivity with skill gap, because if we don't have any skilled manpower, so definitely the productivity would be less, rejection would be high, and gap of skilled workforce create a lot of absenteeism and attrition at shop floor, and lot of unsafe working condition would happen with a lot of unskilled manpower, then high labor cost, and IR issues and other things also can happen with low skill or maybe unskilled manpower. Next. So just to minimize that, we introduced this apprenticeship scheme, and now 2016, after 2016, last 3 years you will see the data. So we have trained around 1,400 apprentices, and major contributor are Odisha, because we source a lot of apprentices from Odisha, and we are giving training, we are teaching, we are upgrading their skills, and now they are into leading role also. They are playing a lot of, they are engineers, they are managers in Subros itself. So we have trade apprentices, diploma apprentices, and graduate apprentices. So all 3 verticals we are using. Next, please. So demographic base we are sourcing the apprentices, but major contributed around 16 to 17% are from the Odishas. Jharkhand and other states also we are approaching. We are contacting to the TPOs. We have a lot of sign off with the MOU sign off with direct colleges, and we are approaching, now we are requesting government to have one joint MOU sign off, so that we can source around 400, 500 apprentices from the Odisha government itself, through the government itself. Now today also one of our team, they are approaching to the different colleges, so just to source a lot of apprentices. Next, please. We are using this online portal. Next, please. So we have modern skill center also in our premises. So all the 9 plants we have skill centers. So in our skill center where we are bringing the students from the colleges, we are giving training just to train them to meet our skill requirement. So that skill center has been benchmarked, and that has been affiliated with the ASDC and PMKVY also. And the FICCI, CI and ACMA, they also directing a lot of industry partner to have benchmark with such kind of skill center, so that they can install, and they can also support to ITIs, diploma colleges also, and so that in their premises we can develop this kind of skill center. We are in discussion with the government. We are discussing with a few colleges also. Yesterday we had very good discussion with some colleges in Odisha, where they are requesting us to develop some kind of skill center, so that they can train their students as per our skill requirement. Next, please. So we have exclusive training, means we are giving classroom training, then we are giving OJT training, and then we are put them into the soft floor just to take the role. Next, please. Next, please. So we got, after this implementation of this apprenticeship scheme, we got a lot of benefit. So first benefit, we could able to train this manpower just to minimize our skill gap, because earlier we do have around 60% skill gap. Now we have altogether around 12 to 15% skill gap we have. That's also a bridging, we are clubbing, and short while definitely we will achieve around 5 to 6% skill gap we could be able to maintain. That has been, it has been normal. So after using this apprenticeship, because they are high, energetic, young, and enthusiastic to give their performance, their productivity is good, and they've been trained, they've been taught in a very, very short manner. Their productivity is very, very high. Their quality, they are producing a lot of qualitative jobs. They are punctual, disciplined, and one most is this cost competitive also, because the apprenticeship they couldn't be qualified for this the PF, ES, and the obligatory part is not applicable on that. Next, please. So, because some of the industry couldn't be popular, some of the myths and facts. So, as of now, the industry partner or maybe the representative, HR representative or the owners, they are not understand. Still, they benchmarked with they're considering this 1961 Act. So, though the government, especially the Odisha government and few other government, they are taking a lot of initiatives to explore this, to aware most of the industries to have more apprentices in their companies. But still, we have a lot of myths. They are considering, oh, because it's been allocated by this ITIs, and we have to select only a few number of apprentices. So that myth they have still. But based on the awareness program, so definitely we can bridge this gap also. Next, please. Next, please. So we suggested some steps to strengthen this apprenticeship ecosystem to upskill for the new world. First is because related pillar. There is a 3 pillars: academia. One is academia, then regulatory portions. Regulatory means the department, enforcement department, and industry partner. They should have some collaborative approach to design the structure of existing course curriculum patterns, such as they should have they should have also allow trainees for the OJT part, for the classroom part, because they have most of them now, all the apprentices, they are doing the classroom training, and the OJT part start when they start their apprentices. But meanwhile, maybe if diploma, then 6th semester, and maybe they should have adopt some kind of DST model, dual system of training, some earn while learn program, so that they can spend half of the portion into the industry and half the portion into the classroom. And they definitely will be well versed, and they can learn that different technology, industry technologies such as QC, quality circle, then Kaizen, 5S, monojugri, TL round activity, and other tools or native technology they can learn. To promote Flexi MOU, yesterday Madam was also referring this Flexi MOU. So the government, they should have also promote this Flexi MOU, so that the industry partner, they can also set up same kind of ITIs, kind of skill center in their premises, and they can train students for the OJT part and for the classroom part also. Oh, and next one is the EWL, earn while schemes, earn while learn kind of schemes should also promote. Then industry should also set up some skill lab in institute, so that they can be trained, they can be well aware. And some instructors on teachers, they should also nominate industries to get the training, because now the apprentices, instructors, or they are referring the syllabus of old syllabus they are referring. They are not well versed with the industry's technology. What are the industry technology are changing now? So just to have knowledge, just to have in-depth subjective or maybe the technology revolutions, the teachers or instructors, they should go for the training program for industries for maybe two weeks or for 1 week, and accordingly that has to be after written in colleges, they should add on their subject part, and they have to delegate speech into the students also, so that students also well aware about this skill. And to promote gender diversity, of course, artificial intelligence and some technology kind of training should also be given, because now industry is also moving to 4.0. So the students, they have been working, they have been studying, so they should have also technology friendly students. So to survive, sustain and grow, strategy to organize the create loyalty, so multi-force and flexible learning ecosystem we should also develop. And apprenticeship should have mandatory for all students to get the regular job. So some kind of the government or maybe some private or some kind of rule we have to define that just to get the regular job in industry or maybe into the government, all the students, they should go through this apprenticeship scheme only. And technology allows skilling, speed, scale and self-sustaining. Next, please. In addition of that, some promotion schemes we have few more than 5 things. Then apprentices should compulsory on career guiding. Then we should also aware MSMEs or maybe the industry partner or the clusters. They should also aware, they should also support to the government to emphasize industries to means engage apprenticeship as per the requirement, and some other redefine the scope of the placement linkage. Apprenticeship training contract should be content as placement number linkage as placement numbers, not as the contract generated. So we should consider as the contract generated numbers, not just this one. The communication of lack of awareness and misconception that confuse apprenticeship with internal or unpaid exploratory labor cost, because that has been now considered that the apprenticeship that has been the cheap labor cost or cheap labor only. So we should not think about that, and we should also aware all the industry partner to the institute or to the regulatory part that it is mandatory for all the apprentices just to reach out the subject and to make this world-class apprenticeship scheme in our India. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yadav. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful. I mean, you shared a lot of your practical insights, what is happening. I have a request, ma'am, to Secretary ma'am, who has been listening to this very patiently. Maybe we should make a case study of this, which can help others also, like a guideline of what can be done, some very interesting suggestions. Thanks, Mr. Yadav. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Gabriel Bodado to share your views, sir, and some of your views from an international perspective as to how apprenticeship has been taken to the center stage in skilling would definitely enlighten us. Kindly share your thoughts, please. Yeah, please.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. First of all, let me express on behalf of International Labour Organization, ILO, the gratitude and thank you to the government of India, state government of Odisha, the OSTA, who is headed by Mr. Bhakti, and Ma'am Principal Secretary Parde, and Fiki, of course, for giving us the opportunity to be part of this conclave in Odisha. I have 2 parts in terms of my intervention here in this forum. Part 1 would be focusing on at least 4 recommendations based on the global experience of how to strengthen quality apprenticeship. The second part is on what is ILO doing in terms of strengthening the apprenticeship, particularly in the country of India. Let me go first to the 4 recommendations based on the global experience that we have done inventory. One is, they say, let's have one standard. One standard for all, meaning even if you are on skills development, education, there should only be one standard. The National Education Policy of 2020 of the Government of India is leading to this initiative of having one standard, trying to look at having a credit transfer from a short-term program in a skills development, moving that intervention towards getting a university degree, particularly, say, in the College of Engineering or in hospitality. Uh, on this one standard, there should be one agency authorized to do the formal recognition. And I think India is also on the right way of trying to do this through the NCVET. That is the agency that looks at the certification of skills. And I think the next step there is to link the certification of the NCVET towards higher education. And the government of India is right on doing the thing of credit transfer. As I have mentioned earlier, that if I have a small unit of competency in welding, it has a credit when I move to a diploma or if I move to a higher education to earn a degree. The second recommendation based on the global practice is the governance. I think we need to emphasize the role of the employers and the workers group in the implementation and management of the apprenticeship program. But let me reiterate first my impression of the apprenticeship program in India. I have been in India for more than 7 years now, and this is my assessment. That India has the most comprehensive and impressive apprenticeship program compared to other countries. The only issue here for the government of India is how to implement it down at the lowest level. And hence, we would like to emphasize that there is a need to have to bring in the employers group and the workers group in the implementation and empower the state government in policy formulation and decision making. The third recommendations that we have here based on the global practice is access. I am part of the committee that works on how do we strengthen apprenticeship in India, which is taken, the lead of this group study was the UWA, the Generation Unlimited here in India. And one of the key findings that we have is that the apprentice don't know that this program, there's a big percentage of apprentice or the target beneficiaries knowing about the NAPs and the NATs. On the other side, enterprises in the micro and small enterprises don't know about accessing the system. The fourth one here is really looking at, from the point of view of ILO, that there is a need for occupational safety and health for apprentices. There should be some sort of an equivalent insurance system compared to the workers so that they have some sort of social protection. Now let me run down on the things that ILO is doing. One, there is an international labor standard for quality apprenticeship. The final approval of this will come in June, where there is an international labor conference, which will be represented by India through the government, the Ministry of Labor, the employers group, and the workers group. And this will really help us in terms of moving forward the apprenticeship down at the district level. The second recommendation, thing that ILO is doing now is we are piloting a career guidance tool intended to community levels so that would-be apprentices can be linked to the system currently implemented by the government of India, one of which is the National Career Service Portal. So we're trying to look for state government to be a partner in terms of pilot testing these career guidance tools on apprenticeship. And lastly, we are launching a call, or the challenge call, on models in India who are implementing informal apprenticeship with target beneficiaries as girls and using the digitalization. So I think we have to work on this and trying to look again for partners. By that, thank you very much again.
Thank you, Mr. Barado. Thanks for sharing ILO's perspectives and also your thoughts and suggestions for bringing apprenticeship into the center stage. Thank you so much. We'll try and see how much of this we can adapt, not just in the state, but across as well. Thank you so much. Last but definitely not the least, it's my pleasure to invite my good friend, Mr. Sanjay Shivnani, who heads the Hindalco Technical University, to share some of his thoughts from his long career in skilling. Yes, sir, I'm giving you the mic. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Nandan. It's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are running seriously out of time here, but I think maybe you're saying save the best for last, hopefully. So we'll try and. I'm guessing I'm going to sort of summarize this, but I have a couple of points to make. The topic is it's called linking apprenticeship and internship for skilling. And to me, that's really a redundant question, right? It's a no-brainer. Obviously, you've got to link apprenticeship and internship to skilling for the new world. So that's an obvious answer. I think we need to move from there, saying that's just the why or the purpose. Let's look at it from two angles. On the bright side, 5 years back when I was at a similar panel, India had, at that time we were struggling with 1 lakh apprentices, and everyone used to give the example of Germany. And Narayan, we've been on various panels, and we said that Germany's got 3 million, and we've still got 1 lakh. Now, that's gone up by 6-7x. Currently, I think about 8 lakh contracts are in place. The interesting thing is sector skill councils, 50% to 60% of the contracts are through the sector skill councils, the apprenticeship contracts. So that engine is working. And other than the designated trades, the optional trades which was brought into the apprenticeship is also working. A significant portion of the apprenticeship contracts as on date are for optional trades, not for designated trades. So all of these things are really working, really. Okay. Now, I think does any system will require improvement. There should be continuous improvement, obviously. The sense I get is, and really apprenticeships, I think it goes back to the age-old question. To all my panel members, I think all of you have been in different panels over the years. It goes back to industry, academia, and this is another facet of, industry, academia, where academia here is the government itself. It's got the apprenticeship scheme, so I would look at it that way. I'm stretching that a little bit. Okay, so, and you come out, and whose problem is it? And, Pawan showed some slides, and I think I resonated with that a lot, is that really, academia, curriculum has still continued to be old. That needs to get fixed, and then you're saying, pehle aap, gaadi nikal jayegi. You're saying, who'll take the step forward? Public-spirited companies like Hindalco, where I work, and the Aditya Birla Group, okay, public-spirited companies have been doing apprenticeships much before it was even regulated. And including the ONGCs, ma'am. Yeah, much before it was regulated. So that's not the problem. I think the apprenticeship schemes must start looking very closely at involving the MSME, where more than 60% of GDP is contributed by MSME, right? So, companies like Subros, for example, all their vendors, their supply chain, I think it needs to translate down the line. It needs to cascade. So I think Pawan made that point. I resonate with that point, really. Okay. And sometimes, honestly, I get the sense that by putting industry in the dock, you're really kicking the can down the road. To be honest with you, I think we can participate. Lots of us are participating, but there is a big piece that's not participating. That is the MSME. I think we need to get that. The second thing is, there was NAPS, NATS, NEEM, and I'm sure there could have been something else. I'm sorry. I think just like we had OROP, we should have one country, one apprenticeship. Okay. One country, OCOA. One country, one apprenticeship. You can't be having the Ministry of Education is doing something, the Ministry of Skills is doing something else, and there seems to be a lot of confusion within the industry itself. And sometimes and to figure it out, what we seem to be doing is bringing more cooks into the kitchen. And it doesn't seem to be working really. So I think we need to fix some of this. It's a great idea. Apprenticeships, I'm glad apprenticeships moved to employability, because long-term success in a career is employability rather than employment. Okay. Having said that, I think the apprenticeship scheme, we should also take into account the student side. Now, I've heard many apprenticeships are, after the apprenticeship, the certificate that they are getting is an NSQF certificate, and employers are not very clear about NSQF certification, and most of them continue to ask ITI diploma. I'm sure the evolved ones do ask for NSQF, but many others want ITI diploma. I'm sharing with you practical problems really. So I think that was a good move that we moved to employability. Hey, but tell me, if as an 18-year-old, when I'm getting into, I'm saying I've done my ITI, I've done my diploma. I'm now really looking at employability. So I have a new paradigm to offer this audience in saying that employability as a benefit is no use if employment is not guaranteed. And that's my paradigm, which I'm challenging people with. Okay, I think we need to sort of get this. And remember one, I think in the government and industry must continue to collaborate. A successful marriage is falling in love over and over again, but always with the same person. Okay, so you've got to continue to do that. Yeah, and the government has to do its bit, has to continue to work with the industry. And I think the industry needs some issues to be ironed out. 2014, we made a lot of changes, right? We took off those penal codes and so on and so forth. But I think there's more to be done. And I think we can unlock value with the MSME. And that's about it. But thanks so much. It was wonderful. Thank you for inviting me here and being part of this. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. Thanks so much for sharing your thoughts. I think after some really insightful conversations, presentations, which were all very practical, the highlight of this panel has been all suggestions, all things that have been spoken are something that has happened in the workplace. So I'm really thankful to the panel full of wise people who have shared their experiences and a lot of good suggestions as takeaways. I would like to conclude by particularly quoting what Mr. Shivnani said, that MSME has been the lifeline of Odisha. There are 2 million MSMEs. Odisha is perhaps the leader when it comes to MSMEs. Linking apprenticeship to MSMEs and the 3.3 million employees there could work the magic. And also, how do we take some of the stories that we discussed here, some of the good case studies, to the various corporates that are there, and how can they offer this apprenticeship? How can there be a pathway for apprenticeship in terms of further in skilling could be some takeaways. I also think maybe a dedicated district apprenticeship cell could work out. So with these great thoughts, I'm sure Odisha will also lead not just India but the globe in terms of making apprenticeship and internship the center stage in skilling and also linking it for the new world. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. Thanks for a patient hearing.
Thank you very much to our moderator, our speakers, and our panelists. Before we close the session, there is a memorandum of understanding, exchange of memorandum of understanding between Odisha Power Transmission Corporation Limited and Parla Maharaja Engineering College. I would request Principal of PMEC, Professor Ranjan Swine, to kindly come onto the stage, and I would request Mr. Sanjay Kumar Mishra, CMD or OPTCL, to kindly come forward for the exchange of MOU. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to tell you that OPTCL and PMEC will now enter into a MOU to establish its South Zone Training Center in the campus of PMEC. This arrangement will benefit the students of PMEC and the employees of OPTCL as well. There will also be an exchange of MOU between ISHAMS, ISHAMS and PMEC Barampur. I would request a representative from both the organizations to kindly come onto the stage for the same. All right, before we close the third panel discussion, it was a very, very informative, and I'm sure everybody gained a lot of insights into the topic. We would like to thank our panelists, our speaker. I would request our moderator of the session, Mr. Narayan Ramaswamy, sir, to kindly felicitate Mr. Sanjay Kumar Mishra, CMD OPTCL. So please. Would request her to kindly felicitate our speaker, Ms. Alka Mittal, madam. Would request sir to kindly felicitate sir. I would request if you may please join us in this token of appreciation and thanking eta ama samastonko tarafru bahut bada bada kotha aji ame sikhile, and we are truly delighted and humbled with the presence of our such eminent speakers. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite onto the stage Professor Achyuta Samanta, founder, Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology and Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome, sir? I would also like to invite Srimati Usha Pari, madam, IAS Principal Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha. I would request Professor Samanta and Srimati Padi to kindly felicitate a moderator of the session, Mr. Narayan Ramaswamy. Would request our panelists and speakers to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude our session on linking apprenticeship and internship to skilling for the new world. We are once again truly thankful to all our panelists, our speaker and our moderator for this extremely enlightening session. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, aji e dinara chaturtha panel discussion. Before I begin, I would request again, jo mane pachare achanti samna ko asiki asana grahana karinebe. All our students, our participants who are seated in the back seats, if you may please come forward and be seated. And with that, we move on to the fourth session, fourth panel discussion of the day. And this panel discussion will be on the topic of skilling beyond shackles, inclusivity in skilling. Well, Census 2001 revealed that persons with disability comprises 2.21% of the population, that is over 26.8 million people, and are more likely to be unemployed and earn less than people without disabilities. This session will focus on how skill development can help in overcoming exclusion and break the vicious cycle of disability, unemployment, and poverty. The session discussions will focus on provisions to ensure that the skilling opportunities are available for marginalized communities, including differently abled persons, and also on how TVET system can support in building inclusive workplaces. तो दर्शक बंधु आपण मानकु कहि रखिबाकु चाहिबो ए चतुर्थ सेशन चतुर्थ पैनल डिस्कशन रहिबो समस्त से पर्सन्स विथ डिसेबिलिटी जहाँ को आमे भिन्नक्षम व्यक्ति भाव में जानिछु तांकु केमिति कर्मक्षेत्र रे निवृत्त करा जाई परिबो इनक्लूसिव करा जाई परिबो सेही को नै कि हमर ए पैनल डिस्कशन ए चर्चा रहिबो आम गहन रे अगेन ए रिलेटेड अनेक एमिनेंट स्पीकर्स अछंती एंड दिस इज इंडीड जेमति कि फिगर्स रहिला कि वर्तमान भिन्नक्षम लोकंकर संख्या आम पॉपुलेशन 2001 सेंसस हिसाब रे 2.21% रही जोटा कि हूँ 26.8 माने 26.8 मिलियन पीपल तो ये संख्याटा बहुत बड़ आमर ये उद्यम आमर ये चेष्टा भिन्नक्षम बा डिफरेंटली एबल्ड लोक मानू केमिति मेन स्ट्रीम एम्प्लॉयमेंट जरिया को आणबू स्किल डेवलपमेंट रहिबो तांको पई मध्य ताकू नै कि रहिबो आमर ए सेशन स्किलिंग बियॉन्ड शैकल्स इंक्लूसिविटी इन स्किलिंग। IAS Commissioner cum Secretary, Social Security and Empowerment of Persons with Disability Department, Government of Odisha. We will also be having a special address by Professor Achyuta Samanta, founder, Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology and Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences. We will be also having a special address by Shri Manoj Chabra, IPS, DG Prisons. And as the panelists for the session, we will be having amongst us Mr. P. Arthanari, IFS, Program Director, Odisha PVTG Empowerment and Livelihoods Improvement Program, Government of Odisha. Mr. Ashwin D. Gowda, MD, Karnataka Skill Development Corporation. On the dais, we'll also have the presence of Shri Manoj Chabra and Professor Achyuta Samanta. We are all ready to begin our fourth panel discussion of the day, that is on skilling beyond shackles, inclusivity in skilling. बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण पैनल डिस्कशन एटा रहिबो कारण एटा होची इंक्लूसिविटी उपरे एमिति किछि लोकन को सशक्त करबा उपरे जो माने आम जीडीपी आम इकोनॉमी को बहुत मात्रा रे कंट्रीब्यूट करिवारे सक्षम किंतु तांकु सेही बाडीटी हुए तो वर्तमान जाय जोगाइबारे आमे सक्षम हेई पारि नाहु तो एटा हमर प्रचेष्टा एई पैनल डिस्कशन माध्यम रे कि एमिति भिन्नक्षम लोकन को पर्यंत पहुंचीबु तांकु केमिति सशक्त करिकि मेन स्ट्रीम एम्प्लॉयमेंट को आनिबु सेटा को नै कि हमर रहिबो एई पैनल डिस्कशन. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and welcome our dignitaries on to the dais for the panel discussion. We have Professor Achyuta Samanta, founder, Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology and Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences. Our moderator of the session, Shri Bhaskar Sharma, IAS, Commissioner cum Secretary, Social Security and Empowerment of Persons with Disability Department, Government of Odisha. Shri Manoj Chabra, IPS, DG Prisons. Mr. P. Arthanari, IFS, Program Director, Odisha PVTG Empowerment and Livelihoods Improvement Program, Government of Odisha. Mr. Ashwin D. Gowda, MD, Karnataka Skill Development Corporation. I welcome our speaker, our moderator and our panelists to the session. And now I would request our moderator, Shri Sharma, to take over the proceedings, please. I would request our moderator, Shri Bhaskar Sharma, IAS Commissioner cum Secretary, Social Security and Empowerment of Persons with Disability Department, Government of Odisha, to give the welcome remarks.
Respected guests on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to all of you. This session is on inclusive skilling. Inclusivity in skilling includes everybody. You must have women, we must have transgenders, we must have tribal persons, we must have the disabled. In the path, we must include them as we proceed on the path of development. The counterfactual, if we don't do, is alarming. If we do not include any particular group in this path, it leads to unrest, discord. Keeping this in mind, the importance of this topic cannot be overemphasized. We have a group of very distinguished speakers here today. Before we proceed further, we have a audiovisual. I request that the visual be placed. Thank you.
At last count, 2.21% of India's population consisted of the differently abled. That's over 26.8 million people. These people are more likely to be unemployed or earn less than people without disabilities. Without making them part of India's mainstream development, we can't expect to sustain our momentum of growth. Our growth has to include the subaltern and the marginalized. A different approach to be taken to make them part of mainstream growth trajectory. All stakeholders need to understand and recognize how skill development can help in overcoming exclusion and break the vicious cycle of disability, unemployment and poverty. Odisha, as the emerging thought leader in skill development, understands this crucial prerequisite of inclusive growth. As a recognized global brand, Skilled in Odisha has integrated methods that ensure inclusivity through diversity in skills training. Today at Odisha Skill Conclave, let's deliberate on making skilling opportunities accessible, affordable and aspirational for marginalized communities, including differently abled persons. Here, let's also deliberate on how the system can support in building inclusive workplaces.
Odisha Skill Conclave 2023.
Thank you. I would now request our chief guest, Dr. Chud Samant, to speak on the issue of inclusivity in skilling.
So, good afternoon everybody present here. On the occasion of this Odisha Skill Conclave, we have good number of honorable speakers on this session. Definitely our respected Bhaskar Sharma IS. Similarly, we have with us respected Sri Manoj Chabra IPS, respected Mr. P. Arthani IFS, and also respected Sri Ashwini D. Gowda from Karnataka. I am Professor Achyut Samant, working in the field of education, social service and many things for the last 30 years. I am very much happy to join in this Odisha Skill Conclave. It is very well organized and well thought of, and very nicely taken care of for the greater interest of the young mass, particularly student community. And definitely this type of conclave, or particularly skill conclave now going on, it will boost a lot to the young mass present here. And this skill or skill conclave is the need of the hour. So I will touch 3 points as far as my practical own experience within these 10 minutes. My all young chaps, our respected students from the different ITI, Polytechnic and also the different organizations present here, and also respected teachers, and definitely elite persons, those who are guests and speakers are also present here. Recently, we all are aware of the biggest news for India, that India becomes the highest population in the world, surpassing the China. So can you imagine? India becomes the highest, having the highest population, 142 crores, more than 1.4 billion. How? And we all know more than 50% below 25 years of age, and approximately 65% are youth in India. And we are very much happy and claiming India is a youth country. It is a real sense, India is a youth country and everything. If these youth will not be tackled properly, then definitely there will be problem to India. As we are used to say, suppose one parents having 5 children, sons and daughters, but no child is of any youth, no skilled, nothing else, then definitely the parents will invite the disaster. If the other parents having the sons and daughters and they are of youth, skilled or anything else, they invite the dividends. Similarly, I can say, if the youth in India will be only tackled, handled with the help of the skilled education, unless until our youth will be skilled, then there is no question of dividend. Rather, with this population, I think we may invite the disaster. So to avoid all this disaster or anything else, unemployment, etc., etc., skill education is very important. Secondly, I can say my second point. Our Honorable Chief Minister Sri Naveen Patnaik ji is really very visionary. Not only he has been taken care of all sectors in the state of Odisha, in the mode of development, he is very much concerned for the youth of the state. You see, unless until our youth in the state of Odisha, be it from ITI, Polytechnic or from anything, will be really qualitative and skilled, as our Honorable Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik ji is having setting up many industry corporate. He is doing so much work to set up many industry corporate, etc., business house. Unless until our own children will be skilled, then this industry corporate will face the lack of manpower, and our state will face the unemployment youth. To fulfill both the needs of the industry and also the youth, we are happy our Honorable Chief Minister is emphasizing on the skill education. That's why such a huge Odisha Skill Conclave is being organized for 3 days, and so many speakers are coming to this place. So all the students present here definitely be motivated and gear up to be more skilled or to be skilled in their career, because skilling is very important. If you see the developed country in the world, all these developed countries are developed because their people are skilled. And Odisha is not behind, because Odisha is also, even from the innocent age, before 50 years, 60 years, if we see, Odisha is also very famous with respect to skill education or skilling. We all know Odisha plumber are world famous. That is also good skilling, plumbing. And thousands plumbers are in the different parts of the country and also globe. And all people are fond of, proud of Odisha plumbers because they work very nicely. And plumbing in those days also is a very good skilling. There is no doubt. Now skilling has a different format, etc. Gone are those days that we only know fitter mechanic, welder, wireman, etc. But now skilling is a different thing. So many technology have come out, be it artificial intelligence, or even data science and many things. Instagram learning is also a very good skill. Our all young mass are using the smartphone. If you practice skilling yourself with the help of the smartphone, there is no dearth of employment. Because nowadays, this website management, social media management, Instagram learning, all these things are creating huge employment. And at the same time, our young man should also learn little bit computer operation, side by side, speaking English. These two things are very much also important with respect to also skillings. Third point, my observation. Our students should not think there is shortcut in getting the training or the skilling. Because our young mass think that if we are getting one certificate, that is enough. Gone are those days when we are the students. If we are getting one certificate, it is very nice, getting the job. But nowadays, everybody see how much potential you have, how much training you have, how much skilling you have. That's why I used to say, this is the age of knowledge society. This is not the age of certificate society. Because I have started my career with a small skilling training center, KIT. Now KIT is world famous, very promising university institute in the country and the globe. But we have started with one small skill training center. From that skill training center, we have been maintaining quality. That's why now we are sought after university or institute in the entire country. So quality has to be maintained. Both students should learn the quality, teachers should compel the students to gain something with respect to skill training. Because I have seen when I started 92-93, from that level Government of India was floating one skill training center, TRIGING, training for rural youth self-employment. It was very famous the way now DDU GKY. So there are many schemes are being floated by the Government of India for the employability. Just before one last session, our one speaker was telling about the employment and employability. So employability is possible provided you are well skilled. And nowadays, there is only one solution to develop, to get employment or to make the country or the state rich if the entire young mass will be skilled properly. And skilling has no age. At any point of time, at any age, if one earns, desires, he or she can be skilled. So you may be graduate or postgraduate or intermediate. At the same time, one should have little bit skill in any trade or any aspect. Then only he or she will be sellable in the market. Very rightly said by our Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha. One day, people will ask you, you are really skilled? The time has come. Practically. Now everybody is asking when you are meeting for interview anything else, whether you are skilled in any aspect or not skilled. Very rightly said by our Honorable Chief Minister, who is really very visionary leader. So once again, I should not take much time. My only appeal to my young mass, you should be dividend, not the disaster. You should be skilled, not unskilled. You should practice the knowledge society, not the certificate society. Once again, my special thanks to organizers for giving me one opportunity to see you all and to communicate my own experience to the August gathering. Thank you very much.
I request that Dr. Ashut Samanta be felicitated.
Can we have a very big round of applause for Professor Achyuta Samanta for his really enlightening ideas. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence. And now I would request our moderator, Sri Sharma, to take over, sir, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The chief speaker for today's session, Dr. Achyut Samant, the moderator, Mr. Bhaskar Sharma, and my fellow colleagues at the panel. The topic of today's session is inclusivity in skilling. And bringing about skills to the marginalized communities. In this connection, the prison department becomes relevant as prisoners are also a part of marginalized communities. In prisons, we have laid focus on providing relevant skills to prisoners because the aim of the judicial system is not only to punish the wrongdoer but also provide an opportunity to reform him and rehabilitate him in the society. Now it becomes very difficult for a person who has gone to jail to rehabilitate in the society because there is a stigma. Therefore, the prison directorate has focused on providing such skills to the prisoners which can help them to reintegrate into the society by not depending on anybody else providing them a job, but to become self-employed and entrepreneurs. It is said that a picture speaks 1,000 words. So rather than elaborating on what we have done in the prisons, I have a small 7-minute film which will showcase what we have done. I hope you will find it instructive as well as entertaining. And thereafter, during the panel discussion, I would be happy to elaborate on anything or answer any questions from the fellow panelists as well as the audience. I must also thank the Skill Development Department to provide me this opportunity to showcase our wares here. I thank everyone who has helped in producing this audiovisual film, and I hope you will find it interesting, to say the least. Can we have the audiovisual, please?
Prisons are something we don't really know from inside out. We have had an impression of prisons which is created largely by public discourse or what you see in the media. But once you are inside,
you see a totally different picture. So we are planning, or we are focused on giving them some kind of training or skills in that aspect, so that they can not only earn their living, but they can also generate kind of self-employment. So we need to find out more skills which are useful to them in the society today, and give them an opportunity to earn their living in their own way. They don't need to be employed by anybody. They can start their lives themselves. I have been a police officer for last 35 years. For last 1 year I have been Director General of Prisons, and this has been quite a revealing experience for me.
नमस्कार, मैं हूँ एक्स्ट्रा राज आरजे कोमल. When I saw the first big gate, I was completely shivering because मुझे लगा कि अंदर क्या होगा. So when they called all the people, हम लोग एक साथ बात करना शुरू किए. फिर धीरे धीरे 2-3 दिन के आने के बाद, 2-3 दिन क्लास होने के बाद, I was so happy. जो भी मैंने सिखाया है, everything इतना जल्दी ग्रास्प कर लेंगे मैंने कभी एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था. I think these RJs are really meant to do good radio shows. First interview they took of IPS Manoj Chhabra, and the way they took their Manoj Chhabra's interview, it was very beautiful.
दोस्तों, जेल नाम सुनते ही कंपकपी छूट जाती है. जब मेरा पहला कदम था जेल के दरवाजे के बाहर, मालूम नहीं था क्या होगा अंदर. जो आज तक हमने सीखा और जो हम बोल रहे हैं, वो बंद गुफा में अमूल्य जीवन ने जो हमें एक रे ऑफ होप, मतलब एक लाइट, एक रोशनी दिखाई. आज हम इस कंडीशन में हैं, या मैं इस कंडीशन में हूँ, कई बार लगता है यार वाकई में छोड़ के जानी पड़ेगी जेल जल्दी से.
यहाँ हम लोग एंजॉय करते हैं लाइब्रेरी को. उसके साथ साथ हम लोग मैं रेडियो जॉकी भी हूँ, जहाँ मेरा नाम है आरजे अभिषेक. और फिलहाल अभी मैं आर्ट क्लास भी ज्वाइन किया हूँ, जिसमें हम लोगों ने कई सारे शेड्स और टोनिंग को लेके सीखा है, और उम्मीद करते हैं आगे एक अच्छे आर्टिस्ट बन के शायद हम लोग उभरेंगे.
Within these 6 months, we have a great achievement in pisciculture, as well as FM radio training program, as well as art and drawing program, also in cactus plantation, as well as the drama is also performed by the radio jockey team.
समस्त दैनंदिन जीवन में आम स्वास्थ्य अवस्था निहित भाव में किसी ना कि प्रभावित हुए, एवं ताकू केमती रिवाइव करी हबो, केमती सर्वाइव करी हबो, तार ठीक माने बाट ए क्लास द्वारा हम जानी पालु. आ ता सहित जो माने प्रोफेशनली चाहि परिबे जो नर्सिंग क्लास माध्यम रे जीडीए पोस्ट, जनरल ड्यूटी असिस्टेंट पोस्ट जो थाए साधारण क्लिनिक मानकरे किबा आजिकली कॉर्पोरेट हॉस्पिटल मानकरे, तेणु से बेनिफिट भी से पाई परिबे. एठू बाहरला परे से माने गोटे नुआ जीवन किंबा नुआ शैली रे गोटे जीवन बंचिबार शिक्षा पाई पारछथि. एठू आशा करछि भविष्य रे आर भल प्रभाव पड़िबो अंतेवासी मानक उपरे.
Inmates came to jail as a matriculate, but subsequently after release he passed his master degree while his confinement at jail. It is a proud feeling for us.
फिशरी डिपार्टमेंट तरफ ये गोटे ट्रेनिंग दि जाइतला कृत्रिम प्रणाली रे माछ चाष. से ट्रेनिंग रे माछ मानक केमती खाइबा को दिया जिवो, केते थर तांकर मेडिसिन केमती दिया जिवो. एथिरे इन्वेस्टमेंट कम और प्रॉफिट भल थिला. आउ जे कोनोसे गोटे साधारण प्रिजनर चाहिए भी यूनिटा निज चालू करि पारिबो. भारत गोटे एमिति जगह जोठी चंडाशोक भी धर्माशोक रे परिणत होइतले, तो अंतेवासी निश्चय परिवर्तन हेउचंती, आउरी मध्य हेबे.
ओडिशा सरकार तरफ आम जेल में 2टी जिनस इंट्रोड्यूस कराला. गोटे है आमर ब्यूटी सेलून, सेकेंड थिंग हूँ वेल्डिंग यूनिट. बर्तमान प्रथम बैच यूनिट कंप्लीट हो सारे, सेकेंड बैच यूनिट चली, वेल्डिंग यूनिट भी प्रथम बैच चली. से जो पिला माने बाहर से माने बाहर जो मैंने खलास गले एठू से माने बाहर विभिन्न जगह एनगेज हेले.
फर्स्ट जो आसिलु डिप्रेशन रे समस्ते गसिप ये वो सबू नेगेटिव एनवायरनमेंट थिला. तापरे सुपरटेंडेंट सर डीजी सर मिसिकी गोटे इनिशिएटिव नेले कि एठी पार्लर्स ट्रेनिंग स्टार्ट करेंगे. सेटा बहुत ही ओपनिंग थिला आम गोटे आइडेंटिफिकेशन क्रिएट हम बोली आम के भाभी नु. बेसिक ट्रेनिंग जहाँ भी दरकार आम सबू पाइचु. थ्रेडिंग, फेशियल, पेडिक्योर, मैनिक्योर सबू पाइलु. एबे एठू गला परे आमे जानी आमे कौट गोटे ठिया है कि आमे काम करि पाइबु. आम बेरोजगार रहिबुनु आम रोजगारक्षम होइजिबु एठु गला परे एटा पई जेते आम थैंक यू जणेबु सेते की कम।
मो ना सुनील दास जेल 8 वर्ष थी जेल कौन मुझे जानी नी जो जेल भितर पशिली जो भाविली जे बाहर समाज ग्रहण कर कि ना किसी दिन रहा आमर सुपरटेडेंट सार आउ स्किल डिपार्टमेंट इंदल्स आ डीजी सार आमपाई गोटे भल कम आनिले जे कि आम पार्लर ट्रेनिंग नहीं पारू बाहर दुनिया को आसी किसी भी भल मनीष हो किसी कम करूँ अबिका समय मु बाहर को आसी जाइए जेल तरफ ये कम आमको शिखे आम आज मुंड टेक बाट चली पार बाहर किसी रोजगार करें कहूँ चाहूँगी जे आमर जेल भितर जो सेलून काम चलता ट्रेनिंग दि जाऊला मु निजे आसी बाहर रोजगारक्षम हो पार्टी मो परिवार पोषी पार्टी मो माइंड चेंज कर पारुची तो ये अनुरोध करुँच कम सब जेल हो आग को जारी रहू मोर बंदी भाई मानक बदल दि जाऊ से भी बाहर आसी रोजगारक्षम हो पारतु निजर घर परिवार पोषंतु जेहेतु मुझे चेंज हो पारी समस्ते भी चेंज हो पारे।
Prison from outside looks like a place which is a very dark place emotionally as well as physically, but if you see the prison actually it is more like a hostel or an ashram. The only difference is that they cannot just go outside.
My hope is that we can transform prison into an ashram which gives the prisoner a second chance at leading a normal life.
Thank you so much. Apart from these skills, we have many other traditional skills being practiced in the jails, but I can maybe elaborate on that during the panel discussion. Thank you for patiently watching the film.
Thank you, Chapraji. We will probably speak for about 5 to 10 minutes each speaker and then take questions if any. I now request Mr. Athanari to speak on inclusivity in PBTG groups. Thank you.
Good evening, respected dignitaries on the stage and all other dignitaries present, all other participants. To make it very brief, at present I am just working as program director in OPELP, which looks after the PTG groups. They were the primitive tribal groups. They have been classified because of 4 major reasons, and how this our government is taking care of those last mile unconnected people, and how it is working towards their livelihood enhancement. The major criteria for them is like inaccessibility. These PTG groups, they reside in very deep inside forest. Their accessibility and access to all other government benefits were very much limited, and because of the poor nutrition, health related issues also, the population is declining, and government has strategized all these points and how to address all these points. If at all we see the community wise, they were the last mile people residing in India. Out of 75 PTG groups in the country, Odisha is having 30 number of PTG communities. And coming to today's topic, that skilling of disabled communities. Why this skilling of disabled communities is much more important? Because they are the most needy people. All others, they are finding one or the other way to have an economic activity and also finance at their disposal for any kind of their spending. But these disabled communities, they were much deprived, and we must take them into account for an inclusive growth, and we must not let this community behind while doing any kind of developmental activities. In our program, these disabled communities were very well taken care. We are just training them as a minimal skill we are imparting, and ask them to do the small business of their choice to earn their own livelihood, like small grocery shops, small poultry unit, so that they will make their own income. That is the main motto behind this initiative. And for skilling of educated youths among the PTG communities, we are taking care, and they have been linked to various government skilling schemes, and also they are being placed at different places for their employment, and they are earning good income on their own. One more issue regarding disabled community is the nutrition level is very low. Based upon many studies also, ICMR also recently did a study in tribal areas, and it also shows that the main reason is they don't have income on their own to spend on their own health also. So that is why it is more important to skill the disabled, and they should be given much more priority in skilling also, so that they will come into the mainstream. Thank you. Thank you for giving the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Attanari. He's actually handling a very crucial assignment for government, including the PBTG groups, the primitive groups on the part of development, is a very, very crucial job. Thank you. We'll again take questions on his efforts. Now I'll ask Mr. Aswin to talk about his experiences in Karnataka.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and all my dear friends, a very good evening to all of you. So it's indeed my proud privilege to be a part of this event, and at the outset I sincerely thank all the organizers for organizing this such a magnanimous event. And today's topic is skilling beyond the shackles, inclusivity in skilling. See, the words have been carefully chosen, inclusivity in skilling. And this takes all the more important because our country, we have been talking about inclusive growth in our country. With the rapid growth of with the rapid economic growth that the country is achieving, we are talking about ensuring the benefits of these growth reaching to the poorest of the poorest sections of the society. And in this connection, inclusivity in skilling assumes a lot of importance. And if I have to define inclusivity, it is about ensuring equal access in terms of opportunities and resources to all the marginalized, underprivileged, unfortunate sections of the society. That basically includes the target group of these include the persons with the physical disability, indigenous communities, scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, religious and sexual minorities, Devadasis, beggars, prisoners, and so on and so forth. and providing skilling and better employment opportunities, livelihood opportunities to these sections of the society play a very important role, for the sheer reason that an inclusive growth promotes individual economic development, which in turn promotes sustainable development. So ultimately what we have to see is inclusivity contributes for sustainability, and in terms of inclusivity in skilling, it is about sustainability in terms of providing sustainable livelihood for these marginalized sections of the society. And friends, just by let me give you a brief statistics about these aspects, so that that brings out the importance of skilling and training and education for these sections of the society. So you must be knowing that almost 2.2% of the total population of our country are people with disability, and that almost that comes to almost 2.68 crores. And in Karnataka it is almost around 2.3% of the total population are people with disability. And when it comes to literacy, it is 59.45% of the people with a disability are literate, which is way below the national average of the regular literacy rate, right? And when it comes to rural women with a disability, it is almost 65% of such people are illiterate. And as per the reports of equinine.in, an education-based study which says that almost only 34 lakh of 1.34 crore people with a disability who are in the employable age have a career in our country. So that means that almost 70% of the people with a disability are unemployed. So this ensures that all the statistics I'm giving, because this realizes the importance of skilling and providing proper education and proper skilling to these people to ensure their proper sustainable livelihood, right? And these are the facts and figures with respect to persons with a disability, but this also holds good for various other marginalized communities like indigenous communities, tribes, religious and minorities and sexual minorities, and so on and so forth, right? So when we talk about this, the basic challenges are mainly with respect to access to education, training and gainful employment. See, we all know that India is also a signatory to the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And based on that, we have also come up with an act called Rights of Persons with a Disability 2016, which mandates almost 5% of reservation of seats in all the educational institutions for these people, for this kind of category of people. But hardly we can see that this has been implemented. So that's a different issue altogether. And there are other challenges for the training and skilling of these people, like accessibility, trainers, and there are no proper infrastructure for them to utilize these training benefits. And also the trainers and employers are to be sensitized to the needs of these people with special requirements, and also infrastructure accessibility, and then specialized training and adequate placement opportunities are also missing, and that needs to be emphasized. So these are the basic challenges of inclusivity when it comes to this kind of category of people. So I'm pretty sure that all these challenges are there, but still, including Government of Odisha, Government of Karnataka, Government of India, all other states have taken initiatives to overcome these challenges and obstacles. And I would like to give a brief mention about, I would like to outline the brief initiatives that we have taken way back, at Karnataka. So basically, for people with a disability, we have started company-specific drives. We have reached out to individual industries, requesting them to take out, conduct special drives and also provide opportunities for these kind of people. And currently, companies like Concentrix and Emphasis, they've all come forward, and currently this drive is going on. And with the support of NGOs like Youth for Jobs, then Parivartana and all, so we are also providing training to these category of people and helping them in getting gainful employment. And then we are also providing, and a part of Project Sankalp, we are also providing toolkits. So once the candidates are trained, so they will also be provided with sufficient toolkits and also the financial linkages to ensure that to become entrepreneurs on their own, the solopreneurs. And then comes the jail inmates. As the sir has beautifully projected, we have, back in Karnataka, we have also started providing training to these inmates. In fact, they are the ones, who definitely need all these skilling activities. This is because almost we have got all 8 central prisons and 30 district prisons. And we have conducted the survey of each of these prisoners, both the under trials and the convicted, identified their educational qualification, and based on that, we started providing the training activities. And as it was rightly shown there, we have also provided training in beauticians, assistant beauty therapist, and then data entry operation sorts of, and then mushroom cultivation and fisheries. So as a result, what has happened is, currently, like earlier, you used to be outsiders. The outsiders used to come and do this hairstyling and other things, a haircut. But now it is more self-sustainable. The prisoners, they themselves do it for the other prisoners. And similarly, all the stationaries, office stationaries, now we have made it a mandatory that, only all the government officers have to purchase the stationaries prepared and produced by these prisoners in the jail, in the prisons. So that is a sort of whatever amount is collected, that will be again given back to the prisoners as a corpus by the time, when they go out of their of their tenure. And then apart from that, we have also started this One District, One Skilling program, wherein we have identified the traditional artisans and the skilling activities of every district in Karnataka, and accordingly we are providing technical upgradation and design upgradation training to them. Say for example, be it Hase Chitara in Shimoga, or Bidri work in Bidar, or bronze inlay work of Mysore, or Channapatana crafts work. So we have identified these communities and providing technical upgradation training to all of them. And there are communities like Medar community, which is basically into bamboo manufacturing. And there are Chitragar community in Koppal district, which is basically into manufacturing of Kinhala toys. Hardly around 100 people are left today. So we have started increasing that number by providing all this technical and design upgradation training to them. And then women in distress, Swadhar homes, we are providing bakery technician and also helping them in getting placed in the bakery units. And then beggars, we have got Nirashrita Kendras in all the districts of the state. And there also we are providing the necessity need-based training and helping them in becoming entrepreneurs. And we are also coming up with this skill outlets. So whatever products are manufactured by them will also be displayed outside these outlets and provide an opportunity for them to sell their products. And then rural women, we have started this unique initiative called Skills on Wheels. This is basically the mobile training center. This will directly go to the rural panchayats, stay there for almost a year, for almost a month, and provide training in domestic electrician, then domestic electrical appliances, then electrician, then electrical wiring, and also that is for boys though. And for rural women, we have combined 4 NOS and I've been providing this beauty and wellness related activities and training to them. And for transgenders also, we have provided dairy farming activity training. And in Kolar, they have become a successful dairy unit too. Given the wide horizon of activities that we are doing, we are also concentrating much on these people, the marginalized sections. However, it requires much more initiatives, and I'm pretty sure that, with the support of all these governments, will be the higher authorities will be executing it in the coming days. And last part, way forward. So the way forward is actually, as we have already discussed about the challenges, the way forward is basically to ensure that employers are sensitized and made aware about the rights of these people. Usually they are not given opportunities, but we should ensure that the employers take pride in employing these people, and we should also create awareness and sensitization, saying that it creates a positive brand image for the company, and also the lower attrition rate will be there because they will be sitting there itself and they'll be working, and then there will be efficiency in working. And being a taxman, I can also say that there are several opportunities given by government for such people, like Section 80JJAA of Income Tax Act provides for additional 30% deduction on employment of these, on providing employment to these kind of people by the employers. So all this sensitization needs to be given to the companies, and then IT and the digital infrastructure needs to be utilized to scale up, because many of the times they may not be able to come to training centers. So IT and digital infrastructure needs to be utilized to provide to scale up this skilling and reskilling and upskilling process. Then specific programs like skills on wheels, mainly to cater to this sections of the society, needs to be taken up. And at last, the financial linkages. So this is the most important point, because though the candidates will be trained, when it comes to getting, as one of the panelists was also talking about, funding requirements. So currently, though the candidates have been trained, they don't have sufficient funds to start their own startups or entrepreneurship units. So we should ensure inclusive livelihood linkages in the form of financial linkages by providing sufficient employment, credit opportunities for them to start their own unit after properly trained. So these are the, some of the ways that I think, needs to be implemented, and we are in the process of implementation of all this, and I'm pretty sure that, the government will be implementing in the days to come. And with this, I sincerely thank all the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present my thoughts in this August gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashwin. You really covered the issue of disability, inclusivity of disability in the skilling very well. I think we covered about almost all the issues that we should have covered. I would request that if any question is, we'll take one or two questions. Thank you.
Very good evening to all the panelists who are present here. I'm audible? Hello? Yeah. Sir, my first question goes to actually Manoj Chabra Sirji. So regarding his, it's not audible? Not audible. I'm audible, sir? Can I have another mic, please? It's not audible. Hello? Yeah. I'm audible, sir? Thank you. So thank you, sir, for this 7-minute video which you had actually showed to us. It really was inspiring, and it reminded me and my friends who are also sitting here about Kiran Bedi ji when she was actually transforming the Tihar jail in that perspective. So the straight question first goes to that: when you skill the prisoners in the prison actually, so when the revenue model comes with respect to their industry which is taking shape inside the prison, so how are we taking that model to the societal aspect when there are certain laws which are not yet framed from them, from the government, sir? Sir, I am audible now?
Actually, we can't hear you. Would you come here and ask?
Sure. Sure, sir. Sir, I hope I am audible now, sir. Yeah. Sir, thank you for this enlightening video which you showed us today about the 7-minute clip. And from my colleagues and all, we all actually reminded about Kiran Bedi ji when she was transforming the Tihar jail.
Am I audible to everyone? Okay. The question which was asked was how to scale up this model which was shown in the short film. It's a very relevant question, and this is the new and next challenge for us. how to scale up this skill activity. Because in the prisons, we have limited resources and we can only do this much in a limited time frame. Now, there are certain aspects which are not within our control because the prisoners' profile is such that overwhelming number of prisoners are under trials and we do not know till what time they will be in the prison. But at the same time, even if the person is under trial, if we are able to provide him skills to earn his living in the larger society, the chances of this person at least coming back into the prison again after committing a crime is lessened. The scaling up problem can be sorted out with the support of the government and the larger society only. Odisha can be a pioneer in this aspect because we already have 2 examples. In partnership with the Skill Development Corporation, we have provided the training for medical attendants as well as beauty parlors. So this can be taken up as a kind of model and extended to different jails. We have 87 jails in Odisha. Even if all are not covered, even if 50% are covered in the next 3 to 4 years, we will have a pool of not less than 500 to 1,000 people who will be skilled enough to generate employment on their own once they go out. You saw in the short film that in the last there was a prisoner who got out of jail and he is running his own saloon now. Many other people who have been trained will be getting out of jail in due course and we expect many of them to start their own ventures. So this is how we want to take it forward. It is a process, not an event. So we have started this journey. Better minds than me will come along and take it forward. We will definitely need the support of not only government, but also the larger society. And I am happy to share that many organizations have shown interest. The NGO sector organization as well as corporates have all shown great interest in taking this journey forward. And I must thank again the Odisha Skill Development Corporation, everyone involved in it, who have really held my hand through this journey. And we have taken the first steps. Now, time will only tell how far we can go.
I think let us close at this point. I thank the panelists for a fruitful discussion and I thank the organizers for giving this opportunity to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would also now request our moderator, Shri Bhaskar Sharma ji, to kindly felicitate Shri Manoj Chhabra, IPS DG Prisons. I would also request sir to kindly felicitate Mr. P. Arthanari, IFS Program Director, Orissa PVTG, Empowerment and Livelihoods Improvement Program, Government of Orissa. Request sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Ashwin D. Gowda, MD, Karnataka Skill Development Corporation. And now I would like to humbly invite onto the stage Madam Alka Mishra, CEO, World Skills Center, and Srimati Usha Padi, IAS, Principal Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha. गोटे बहुत ही उन्नत मानर ये चर्चा रही a very fruitful, very insightful panel discussion we have had to how to bring in persons with disability into the mainstream जो विषय रे ए उद्यम ए प्रचेष्टा आशा करुँची ए चर्चा रु आपण माने अनेक किछि शिक्षा नहीं थिबे अनुरोध करिबी गोटे जोरदार ताली सहित श्रीमती पाढ़ी एवं श्रीमती मिश्रा को मंच पर स्वागत करेंगे. आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट मैडम टू काइंडली फेलिसिटेट आवर मॉडरेटर श्री भास्कर शर्मा, IAS कमिश्नर कम सेक्रेटरी, सोशल सिक्योरिटी एंड एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी डिपार्टमेंट, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा. I would request our speaker and our panelists to kindly come forward for a group photograph, please. आज्ञा गोटे जोरदार ताली देखी आम समस्त पैनलिस्ट को आम धन्यवाद जनइबा. गोटे बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण टॉपिक, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड रेलेवेंट टॉपिक टू द करंट टाइम्स एंड मुख्य स्रोत बा मेन स्ट्रीम रे केमिति पर्सन्स विथ डिसेबिलिटी बा भिन्नक्षम सदस्यों को आम इनकालकेट करिपारिबा, इनकॉर्पोरेट करिपारिबा, ताकू नेकी प्रचेष्टा ओडिशा स्किल कॉन्क्लेव 2023 आज द्वितीय दिन चतुर्थ पैनल डिस्कशन एथिसह एठी समाप्त होउछि. So ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the day 2 of Odisha Skill Conclave 2023, the first edition of Odisha Skill Conclave. Well, the day 1 was extremely insightful and बहुत किछि सिखिबाकु, बहुत किछि देखिबाकु मध्य मिलिला. So we have a wrap-up video of day 1 prepared for you. I would request everybody to please pay attention to the screen. Can we have the AV please? Session. Shri Shubhrato Bagchi sir, Chairman, Odisha Skill Development Authority, Government of Odisha. गोटिए जोरदार ताली हे जाओ. स्वागत करिबा श्रीमती उषा पाढ़ी मैडम को IAS Principal Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha. Also, we are extremely honored as today for the valedictory address, we will be having the presence of Dr. Santrupt Mishra, Group Director, Birla Carbon, Director Chemicals and Director Group Human Resources, Aditya Birla Group. And ता सहित जो exhibition 3 दिन धरिकी रही 2 दिन धरिकी रहिला 4 ରୁ 8 for common public open रही सेठी अनेक गुड़े स्टॉल्स रही विभिन्न डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स माने तांको स्टॉल्स देथिले प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स रु आसिकी कंपनीज माने स्टॉल्स देथिले एवं उभय गवर्नमेंट रु मध्य रही तो सेमानक मध्यरु किछि चयन करा जाइछि बेस्ट स्टॉल्स तांको मध्य आज सम्मान करा जिवो तांको किछि अवार्ड्स किछि प्राइजेस दिया जिवो इन द valedictory session. As we are all ready to commence with the valedictory session of Odisha Skill Conclave 2023, I would once again request all our participants who are seated in the back to kindly come forward, please. ए 3 दिन धरिकी ओडिशा स्किल कॉन्क्लेव 2023 आम ओडिशा सरकार रो इटा अभियान एटा प्रचेष्टा स्किल डेवलपमेंट को फोरफ्रंट रखिबा पई एंड आर इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर फिकी आम सहित हाथ जोड़ी थिले कोलैबोरेट करिकरी ए कार्यक्रम को ए कॉन्क्लेव को सक्सेस करिसंती जेमती कि मु जणैली जे आजिर ए valedictory session रे वी आल्सो हैव प्राइजेस फॉर ऑल द एग्जिबिटर्स इन आवर एग्जिबिशन गोटे बेस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट रो प्राइज रहिबो बेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट रो प्राइज रहिबो एवं बेस्ट इंडस्ट्री रो प्राइजेस रहिबो. So all the participants keep your fingers crossed. We will be announcing the names shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we commence our valedictory session. May you please join me in welcoming with a huge round of applause Dr. Santrupt Mishra, Group Director, Birla Carbon, Director Chemicals and Director Group Human Resources, Aditya Birla Group. Our chief guest of the valedictory session, Shri Shubhrato Bagchi, Chairman, Odisha Skill Development Authority, Srimati Usha Pari, Madam IAS, Principal Secretary, Government of Odisha. And on the dais, we also have the presence of Mr. Reguji, IAS, CEO, OSDA. I would also welcome Rajesh sir to the valedictory session. And now I would request Srimati Usha Pari Madam to give the opening remarks. Ma'am, please. आज्ञा ये 3 दिन अनेक परिश्रम गोटे जोरदार ताड़ी देकी मैडम को स्वागत करिबा. धन्यवाद.
Namaskar. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Honorable Chairman, Odisha Skill Development Authority, to whom with all respect we call Bagchi sir. You are our mentor, always tries to push us beyond the limit. Our esteemed guest today, Dr. Santrupt Mishra ji, Director of Aditya Birla Group, about whom I have heard a lot, will be hearing your valedictory address today. My dear friend Regu, who has helped us to pull off this event very successfully, along with his team. Dear students, faculty, industry partners, media friends, FICCI team, and more importantly, friends who have travelled from Singapore for this event. I welcome you all for the valedictory event. I am standing here with a mixed feeling. Mixed feeling because we have seen so much of activities since yesterday, but it has also made us realize that how big is our responsibility for coming days. We have seen mind-boggling talents. We have seen extraordinary skills in the exhibition, the colorful carnival, indomitable spirit of our students and faculty, so much of cooperation from industry partners and inking MOUs, where we'll foster the partnership for various skills in the coming days. And the best part was so much of praise for the state. It was a sweet spot for us to hear again and again about Odisha, Odisha's achievement, how Odisha has been a stellar performer since last 6 years. Sir may be thinking it coincides with your tenure, sir. No doubt about it. But as I said, in this journey we need to collaborate further, and with the help of all stakeholders, we should be achieving what is expected. All the stakeholders, especially the industry partners, faculty, policy makers, other than students, because for students I'll come in a while. Huge responsibility which has been given to us. Here it was said that the youth is ready, whether we are ready. So that is the question we have to ask ourselves. What job we would be doing, we should be doing it in a right way. We can't be saying something which we can't walk. Friends, I will just request and appeal everyone. It's a huge responsibility both from government side as well as the industry side to ensure that the aspiration of youth are met. We cannot, at the end of this day, afford to do something wrong which will fail our youth. So it's a huge responsibility. I think this event has once again realized, make us realize that we need to walk our talk. For students, I think as per the agenda, our Bakshi sir would be talking to them about what they have missed in the thematic sessions, because thematic sessions were mostly linked to the policy makers, industries, and service providers, and also service seekers. So for students, maybe we are expecting to listen to you, sir. From my side, I would like to say only two things. Whenever we are interacting, ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କୁ କୁହାଯାଉଛି କି ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଏ ସବୁ ବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥା ଅଛି, ଆପଣମାନେ ସେ ସୁବିଧାକୁ ନେବା କଥା। ବହୁତ ଜାଗାରେ କୁହାଯାଉଛି ଯେ ହିସାବରେ ଯେ ବ୍ୟାକଗ୍ରାଉଣ୍ଡରେ ଆମର ପିଲାମାନେ ପଲିଟେକ୍ନିକ୍ या ITIରେ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି, ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଡିସଆଡ଼ଭାଣ୍ଟେଜ୍ ବହୁତ ରହୁଛି। ମୋର ପ୍ରଥମ କଥା ହେଲା जे डिसएडवांटेज को आम एडवांटेज रे कन्वर्ट करि परिबा जदि आमे गोटे रेजिलिएंट पर्सन हो पारिछु भल स्किल शिखी पारिछु आमर पैशन अनुसार आमे आगे जीवा को निष्पत्ति नहींछु ताहेले सेटा आमर एडवांटेज गोटे प्रथम कथा है केबे भाविबे नहीं कि आपण डिसएडवांटेज बैकग्राउंड आछंती किछि असुविधा मध्यरे आछंती सेतिपय आमे सबु बेले पछे रहिबा कथा केबे नहीं आपण माने समस्तक संगरे समान स्तर रे कथबार्ता करि पारिबे आपणकर से आत्मविश्वास रखंतु सेटा मोर प्रथम अनुरोध। द्वितीय अनुरोध केते बेले आमे कथा होतिला बेले सबु बेले आमे देखुछु कि अच्छा जे अलग लोक कहिले सेटा आमे भाबुछु से माने लीडर तांको आमे मानिबा कथा मु आज देखुतिली प्रति स्टूडेंट आमर है जने जने लीडर जनकर जिते शक्ति रोची निज भितर तो आपण माने आउ का देखा दरकार नहीं देखिकी भल जिनस शिखा कथा किंतु आपण निजर शक्ति एते अच्छी तो आपण निजर जीवन को भी समाज को भी बदलाई पारिबे। तो मोर द्वितीय अनुरोध है यू हैव द पावर टू चेंज योर सेल्फ योर सोसाइटी एंड द एंटायर नेशन द डायरेक्शन ऑफ द हिस्ट्री कैन बी चेंज बाय द यूथ। तो से शक्तिटा आपण भितर अच्छी केवल बड़ लोक ही अलग लोकों जीवन में बदलाव आनी पारिबे एटा केबे सेटा भाविबे नहीं। मोर से द्वितीय अनुरोध बी लीडर्स टू चेंज योर लाइफ एंड ऑल्सो चेंज द लाइफ्स ऑफ अदर्स। दो इट इज वैलिडिक्टरी सेशन काली मध्य दुईटा इवेंट्स अच्छी वेरी टेक्निकल इवेंट्स स्पेशली ड्रोन उपरे गोटे और स्किल काउंसिल उपरे। तो जे फैकल्टी अच्छी या सम ऑफ द people who are interested they can also participate in tomorrow's meeting. Today there will be formal vote of thanks, but as a principal secretary of the department I just would like to say sincere thanks from core of my heart to all those people who have worked relentlessly to make this event successful. We are very grateful to you. Without you, it couldn't have happened. Thank you everyone. Vande Utkala Janani.
Thank you very much, madam. I would now request our chief guest of valedictory session. I cannot just call him a man because he is an institution in himself. Shri Shubhrato Bakshi, Chairman, Odisha Skill Development Authority. So please.
Good evening. Today's star attraction, Dr. Santrup Mishra. We have on stage Shri Pankaj representing FICCI. Our outstanding leadership team consisting of Srimati Usha Padi and Shri Regu Ji. We are here today in this valedictory session to listen to Dr. Santrup Mishra, son of our soil, on whom we have all the right. I will talk a little bit about him later. Since we are here essentially to listen to an internationally acclaimed thought leader like him, I'll try and keep my address to you short. Today I want to talk to you in terms of society, industry, students, and teachers of the various institutions and my colleagues in the government. Let me begin by talking to society. Whenever I talk to media, on any issue, you know, they all say that there's a lot of good work happening in skilling, but where are the jobs? And I tell them that it is not the government that creates jobs anywhere in the world. Jobs are created by entrepreneurs. The difficult situation that we have in Odisha today is that we do not have as many entrepreneurs as we see in states like Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra. So it's very important that there is substantive change, and many people from the society, particularly middle class, upper middle class people who come in and become entrepreneurs. There are two kinds of entrepreneurship. The good thing is there is entrepreneurship on the ground happening in Odisha today. But there's a different kind of entrepreneurship, which is entrepreneurs who want to do large-scale job creation. And in Odisha, we want local entrepreneurs who will do large-scale job creation. I worked with Azim Premji for 10 years. And at that time, Wipro was not known for its corporate social responsibility. So every time he would meet the employees of Wipro, there's a lot of pressure on him, and people would say, what are we doing? Or what is Wipro doing in terms of fulfilling its corporate social responsibility? So he used to say two things, and very boldly and very importantly. One, he would say that we are paying our taxes right. That's number one. And number two, Wipro is creating jobs. Now, it's a very important point. If you are paying your taxes right and you are creating jobs in a country like India, there cannot be something bigger in terms of social responsibility that the corporation is actually taking up in its hands. So we want entrepreneurs who actually start their entrepreneurial journey by saying, I not only want to start a business, but I want to create many jobs. So we need that. And until such time that there is social recognition for entrepreneurs, then we will be in a situation where we will create global first-rate human potential, but that human potential will have to migrate. So there are no easy answers there. ତେଣୁ ସାମାଜିକ ସ୍ୱୀକୃତି ମିଳିବା ଦରକାର, ଉଦ୍ୟୋଗ ତିଆରି କରିବା ପାଇଁ ସାମାଜିକ ସ୍ୱୀକୃତି ମିଳିବା ଦରକାର, ଯେଉଁଥିରେ ଆହୁରି ଆଗକୁ ଅନେକ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ମଧ୍ୟବିତ୍ତ ଏବଂ ଉଚ୍ଚ ମଧ୍ୟବିତ୍ତ ପରିବାରର ପିଲାମାନେ ଚାକିରି ପଛରେ ନ ଯାଇ ସେମାନେ ତାଙ୍କର ନିଜର ଉଦ୍ୟୋଗ ତିଆରି କରିବେ, ଯାହାଫଳରେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ପିଲାଙ୍କୁ, ଓଡ଼ିଆ ପୁଅ ଝିଅଙ୍କୁ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ନିଯୁକ୍ତି ମିଳିବାର ସମ୍ଭାବନା ଆହୁରି ଆଗକୁ ବଢ଼ିବ। Second address I have is for the industry. Now we have our friends from Singapore. Why is Singapore a developed country? Singapore is a developed country because the plumber of Singapore and the Prime Minister of Singapore, they get the same tap water and same access to the electrical grid. Today, if you look at Singapore, the IT Singapore young man or woman who graduates after 2 years of training there starts life with 34,000 Singapore dollars as salary. In comparison, the engineer from Singapore who comes out something like National University of Singapore starts life with $37,000. So you can see the difference. At $34,000 a year, a child can dream of buying a house at some point in time. A child can dream of getting married. A child can dream of taking care of parents. But if you look at the wages that we give to our ITI graduates or polytechnic graduates, it is really dismal. गोटे ITI रो पिला जेतबेले जीवन आरंभ करूची ताकू 10,000 टंका 12,000 टंकार दरमा दिया होची। आपण जदि भारत सरकार को पियोन रो दरमा देखिबे 40,000 टंका तार दरमा। तेणु जन आमे जदि जने ITI रो पिला को गोटे स्किल्ड पिला बोली रेस्पेक्ट न करिबा एवं सेही अनुसार तांकू तांकर दरमा न दिया जिवो, then it is a very difficult situation. So we need to shift our mindset. We need to shift our mindset from minimum wages to not only fair wages but sustainable wages, in order that we are able to be a country like Singapore. We have to give the respect that skilled human power gets in a country like Singapore. ଆମେ ଯୋଉଦିନ सिंगापुर रे गोटे दक्ष प्लम्बर इलेक्ट्रिशियन जोड़े क्रेन ऑपरेटर से जी सम्मान पाँच जो दिन आम से मनीष को ये से सम्मान दबा से दिन ही भारत गोटे उन्नत देश में परिवर्तित हो पार। मोर तृतीय वक्तव्य रमर छात्र छात्री आमको जीवन में मन रखा पड़ो जे आमे छोटू आरंभ करिकी बड़ हवा कौन से मनीष जदि बड़ हवा को चाहे जीवन रे ताले जीवन को छोट आकार ही निजको बड़ करने को पड़ो दिने। मु गोटे व्यक्तिगत उदाहरण देवा चाहिए। मु गतकाली आमर मुख्य शासन सचिव बसते पाखे कहले मु केउंझर आसुची आ केउंझर रे पिला मान सांगे माइनिंग आम माइनिंग कॉलेज रे देखाला पिला माने कहते जो माने चाकरी छाड़ी चली आसुचंती से माने कहते जे आमको भल दरमा मिलूनी तेणु आम चाकरी छाड़ी देकी पळै आसु। एई जो मनोवृत्ति एइथुर आमको ओहरिया को पड़िबो। प्रथम चाकरी जीवन रो आमको मन रखा पड़ो एटा आमर शिखिबार बेल एवं जड़े आमको दरमा दौचे शिखिबा पई। मो जीवन रो गोटे उदाहरण मु देवाक चाहिए। 1976 मसीह मु जीवन आरंभ करी ओडिशा सचिवालय रे जड़े टेम्पोरेरी क्लर्क हिसाब रे टेम्पोरेरी कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल टेम्पोरेरी क्लर्क हिसाब रे लोअर डिविजन क्लर्क मो दरमा थिला 305 टंका। आपण मैंने हे तो कहीपारती जे सेतबेले बोधे 305 टंका आबर 305 टंका भितर बहुत तफात अच्छी। मुझे आपको कहवाक चाहिए जे सेबेर 305 टंका है एबर 10,000 टंका। तेणु एबे जदि आमे भाविबा जे मु 10,000 टंका देकी जीवन रे 10,000 टंकार गोटे चाकरी जदि आरंभ कली ताले मोर कौन लाभ है। मते आज देखंतु मु से 305 टंकार चाकरी आरंभ करथिली बोली आज ये स्टेज रे ठिया आइछि। आपण जदि 10,000 टंका 12,000 टंकार चाकरी को अणदेखा करके चलीजे ताले जीवन मध्य आपन को अणदेखा करके चलीजिवो। तेणु आमको प्रत्येकटी पुओ झील को मुझे कहबी जे जीवन में कौन सी काम छोट नुह। आमे जो आरंभ करिछे जीवन एटा जमिति बैतरणी नदी गोनासिकारु आरंभ होइतिला गोटे धार होइकिरी किंतु आमे जदि बैतरणी जोठी बंगोपसागर में मिसी जाउची सेठी जदि तार आकार देखिबा से गोटे भिन्न अनुभूति आमको मिलिबो। तेणु आमको मन रखा पड़ो जे मु ITI पॉलिटेक्निक जो दिन बाहर को पदार्पण करुच्ची 10,000 12,000 15,000 टंकार गोटे चाकरी करुच्ची मोर गोटे धार मात्र। मु सेई बैतरणी मु सेई बुढ़ा बलंग मु सेई महानदी जार गोटे धार होइकि मु बाहरची मोर आगु को बहुत बाट जीवार अच्छी एवं जीवन निश्चय मो पाई बहुत बड़ साधन रखिबो। जीवन मो पाई बहुत बड़ सम्मान निश्चय रखिबो। शेष रे कहबी आमर जो माने टीचर्स अच्छे द टीचर्स हु आर हियर ITI टीचर्स पॉलिटेक्निक टीचर्स एंड पर्टिकुलरली आई वांट टू टॉक टू आवर colleagues in the government. Last 2 days a lot of credit was given to me और मत संकुचित लगुला। I was feeling very small. आज जदि ओडिशा स्किल डेवलपमेंट रे कोठी पहुंची पारिछि तार श्रेय पाइबे ITI रो टीचर माने ITI रो प्रिंसिपल माने पॉलिटेक्निक रो टीचर माने पॉलिटेक्निक रो प्रिंसिपल माने DTET रो समस्त गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स ओडिशा स्किल डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी रो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल आपण मैंने डिसाइड करथिले 2016 रे जे आपण एटा को मिशन मोड रे करिवे बोली जो पई आपण एतिक बाट पहुंचै पारछंती। आपण मान को मु एतिक अनुरोध करिवि जे आवर जॉब इज नॉट येट डन। वी हैव स्टार्टेड ऑन ए वेरी गुड विकेट but what you have shown to the world is skill development is not just about employable skills. You have shown that skill development's ultimate goal is human transformation. आपण माने थिले बोली एई स्टेज रे आपण देखिले ITI बडबिल रो 6 जण झियो श्रीमती संगीता जिंदल को हाथरू से तांकर उपढौकन नै करी गले। से झियो आज 100 टन रो गोटे मशीन चलाउची। ITI बडबिल रो प्रत्येक टीचर प्रत्येक प्रिंसिपल 2016 रु जन प्रिंसिपल आछंती से माने गोटे मिशन मोड रे नहीं बोली आज से 6 जण झियो आसिक स्टेज ऊपर ठिया हेले। फॉर ए गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट and for a teacher we cannot get the result of our efforts overnight. The results will come when we are no longer there. आपण माने महत् काम करछंती आपण माने देश तैयारी करुचंती आपण माने इंटरजेनरेशनल चेंज आणुचंती there is a term called permanent change our teachers and our government officials are actually creating permanent change तेणु आपण मानकु मु धन्यवाद दोची भगवान आपण मानक चला पथरे पुष्प वृष्टि करंतु वर्तमान कथा हबा आजिर आमर डॉक्टर संतृप्त मिश्र विषय रे डॉक्टर संतृप्त मिश्र is probably the highest ranking ODIA in the corporate world that we have ever produced. डॉक्टर संतृप्त मिश्र को विषय रे कहले आज सारा संध्या बीतीजीव खाली एतिके कहबा को चाहिबी जे सी आज जोठी बसिचंती जीवन रे जोठी पहुंची पारचंती सेटा राताराती ही जाइनी ही लाइक मी इज अ चाइल्ड ऑफ ए लोअर मिडिल क्लास फैमिली ऑफ दिस स्टेट निम्न मध्यवित्त परिवार रो पिला थिले जीवन रे केबे सेकंड ही नाहंती डॉक्टर संतृप्त मिश्र आज जोठी जीवन रे पहुंची पारिचंती सेठी पहुँचवा बहुत किसी करिया पड़ो जीवन रे एवं सी जदि पहुँची पार्टी तमे मो पुओ झील मैंने जो मैंने आज बसचंती ये मु कहवाक चाहिए तमें पहुँची पार डॉक्टर संतृप्त मिश्र आसीचंती हिज कमिंग हियर इज अ ट्रिब्यूट टू द स्किल एफर्ट्स ऑफ ऑल ऑफ यू डॉक्टर संतृप्त मिश्र बोर्ड मीटिंग थिला केवल गोटे नुह बोर्ड मीटिंग नुह अन्यान्य विभिन्न मीटिंग थिला ताको कैंसल करके एठिकी तांको आमे आसीबा अनुरोध करथिलु एवं आम अनुरोध को से रक्षा करके आछंती केवल आसीनांती अवश्य आसीबा आगरु टिके आपण मानको कहवाक चाहिए आपण माने तिरुपति रो ना सुनिथिबे भगवान अछंती सेठी भगवान विष्णु का मंदिर अछि तिरुपति रे जानिचंती कि नहीं जानिचंती तो तिरुपति पहाड़ उपरे मंदिर जीवा आगु पहाड़ तले गोटे आउ गोटे मंदिर अच्छी ताकू कहते पद्मावती मंदिर जो माने भगवान तिरुपति पाखु जाती पूजा करने आग पद्मावती मंदिर जाई पद्मावती को हाथ जोड़िकी कहू पड़े जे आपन टिके नेहुरा हुंतु ताहले आमर दर्शनटा हो डॉक्टर संतृप्त मिश्र कर पद्मावती बसचंती आम पाखरे श्रीमती अलका मिश्र सीईओ ऑफ वर्ल्ड स्किल सेंटर तेणु डॉक्टर संतृप्त मिश्र को धरिया आग पद्मावती मंदिर जाइए आमको आग अनुरोध करिया पड़ता थैंक यू श्रीमती मिश्र फॉर मेकिंग योर हस्बैंड नॉट ओनली कम हियर यू विल बी वेरी सरप्राइज टू नो मुझे कथा होती डॉक्टर संतृप्त मिश्र सांगे the aircraft which was to bring him from Bombay developed a snag इंडिगो रे आसीबा पई रेडी थिले तेणु तांकर आसीबा एते कष्ट स्वीकार करके आसीबा इज ए ट्रिब्यूट टू ऑल ऑफ यू एंड थैंक यू डॉक्टर मिश्रा फॉर कमिंग हियर टुडे एंड थैंक यू श्रीमती मिश्रा फॉर मेकिंग इट पॉसिबल विथ दोज वर्ड्स आई वुड वंस अगेन थैंक एवरीबॉडी एंड पर्टिकुलरली द delegation that we have from Singapore. Thank you, Bruce, and thank you everybody from IT and ITS Singapore. And now I think we will have the pleasure of listening to Dr. Santrupt Mishra, Bande Utkal Janani.
Thank you very much, sir, for those extremely motivating words for everyone present here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the first edition of Odisha Skill Conclave 2023 also witnessed 120 plus stalls by exhibitors participating from industries, from districts, from departments. Every day from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. it is open for general public, and our jury went across and have now chosen the best in each of the category. We will be now giving away the awards for the best stall in the district, in the industry, and also in the department. The award for the best stall in the industry category goes to Skillevery Metaverse. I would congratulate Srimati Deepa Umesh, Creative Head of Skillevery. I would request her to kindly come on stage. I would request Dr. Santrupt Mishra, sir, to kindly hand over the award, please. Best stall in the industry category, Skillevery Metaverse. And now the next award is in the district category, and the award goes to Cuttack. I would congratulate and welcome Shri Rishikesh Mohanty, Principal Bose Cuttack, Shri Swapna Mishra, Principal ITI Cuttack, Shri Debashish Ghoshal, Principal Director BPFITO Cuttack, and Shri Prashanjit Das, Principal Madhusudhan ITI Cuttack. I would request Dr. Santrup Mishra to please hand over the award. Congratulations to Cuttack. Our next award in the category of department, the best stall in the category of department, goes to Department of Mission Shakti. Congratulations to them. I believe they are currently unavailable. Our regards to them. Thank you very much. And now I would humbly request for the valedictory address, Dr. Santrup Mishra.
Oh, thank you. I don't think there's a place, but we'll keep it. I can have a shower with it. It's
okay, right?
It's all right, it'll survive. शुभ संध्या माननीय एवं आदरणीय श्रीयुक्त सुब्रत बागची, आदरणीय श्रीमती उषा पाड़ी, युव प्रशासक एवं बंधु रेगुजी एवं फिक्कीर प्रतिनिधि श्रीयुक्त राजेश. Ladies and gentlemen, students, faculty of ITI, distinguished delegation, the dear students who are the entrepreneurs of the future and you will be the newest citizens of this state. Of course, my dear wife Alka there, and Mr. Bruce, nice to meet you again. I am honored to be here, to be in my hometown, to be in my home state, and to share with you all this wonderful platform of Odisha Skill Conclave. I am personally greatly inspired by the Skill Conclave and this platform because of some memories of first principles I have from my younger days. And I remember that Swabhava Kavi Gangadhar Meher ଯେତେବେଳେ କହିଥିଲେ ମାତୃଭୂମି ମାତୃଭାଷାରେ ମମତା ଯାହୃଦେ ଜନମି ନାହିଁ ତାକୁ ଯଦି ଜ୍ଞାନୀ ଗଣରେ ଗଣିବା ଅଜ୍ଞାନ ରହିବେ କାହିଁ. When I look at this Skill Conclave, it indicates, symbolizes your affection for our motherland called Odisha. Today, when I look at United States, and Subrata Babu, you must know that better than me, that there is a huge debate in United States about the increasing college fees and the student loan and the burden of loans on students for education. Compare that with the state of Odisha, where government is spending hundreds of crores of rupees to make all of you capable with infrastructure, with support, with curriculum, with education. पुणी जेतेबेले मोर मने पड़े जे कविवर राधानाथ राय लिखिथिले लक्ष्मींक सपत्नी हवारु बरदा दारिद्र्य तांकर सहचर सदा. एटा पठाणी सामंतक विषय दरबार काव्य लिखिथिले जे जेहेतु तांक पक्षरे सरस्वती थिले लक्ष्मी तांक पाखरे नथिले दारिद्र्य थिला. किंतु आई एम इंस्पायर्ड बाय द स्किल कॉन्क्लेव बिकॉज आपण माने सरस्वती रास्ता रे लोक मान पाखु लक्ष्मी नवा को प्रचेष्टा करुछंती कला विद्या दउछंती एवं शिक्षा दउछंती. आई एम ऑल्सो इंस्पायर्ड रिमेम्बरिंग दी विप्लवी कवि गोदावरी महापात्र जेतेबेले कहिथिले उठ कंकाल जाग दुर्बल छिड़ श्रृंखल आजी उठु हृत गौरव गत गौरव मृत गौरव राजी. I believe that this skill conclave is trying to bring those who are in the fringes of society, perhaps had otherwise had no hope, you are bringing new hope to them, you are showing them a new path. I salute and compliment the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Srijuk Naveen Patnaik, for making this subject so important and critical for the development of the state, for his personal commitment to this, for providing the leadership, for providing the resources, and for making Skilled in Odisha such a great brand, such a tangible idea, and most importantly, such a huge opportunity for all of us. But no leader's vision ever materializes unless there are great generals. And I therefore congratulate the generals on the stage, Sri Subrat Bagchi, Srimati Usha Padi, Sri Reguji, for translating that vision into reality, having so many distinguished doers and speakers to come on this platform to make this conclave so broad-based and to discover and discuss about so many different issues and ideas. I'm sure in the last 2 days, a lot has been said. Much has been spoken. Plenty has been written. And I'm sure perhaps volumes have been prescribed. But I believe in human life, we have always more questions than answers. And we must continue to ask more questions, notwithstanding the latest version of ChatGPT and its compatriots, we can continue to ask questions. And those questions to me are, what exactly are we trying to achieve through this skill development in Odisha? What is working and why? What is not working and why? What milestones will tell us that we are on the right path and we are making progress? What could be a better and newer way to create greater impact through skill development? And finally, how are skills changing? Not the skills that we require, but how is the core and content of what we traditionally know as skills, how are they changing? I know sometimes when we are successful, and I know Odisha has been hugely successful in building skills, sometimes we hesitate to ask fundamental questions. But I think that will be a big mistake not to ask fundamental questions. मुझे कुछ पंक्ति याद आ रहे हैं गुलजार साहब के. आप जानते हैं उनको, गुलजार साहब ये कहते कि बारिश आती है और कानों में ये कह जाती है कि गर्मी किसी की भी हो हमेशा नहीं रहती. So the important point is, no matter how successful we are in skill building, with our developmental agenda, no matter how much the principals, faculty, teachers have done a great job, as Subrata ji mentioned, we must continue to ask fundamental questions, challenging questions, and big questions. Before I go any further, let me give you my take on the context of this particular conclave, how I see it. This issue of skill development is critical for our immediate future, for our long-term future. And skills in history have changed and they will continue to change. If you go back to the origins of human society, where we were hunters and gatherers, हमें शिकारी थिले. That time, parents used to teach their children skills. कि कोटा विषाक्त गछ अछि, केमिति को जंतु कोठी बुलुचंती जानी परिबो, को शब्दरु जानिबो एठी बाघ अछि ना भालू अछि, केमिति अन्य ट्राइब के साथे नेगोशिएट करिवो जे तांकटु कोन आलिले कोन देई परिबो, बाटर इकोनॉमी जहाकु हमें कहउथिले. एगुडा प्रत्येक हंटर गैदरर सोसाइटी रे प्रत्येक जनरेशन आगर जनरेशन को सिखौथला. Then we moved to a phase of the Greek democracy, where people were taught how to discuss and debate so that citizens could participate in direct democracy effectively. And discussion and debate and the skills associated with that was the core that was taught in the Greek democracy. Then came the Protestant movement. When we talked about literacy, education, as a way to question what Protestants believe at that time to be perhaps Catholic dogmas. Then came Industrial Revolution, where we looked at education, competence and skill related to trades and jobs. And today, we are in digital world, where again skills are changing. This process will continue. My mind takes me back to Lord Sri Krishna's statement in Gita, Chaturvanyam maya system gudakarma vibhagasah. Many people wrongly interpret it to say as if Lord Sri Krishna talked about a caste system. I believe he talked about skills. He talked about mindset appropriate to the skills, guna karma. 2 words he used. And guna is your inherent nature, the mindset. And karma is the kind of skill that you bring and the kind of act you can do with proficiency. As I study around today, I'm told in the OECD reports that 1 billion jobs, which are 1/3 of all the jobs available in the world, are going to require different skill sets over the next 1 decade. In the advanced economies, 133 million jobs will be created over next decade, which will require new skills. United Nations talks about this is the decade of delivery, where we have to deliver sustainability in terms of what we consume, how we produce it, how do we dispose of the leftover material. All of this will challenge and bring us opportunity for new skills. In G20 countries alone, because we are presidency of G20 today and everywhere we are having many discussions, in G20 countries alone, if we fail to deliver on the skill agenda, the GDP opportunity equivalent of $11 trillion will be lost if we cannot deliver on the skill agenda in the G20 countries alone. 6 years ago, the number of things that were, or devices that were connected in this world crossed the total number of humanity or the manpower. The estimate today is that by 2020, 21, 22, more than 50 million interconnected devices will be there in the world. This is going to transform our lives. आपण आज फ्रिज मध्य जहाँ पाखे फ्रिज अच्छी आपण फ्रिज रे क्षीर रखुंट ठंडा हाँपाई ये फ्रिज रो भविष्य होची आपण फ्रिज रे क्षीर सरीगले सेंसर ऑटोमेटिकली ओमफेड को सिग्नल पठेब जे आपणकर शहीद नगर रे एत नंबर घर रे क्षीर सरीगला क्षीर डेलीवर कर सकाळे जदि आपण माने निज अलार्म क्लॉक रे अलार्म लगे उठिबे अलार्म क्लॉक विल बी कनेक्टेड टू योर कॉफी मेकर आपण 6टारे उठिले 6:10 सुधा कॉफी मेकर ऑटोमेटिकली आरंभ हो जाए गरम कॉफी आपण पाई रखिथिबो ये एग्जांपल मु जतबे आपण मानकु दउची आपण माने भाबुथिबे that the new technology and future is all elitist and about only the urban high income class, nothing further than truth from that. भविष्यतरे कृषक माने जो माने ड्रिप इरिगेशन करूछंती जो माने स्प्रिंकलर लगे छंती आजी आपणकर स्प्रिंकलर टाइमर हिसाब रे चालुची 4टा बेलर टाइमर लगेले स्प्रिंकलर चालुचे भविष्यतरे the sensor will study the soil quality to decide the extent of moisture that is there and decide to trigger the sprinkler so that water is not wasted. Same thing for farmers is going to happen with regard to fertilizer to say whether nitrogenous fertilizer or phosphatic fertilizer can be applied. Whether the absorption of fertilizer, आज आपण मान जानि नथिबे आम कृषि रे बहुत फर्टिलाइजर वेस्ट होची केना हमें अधिकांश पकोचे न जानि करी जे माटी से फर्टिलाइजर को एक्सेप्ट करि पाला नहीं एब्जॉर्ब करि पाला कि नहीं इन फ्यूचर टेक्नोलॉजी विल हेल्प अस डिटरमिन the soil condition to determine expensive products like fertilizers that farmers are unnecessarily not using and are not throwing it away. It will be surprising to you that today more people have access to mobile phones in this world than they have access to electricity, piped water, pavements, or sewage. More people have mobile phone access. All of this is going to transform us because the more people have mobile phone access, it will require different skills for those who consume services and those who are providing services. Jete network बढ़िबो, jete communication बढ़िबो, सेते network engineer दरकार पड़िबे, सेते लोगों को telecommunication द skill दरकार पड़िबो. Global skill training market, mo पढ़ुथिली कोठी. Today the size of the market is $47 billion. I couldn't believe the number. $47 billion investment in skills training means we need to be concerned about the return on that investment. And that is where comes the role of the faculty, the principals, the leaders of the skills institutions, that all this expensive investment that we make, we need to figure it out, the return on that. Why am I giving this context? I will not take too long, maybe five minutes more if that's okay with you. There are three questions we need to address. Number one, what are we trying to achieve? Is it competitiveness? Is it economic prosperity? Is it economic inclusion? Is it to keep youth away from crimes, drugs? Brazil study established that when women got skills education, the teenage pregnancy dropped significantly in Brazil. There are societal transformation objectives as well, which we need to think about. But my most important point to you today that I came to make, we have created a picture in our mind that skilled work is second category work. Our biggest challenge is how do we change that mindset? We need a social revolution in Odisha where every household, every village starts believing in skills. And for that, we need to innovative way take skills to every village, every household. Whether we take it through trains, whether we take it through used containers in different villages to every school, whether we create skills olympiad for school children, whether we popularize, like we have popularized the expression called skilled in Odisha, we need to ask question, Tume kaun kariparibo? What can you do? If that question is asked by every teacher from primary school, middle school to high school, Tume kaun kariparibo? What can you do? Can you make yourself useful, meaningful? What is that can you do? Can you open a pipe and fix it? Can you fix an electrical line? What can you do? Can you saw a wood board? What can you do? I think that's a very important question and we need to have some social transformation on that. Subrat Babu किछि advice दउथले पिला मानकु मु आपण मानकु कहबा को चाहिबी जे हार्ड स्किल आपण माने सिखुचंदी इलेक्ट्रिकल प्लम्बिंग ऑटोमोबाइल ड्रोन इंजीनियरिंग मेनी फैंसी थिंग्स ता सहित शिखिबा जरूरी होची इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस डिसेंसी courtesy politeness trust आपण जदि मते 10:30 रे आसीबे कहिले मो पई किछि करिबा पई एवं आपण 12टा बेले आसुचंती you do not retain trust any longer of mine एवं कौनसी civilized society विश्वास बा ट्रस्ट बिना चली परिव नाही हिंदी रे के कहिथिले मो पढिथिली अनेक वर्ष तळे जब भरोसा टूटती है आवाज नहीं होती जब भरोसा टूटती है आवाज नहीं होती लेकिन इसकी गूंज जिंदगी भर सुनाई देती है जितेबले विश्वास टूटी जाए ता शब्द हुए नहीं किंतु यार ध्वनि प्रतिध्वनि जीवन सारा आपण मान को सुनाई देव तेणु स्किल्ड इन ओडिशा रो अर्थ केवल हे परिबनी जे आपण माने ट्रेड स्किल सबटु भलो सिखिचंती यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड द वैल्यू ऑफ सॉफ्ट स्किल्स कम्युनिकेशन emotional intelligence, politeness, keeping your trust, all of that is going to be equally important. And if we can combine our faculty, top quality faculty and principals, what they are giving you in terms of trade, technical skills, we can combine that with soft skills, we will be unbeatable in the world, and I have no doubt on that. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to conclude by saying two things. We all belong to a state which produced a great son called Pandit Utkarmani Gopabandhu Das, जे कहिथिले मनीष जीवन नुहई केवल वर्ष मास दिन दंड कर्मे जिए नर कर्म एकातर जीवनर मानदंड. Our lives standard is determined by what we did and not how long we lived, how many months we lived, how many years we lived. This is a country, this is a state of sacrifice for larger cause. Utkalmani se kahithile मिशु मोर देह ए देश माटी रे देशवासी चली जान तुम पिठी रे देशर स्वराज्य पथे जेते गड़ पुरु ताही पड़ी मोर मांस हाड़. The spirit of sacrifice. My faculty colleagues, my teachers, professors, students, I would say, learn the best technology, learn the best skills, learn the soft skills, but do not give up the ethos, values and spirit of this state, which is all about sacrifice, commitment and delivery. Thank you so much for having me today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for those words. And now moving ahead, the award for the best stall in the category of department, as previously announced, goes to Mission Shakti. And we have with us Shri N. Tirumala Nayak, State Mission Director, OLM, Department of Mission Shakti. I would request our dignitary to kindly come onto the stage. I would request Dr. Mishra to kindly hand over the award, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our winner of the best stall in Department of Mission Shakti. And now I would humbly request Shri Bagchi to kindly felicitate Dr. Santrup Mishra. आज्ञा ये सम्मान ये भल पाइबा आपण समस्तंकर आम समस्तंक आड़ू गोटे जोरदार ताली देके एथरे सामिल हेबे आपण को भल पाइबा डॉक्टर मिश्रा को जणेबे. धन्यवाद. Thank you very much. And now to propose the vote of thanks, I would invite Mr. Raghu Ji, IAS, CEO, OSDN.
Heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Santrup Mishra, Group Director Birla Carbon, Director Chemicals and Director Group HR of Aditya Birla Group. Sir has been with us when we opened the World Skills Center for the first batch of students in November 2021, and he was there to bless our students on the first batch day. Those students have, sir, graduated, and some of them are already placed in Dubai and in other places. So it's a pleasure again to have you in our midst, sir. And we have no words to thank you. I know you have a lot of commitments ahead, but you have set aside all those commitments to be with us and to encourage our students. Thank you, sir. Heartfelt gratitude to Subrata Bakshi, sir, Honorable Chairman OSDA. I think he has enjoyed himself more than any of us. We saw him riding a bicycle, we saw him interacting with the students, we saw him checking out all the objects that were made by the students. Thank you, sir, for your presence throughout the conclave and for your encouraging words of inspiration for our students. Thank you to Principal Secretary Usha Padi ma'am. I know more than as a Principal Secretary, you have been with us all these 3 days, like till 12 o'clock in the night, and then you have been up in the morning at 6 a.m. in the morning. I don't know how you make it, how you do this, but still, thank you, ma'am, for being with us throughout and planning this to the entire detail, last detail. Thanks to all our friends and respected dignitaries from Singapore who have been with us during these 3 days. We have enjoyed your company and we have been blown away by the performances of the students here in Singapore. Thank you. Thanks to Guru Aruna Mohanty, who has trained our students both from Singapore and from our ITS and Polytechnics. They put up a stupendous performance yesterday. We were all mesmerized by it. Thanks to Dr. Aruna Mohanty and the team for helping us with this cultural performance. Thanks to all our friends from industry, government departments, Government of India and all other departments, Sports Department especially, for the kind cooperation that they have extended to us throughout. Thanks to Dr. Rajesh Pankaj and his entire team from FICCI for their continued assistance for the last 1.5 months along with us. Thanks to all my colleagues from the SDT department who have worked day and night to make this conclave happen. Thanks to all the district officials, the DOs, the students, the teachers, the STEM teachers, all the ITI principals, polytechnic principals who have come from far to come and participate in this conclave. I know every time we do something of this sort, I think we fall short. We created an empty space here. We created an empty space in the exhibition hall. We created an empty space in the Madhusudan Marg. But I mean, we were all blown away by the kind of talent that the students put up, by the kind of dances that you put up, by the kind of performances that we put up. Everybody who has been to the conclave, every leader who has been to the conclave has been telling me that the exhibition has been a revelation for them. I mean, I have no words to thank all the students who have sweated out so much to make this happen. And I hope you all enjoyed it as well. I really think you enjoyed it as well. I will also apologize for the small glitches that happened, especially in terms of the voice and the food. But we will make it up next time. This is just a beginning. All good things have to come to an end. So this edition of the Odisha Conclave will come to an end today. But I am sure the next edition will be envisioned much more better, much more bigger, by people with much more talent than we have present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And that concludes our valedictory session. I once again thank all our dignitaries on the dais, our chief guest, our valedictory speaker. Madam, thank you very much to all our dignitaries. And ladies and gentlemen, valedictory session eti samapta heichi. Tamane cultural karyakrama bartaman arambha habo tike samayre. Odisha Skill Conclave 2023, the first edition, trutyo dino information tike apanku dei rakhibaku chahibo. Kali 10 AM onwards, we'll be having a focused Kali 10टा बेलू फोकस ग्रुप डिस्कशंस रहिबो जोटि कि ITI और पॉलिटेक्निक्स रो सबुतक आमर एठी जेते जण शिक्षक अछंती प्रोफेसर्स प्रिंसिपल्स एंड एवरीबॉडी दे आर warmly invited. The venue will be at tennis court. Please be on time. Tomorrow the session starts at 10 AM. And also, aji rahi sandhya iti sorry nahi. We have a beautiful cultural evening planned for you. I would request everybody sit back, enjoy, relax. The evening is just getting started. Thank you very much.
फ्रॉम वन स्किल सेंटर EFS कंपनी दुबई रो अछि और हमर 8 जन पिला सिलेक्ट हेतला पुओ छ मनकर भी हेतला मोर जॉब रोल अछि बिल्डिंग मेंटेनेंस हमें डिप्लोमा और बीटेक रा थ्योरिटिकल नॉलेज गेन करता और WS रा हैंड प्रैक्टिस होइथे तो से जिंसो को नै कि हमें जॉब लाइफ रे इंक्लूड करी कि हम नॉलेज को बहुत बढ़ाई पार
वर्ल्ड सेंटर रे मो कोर्स सल्ला परे मु एठी सिंगापुर पई सिलेक्शन हेली YTL पावर सराया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी रे जॉइन करछि एज एन इंटर्न ऑपरेशनल डिपार्टमेंट कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स किछि इंटरपर्सनल स्किल पे हेल्प कला जोथरे कि मु मो टीममेट आ मो कोवर्कर सहित भल से कथा वार्ता हे परिबि एही सब स्किल मु WS स्किल अशेष अशेष धन्यवाद जणाउछि
मु सेमकम मराइन एडमिलरिटी यार्ड रे काम करूछि जोटा कि विश्वर बृहत सीपीएड इंडस्ट्री भाव में परिचित एठी मते काम करिकी बहुत खुशी लगुची माननीय श्रीजुक्त नवीन पट्टनायक जी OSDA चेयरमैन श्रीजुक्त सुब्रत बागची प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिस उषा पाढ़ी CEO ऑफ वर्ल्ड स्किल सेंटर मिस अलका मिश्रा को धन्यवाद कहूची एंड कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करुची कि एते सुंदर प्लेटफॉर्म देइथिबारु
वर्ल्ड स्किल सेंटर भुवनेश्वर रे एडवांस स्किल ट्रेनिंग कोर्स करिछि एबे वर्तमान मु UAE रे EFS कंपनी रे जॉब करछि मु एबे रेसिडेंशियल टेक्नीशियन भाबरे मु स्कूल रे अछि एठारे मु इलेक्ट्रिकल प्लम्बिंग एंड HVAC रो काम करूछि
मो झियो पई मु गर्वित मो झियो एते बाटे जिबार प्रथम श्रेय देमी WS विशेष करी नवीन बाबू को धन्यवाद दउछि जते इंजीनियरिंग पिला पाठ इंजीनियरिंग करी रहिछन्ति समस्त WS रे एडमिशन करंतु आ WS गुटे भल प्लेटफॉर्म सेति भल पाठ पढिले पिला माने आगु निश्चित जिवे एते मु मो झियोठु अनुभव करूछि
बहुत खुशी लगुच बहुत आनंद भी आम अच्छू से झीपाई WS आम आज गर्वित मो पिलाटी आज WS मनीष आज से आम से ओडिशा सरकार नवीन बाबू को अशेष अशेष धन्यवाद WS भी धन्यवाद
आम हेलु चाषी परिवार रोजगार ना कहने चले किंतु आम झील एत बाट जाए एत पैसा आम फाइनान्स देती माने आम बहुत गर्वित मो छुआ जमी एत बाट को WS द्वारा जा पहुँची पार्टी मु अन्य मानक कहबी निश्चिंत तुम WS रे जाकि एडमिशन हो निश्चित तुम छुआ जीवन सक्सेसफुल हो पार
आशा करुछु आपण माने राज्य सरकारक एही प्रचेष्टा पूर्ण लाभ उठाइबे और विश्व दक्षता केन्द्र रे 1 वर्ष तालीम नहीं निजको विश्व पई प्रस्तुत करिबे।
मिशन शक्तिर माँ माने विभिन्न पारंपरिक काम करी स्वावलंबी हेई पारिथिले। आज सेही माँ मानंकु पारंपरिकतारु बाहर करी सेमानंक हातरे अणपारंपरिक और वैषयिक काम न्यस्त करिछंती आम राज्य सरकार। मान्यवर मुख्यमंत्री श्रीजुक्त नवीन पट्टनायक बलिष्ठ दिग्दर्शन रे राज्य सरकारक मिशन शक्ति विभाग आज आम माँ मानंकु स्वावलंबनरु अधिक आयर बाट देखाउछि। दक्षता तालीम दे सेमानंकु उद्योगी रे परिणत करुछि। आज नुआ नुआ क्षेत्र सह जोड़ी हेउछंती स्वयं सहायक गोष्ठीर महिला। सेमिति एक क्षेत्र हेउछि सौंदर्य और रूपचर्या। एही आधुनिक कामरे सेमानंकु जोड़िबा पई ओडिया ब्राइडल मेकअप पाठ्यक्रमर परिकल्पना करिछंती ओडिशा दक्षता विकास कर्तृपक्ष एवं मिशन शक्ति विभाग।
केमिति महिला एसएचजी माने उद्योगी रे परिणत हेई परिबे। सो उद्योगी रे परिणत करिबा पई तांको उच्च क्वालिटी रो ट्रेनिंग गोटे बहुत आवश्यक। तो सेथि पई आमे वर्ल्ड स्किल सेंटर संगरे टाई अप करिछु। एटा हैला गोटे ओडिया ब्राइडल मेकअप उपरे प्रोग्राम एसएचजी माने पूरा ओडिसा रु आसीचंती।
भुवनेश्वर ठारे थिबा वर्ल्ड स्किल सेंटर बा विश्व दक्षता केंद्र रे आयोजित होइथिला एही ओडिया ब्राइडल मेकअप तालीम कार्यक्रम। 30 दिनिया एही दक्षता विकास कार्यक्रम रे तालीम नेइथिले राज्यर 17टी जिल्लार 40 जन मिशन शक्तिर मां।
स्किल्ड इन उड़ीसा और मिशन शक्ति ने एक साथ मिलके 40 सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स विमेन को एक यूनिक ओडिया ब्राइडल मेकअप कोर्स की ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। ये कोर्स उनकी लाइफ को चेंज करने का कोर्स है।
तालीम बेले निज हाथरे मेकअप, हेयर स्टाइलिंग एवं स्पा भली विभिन्न सेवार अभ्यास करुथिले एसएचजी महिला। एथिपाई सेमानकु जोगाई दिया जाइथिला आधुनिक जंत्रपाति और अन्य सहायक सामग्री।
स्टार्टिंग फेसियल टू होची तापर हमको मेकअप रो सब किछि सिखाउचंती, थियोरी प्रैक्टिकली बहुत नॉलेज दोचंती
कि क्रिम्पिंग मशीन हो कि ब्लो ड्रायर हो, स्ट्रेनर हो, केमती चलेबु से सब दक्षता एठी हमको सिखाइछंती।
केवल प्रसाधन और रूपचर्चा नुहे, ब्यूटी पार्लर और स्पा सेंटर परिचालना, ग्राहक सेवा और परिचालना संपर्क रे मध्य तालीम नेइथिले मिशन शक्तिर मां।
केमती आम कस्टमर को हैंडल करूँ कौ हिसाब रे आम कस्टमर से सर्विस दे पारबू से मानकु, तो या उपरे मध्य हमको क्लासेस करके हमको सिखाए
रहिबा बहुत भल खाइबा आउ सबू आमको फ्री रे दियंती। एठी जो ट्रेनिंग जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट यूज होचे से सबू आम पई फ्री।
स्किन को केमती आपण क्लीन करिवे, टोनिंग करिवे, मॉइस्चराइजिंग करिवे, तापरे मेकअप उपरे आमे नॉर्मली तांको फोकस करूछु ब्राइडल मेकअप केमती समाने करिवे। और बिजनेस मैनेजमेंट आमे समानको एथि पई सिखौछु कारण समाने जेतेबेले निजे एंटरप्रेन्योर हेबे एटलीस्ट समाने पेमेंट कोठो आसीबो कि भली भाबरे समाने निजर अपॉइंटमेंट करि परिबे, तो सेहिथि पई बिजनेस मैनेजमेंट बोली आमे तांको गोटे कोर्स देइछु।
2023 फेब्रुआरी 6 तारिख रे आरंभ होइथिला एही दक्षता कार्यक्रम। एहाको उद्घाटन करिथिले दक्षता विकास और वैषयिक शिक्षा विभागर प्रमुख सचिव श्रीमती उषा पाढ़ी। मार्च 2 तारिख दिन उद्यापित होइथिला एही स्वतंत्र तालीम। उद्यापनी दिन एसएचजी मां मानकु उत्साहित करिथिले मिशन शक्ति विभागर कमिशनर तथा सचिव श्रीमती सुजाता आर कार्तिकेयन। एही अवसर रे मिशन शक्तिर मां मानकु नेई आयोजित होइथिला एक रैम शो। एहा सहित तालीम शेष करिथिबा एसएचजी महिला मानकु मिलिथिला प्रमाण पत्र। एबे से माने ग्रामांचल रे एही आधुनिक प्रसाधन सेवा देबा लागि निजको प्रस्तुत करि परिछंती।
गोटे ब्यूटिशियन बनी पारिबु सेटा हम पय गोटे स्वप्न थिला, आज सेटा सफल हे परिछि।
ए जो ट्रेनिंग ता मु नै छी एडा मते आर्थिक स्थल रे बहुत आगो को नै जिवो एवं मते गोटे सेल्फ इंडिपेंडेंट नारी आकर आगो को मोर निजर परिचय निजे के परि मु क्रिएट करि पारिबि से दिगरे मते बहुत एटा सहाय्य करिवो।
मोर इच्छा थिला मु गोटे सैलून करे, किंतु मुझे शिखि पार नथिली। एठी शिखिला परे सब किछि भाबिछि गोटे सैलून करबी आम घर पाखरे।
एठु गला परे मु मो अंचल रे मो सहित मोर एसएचजी ग्रुप मां माननकु शिखेबी एवं मु निजे गोटे सैलून करिबी, मु भी जणे उद्योगी हेई परिबी।
मेनी थैंक्स टू डब्ल्यूएससी आउ आमर मिशन शक्ति एंड हॉनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर श्रीजुक्त नवीन पट्टनायक।
आमे एमती सब प्रोग्राम प्रत्येक टी ब्लॉक रे वर्ल्ड स्किल सेंटर आउ स्किल डिपार्टमेंट रो सहयोग रे करिवो, जो ट्रेनिंग रे से माने निजे सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट पाई परिबे, निजे घरे बसी की से माने भी व्यवसाय करि परिबे।
ओडिशा दक्षता विकास कर्तृपक्ष एवं मिशन शक्ति विभागर एही मिलित कार्यक्रम ग्रामांचलर महिला मानक जीवन को देई पारिबो एक नुआ मोड़। दक्ष हेबे मिशन शक्तिर मां, सशक्त हेबो ओडिशा। एहा ही आम प्रिय मुख्यमंत्री श्रीजुक्त नवीन पट्टनायकंकर प्रतिबद्धता।
or WSC, standing tall and proud in the heart of Bhubaneswar, was inaugurated in March 2020. The World Skills Center, or WSC, standing tall and proud in the heart of Bhubaneswar, was inaugurated in March 2021. It is India's first and one of its kind premier institute, established to impart advanced skills and create globally employable youth. Registered as a Section 8 government company so as to instill academic as well as financial autonomy, WSC works in a hub-and-spoke model with ITIs and polytechnics of the state. ITEES Singapore is the knowledge partner for WSC. Shaped as a finishing school for ITI and polytechnic students, WSC started with a batch of 240 students, going up to 480 this year. In 2023, it'll have 2,000 students. The World Skills Center, or WSC, standing tall and proud in the heart of Bhubaneswar, was inaugurated in March 2021. It is India's first and one of its kind premier institute, established to impart advanced skills and create globally employable youth. Registered as a Section 8 government company so as to instill academic as well as financial autonomy, WSC works in a hub-and-spoke model with ITIs and polytechnics of the state. ITEES Singapore is the knowledge partner for WSC. Shaped as a finishing school for ITI and polytechnic students, WSC started with a batch of 240 students, going up to 480 this year. In 2023, it'll have 2,000 students, and by 2025, it'll reach its full capacity of 3,000 students. In the hub-and-spoke model, within a 2-year period, it'll impart training to 1.5 lakh youth through recognition of prior learning, self-entrepreneurship and upskilling programs. It offers unique courses and modules like vertical transportation, advanced fire protection systems and commercial refrigeration, aligning to market demands. WSC also provides opportunities for overseas internships for trainees in Singapore-based companies, besides immersion programs at ITE Singapore. In the ongoing placement season, 157 students have been placed, which includes 56 international placements.
I am Preeti from Sundargarh. I have completed my refrigeration air conditioning trade from Government IT Rawalkela. I had joined WSC in Asia Trade. I am going to join a maintenance technician at EFS Dubai.
The trainers at the WSC are deputed from government ITIs and polytechnics after undergoing domain training in Singapore. A continuous process of induction and release of trainers enables their parent institutions to benefit from the expertise the trainers gain while working at WSC. The Academy at WSC provides training for the trainers in domain skills, pedagogy and assessment. WSC has also developed short-term training courses for upskilling of employees of various industries. The Institute has also been acting as a finishing platform for candidates and mentors preparing for the World Skill Competition. Although the WSC happens to be a one-of-its-kind institution, the processes, courses and training methods can be adopted by other institutions nationwide. In future, WSC has plans to foray into diverse sectors and multiple geographical locations across the state.
Now, hello. Check.
ସାର୍ପ ଟିକେ ବେସ୍ ଲାଗୁଛି। और टिके चेक करियो। और टिके सार्प करियो। बाइना ठीक अच्छे आगाटा देखिदेवी। हेलो रमेश ना सीट
ପ୍ରେସର ଏତିକି ଆଗଟା ପକା ବାୟା ଠିକ ଅଛି। ଗେନ୍ ଅଧିକା ଥିଲା ଗେନ୍ ଅଧିକା ଅଛି କି?
भाई टे कम करो बेस अधिका लगुच भाई रोस्टिंग के कम करो बोल बोल
बोल बोल ठीक अछि हेलो बोल ठीक अछि
मंजीरा मंजीरा वॉइस
बढ़ा तू लेवल
सपोर्ट साइड पे राइट साइड साइड
गेन बढ़ा
बढ़ियो बढ़ियो लेवल बढ़ियो
आप बढ़ा मॉनिटर मॉनिटर दे दे
फ्रंट फ्रंट बड़ा साइड पे से बड़ा राइट साइड साइड पे बड़ा लेफ्ट साइड पे सेकंड
आउट का गेन बड़ा बॉस आप ठीक है बड़ा बॉस टा मॉनिटर टिके भाई दियो टिके
फ्रंट मॉनिटर सेकंड वॉइस 6 नंबर
ओके नेक्स्ट
हां
मद पद म प ग
साइड पे कम करो को लेफ्ट साइड साइड पिल्ला
प मद पद म प ग म रे ग म ग
लेफ्ट साइड साइड पिल्ला कम करो को हम ही गोठो छु हेलो साइड पिल्ला लेफ्ट साइड कम करो रखो एटा ऑक्स टूटा
हां ठीक है
कटि गला टोटल
हां बहुत कर दे
दियो टोटल लेफ्ट साइड दियो हां
चेक करियो टिके शार्प कर वॉइस और टिके दियो हल्का गेन दियो रा रा ना शुभुनी मत किसी फीडबैक शुभुनी
हारमोनियम हारमोनियम आसुनी मॉनिटर हारमोनियम हारमोनियम violin. Violin টা দিও। ঘুম মারছি ঘুম মারছি ভাবলেন লেফট সাইডটা কম করে রাখো ভাবলেনটা পুরো বক্স পাখের আছে না এরপর সাইড থেকে আপনি অন্য মন্ত্র পড়া এটা लेफ्ट साइड साइड पे अपना काट दो भावलनटा भावलन काट दियो लेफ्ट साइड हेलो बॉक्स टूटा पूरा काट दियो हार को दियो ना ना भावलन हमी उठो जो हां हां ठीक है नहीं मोटर चुगुन तो रहे बॉक्स 1 2 दीटा काट देला कहार भावलिन काट देली दियो इधर प्ले करो दियो इधर दियो वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ बॉक्स 1 में खेल दियो ओके मैंने मोटर पूरा सुनो यार हेलो बॉक्स 1 2 पूरा काट दो ना वॉल्यूम रो हेलो टोटल बॉक्स 1 2 दीटा 2 और 3 बंद कर दीटा 3 हां 2 और 3 पूरा बंद काट दियो ओके बॉक्स 1 में बॉडी रखो हां बॉक्स 1 बॉडी रखो 2 और 3 काट दो पूरा पूरा काट दो तो हेलो बॉक्स 1 में दो बढ़िया भावलिन बढ़िया ओके ना ना ठीक है जी रे तू फुटा दे शीतल शीतल शीतल
तार पोजिशन चेंज करा पोजिशन चेंज करा मालूम है
अगेन बढ़ियो धरा अगेन बढ़ियो इधर एक मोटर बड़ा फ्रंट मोटर मोटर बढ़ियो एटा टोटल सुगुल मोटर फ्रंट मोटर आउ बढ़ियो
हेलो 5 नंबर टिके येटा दियंतु वॉइसटा
Again, 1, 2, 3.
Kari chum, kari chum, kari chum,
kari chum,
रामेश भावनाल फ्लूट बढ़िबो रूप भोज टिके बढ़िबो हमको लागु जा तुम कौन साइड हेलो 5 नंबर वॉइसटा बढ़ियो आउ तो गाइबू दे बोल लगे 1 2 3
kari chum, kari chum, kari chum, kari chum, kari झेणु तग झेणु त झम झम झेणु तक झेणु त झम किड़ी तक झम ना किड़ा किड़ी तक तारी किड़ा झम झेणु तक झेणु त झम किड़ी तक झम ना किड़ा किड़ी तक तारी किड़ा झम सानी सानी द प म प नि द नि द प म ग ध प म ग रि सा रे ग म प ध नि सा नि द प म ग रे तारी झम 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 तारी तारी झम तारी झम
Shit. All right, a very good evening. Subha Sandhya, Namaskar. Kemiti achanti samaste. It's a cultural evening, so I can be little informal and samastongo pachare chaibi kemiti achanti. Lovely. So at the very beginning of the evening, my name is Mansi Mishra. I welcome you all to the second cultural evening of Odisha Skill Conclave 2023. And the first performance, jota ame apanko present kariyo, which you are going to see, is one of the most celebrated classical dance forms of our country, India, and that is Odissi dance. A Odissi dance kotha hela mane, Odissi dance kahankar priyo? प्रत्येक ओडियांकर तो प्रिय सत कथा किंतु आरंभ होईची से जगतरनाथ जगन्नाथଙ୍କ पाखकु तो मु रिक्वेस्ट करबी समस्त तांको ना नै कि संध्या आरंभ करि परिबा दिहात उपरु करी कहिबे जय जगन्नाथ क्या बात है प्रभु का आशीर्वाद संगरे आजिर ए संध्या we begin this evening. The first performance, as I mentioned, is going to be an Odissi dance. The artists who will be performing are from Odisha Dance Academy. Little bit about the academy. This academy was founded in the year of 1975 by Guru Gangadhar Pradhan, a Padma Shri awardee. This academy is an institution engaged in teaching and promoting Odissi dance and music and other related art forms. It has indeed played a prominent role in popularizing and propagating Odissi across the globe. Well, the artists of ODA has performed in all the major festivals and across the US and Europe, South Asia and many places for that matter. The organization is now led and nurtured by Padma Shri Guru Aruna Mahanti. Guru Aruna Mahanti is one of the finest dancers and choreographers in the field of Odissi. She has been a student and secretary of Odisha Dance Academy, a premier cultural institution in Bhubaneswar. Her unique skills and versatility make her the recipient of many awards and accolades, including the Lifetime Achievement Award by the Outlook magazine, State Sangeet Natak Academy Award, Central Sangeet Natak Academy Award, Honorary D.Lit from the Ramadevi Women's University, and also the 4th highest civilian award of our country, that is the Padma Shri. Currently, Madam is the president of Odisha Sangeet Natak Academy, Bhubaneswar, and she also has been entrusted by Government of India and Government of Odisha to choreograph the opening ceremonies of Make in Odisha, Hockey World Cup, Asian Athletic Meet, and Khelo India. Well, now coming to the act. This act is going to be very, very special because it is said when there is a chaos in the world, the Creator Himself takes on the charge to strike the balance. And particularly to our delegates who are not from India, in our Hindu philosophy, it is mentioned that our Lord Vishnu, has come to the earth in various forms, in various incarnations that we say as avatar, to strike the balance when there was more evil and less good. So till now, we believe that 9 incarnations has already happened and the 10th is much awaited. Lord Vishnu's first avatar, I'm sure everybody here knows, is from the time, right from the inception of humankind when there was all water. So he chose to come in the avatar of a fish, Matsya avatar, and thereafter as a tortoise, as Kurma avatar, Kashyap, and then a Baraha, that is a boar, then Narasimha avatar is half lion and half man, then Bamana avatar, that is a dwarf, Parshuram, a furious sage, Brahma, Balarama, Buddha. These are the avatars that we believe has already done, and we are waiting for Kalki avatar to happen. So now, these 10 avatars are what you are going to witness now on stage by the artists of Odisha Dance Academy. The choreographic vision and interpretation is by Dr. Subhash Pani. The choreography for this item is by Padma Shri. I beg your pardon, is by Guru Srimati Sharmila Bishwas. Direction by Padma Shri Guru Dr. Aruna Mahanti. Assistance in the direction is by Madhushmita Mahanti and Bijan Kumar Palai. Dancers are Bijan Pratap, Binayak Chinmay, Himanshu, Deepti Ranjan, Shubham Madhushmita, Shri Punya, Suchasmita, Sayani, Shruti, Sandhya, Suprava, and Sayana. Musicians, it's going to be a live music kind of a performance. We have our musicians on the stage. On Mardala, we have Guru Vijay Kumar Barik. On vocals, we have Shri Rupa Kumar Pareda and Shri Mathu Prasad Das. On violin, we have Shri Agni Mitra Behera. On flute, we have Shri Srinivas Satpathy. On sitar, we have Prakash Chandra Mahapatra. And Manjira and bowl, we have Shri Sitakanta Jaina. Light designer Devi Prasad Mishra and visual by Janardhan Raj. And ladies and gentlemen, I request now to give a very big round of applause and welcome the artists of Odisha Dance Academy presenting Dasa Avatar.
पयोधि जले ऋतवानसि वेदं विहितवहित्र चरित्रमहेदम् केशव ऋतमेन शरीर ऋतमेन शरीर
क्षितिरति विपुलतरे तव तिष्ठति पृष्ठे धरणि धारण किण चक्र गरिष्ठे केशव कृतकच्छप रूप कृतकच्छप रूप केशव कृतकच्छप रूप जय जगदीश हरे 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 जय जगदीश हरे 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 जय जगदीश हरे वसति दशन शिखरे धरणी तव लग्ना शशिनि कलंक कलेव निमग्ना केशव ऋतशूकर रूप ऋतशूकर रूप केशव ऋतशूकर रूप ऋतशूकर रूप जय जगदीश हरे 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 जय जगदीश हरे 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 जय जगदीश हरे तव कर कमलवरे नख मधु शृङ्गं दलित हिरण्यकशिपुतनुभुङ्गम् केशव हरिरूप नर हरिरूप
चलय शिविक्रमणे बलिमधुतवामन पदनखनीरजनित जन पावन केशव धृतवामन रूप धृतवामन रूप केशव धृतवामन रूप धृतवामन रूप जय जगदीश हरे 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 जय जगदीश हरे हरे जय जगदीश हरे क्षत्रिय रुधिरमये जगदभगत पापम् स्नपयसि पयसि समितभवतापम् केशव भृगुपतिरूप भृगुपतिरूप केशव भृगुपतिरूप जय
सरसि दीक्षुरणे दिक्पति कमनीयम् दशमुखमौलिबलिं रमणीयम् केशव धृतराम शरीर धृतराम शरीर खुशी विशदे वसनं जलनाभं फलहद्भिः मिलित यमुनाभं केशव धृतहळधर रूप श्रुतिजातं सदय हृदय कर्षितपशुघातं केशव धृतबुद्धशरीर धृतबुद्धशरीर जगदीश हरे 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 जय जगदीश हरे 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 जय जगदीश हरे
छनि बहनि धने कलयसि कदवालम् मगे तुमिव किमपि करालम्
मगे तुमिव किमपि करालम् मगे तुमिव किमपि करालम् मगे तुमिव किमपि करालम् मगे तुमिव किमपि करालम् मगे तुमिव किमपि करालम्
केशव कृतकल्कि शरीर
जगदीश हरे 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 जय जगदीश हरे 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 जय जगदीश हरे 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 जय जगदीश हरे हरे
श्री जयदेव कवे मुदितं
शृणु सुखदम् शुभदम् भवसारम् केशव धृतदशविधरूप 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 दशविधरूप 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 जय जगदीश हरे 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 जय जगदीश हरे
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for all the artists of Odisha Dance Academy who just now showcased the 10 avatars, Dasha avatar of Lord Vishnu. I would invite Padma Shri Guru Aruna Mahanti, जहाँको नेतृत्व रे जहाँको मार्गदर्शन रे इटा पॉसिबल है जी मैडम को गोटे जोरदार ताली माध्यम रे धन्यवाद जणेबा थैंक यू सो मच मैडम
नमस्कार मु अबिका म्यूजिशियंस मानंकु अनुरोध करुछि आम संगरे मंच रे जोग देबे गुरु विजय कुमार बारिक श्री रूपक कुमार परिडा श्री मातृप्रसाद दास श्री अग्निमित्र बेहरा श्री श्रीनिवास सतपति श्री प्रकाश एन सीताकांत मधुस्मिता मोहंती देवी प्रसाद मिश्र रमेश चंद्र जेना एंड प्रमोद राउत को अनुरोध करी मंच रे आम संगे जोग देबे
Ladies and gentlemen, Guru and all the artists of Odisha Dance Academy. Thank you very much to all the artists, to all the musicians, to all the technicians who made this performance even more lively, and thank you Guru Aruna Mahanti Madam for this beautiful rendition. And now ladies and gentlemen, as we move ahead, the next performance. Well, I'm sure a lot of you must be knowing and a lot of you might not be knowing that Odisha is the first linguistic-based state. Since 1936, we are the first state in the country who got recognition as the linguistic-based state. We take the pride that we are full of colors and full of festivals, and that's why we say we have 13 festivals in 12 months or maybe more. You go to any corner of our state, you'll find a different color, a different flavor, a different chap, a different presence of art and culture. So now, I'm going to take you to a little bit far away from Bhubaneswar. Yes, we have some of our artists who have come from Koraput, and as Odissi dance is pretty much famous as a classical dance form, we are also famous for our folk dance forms. And now what you're going to see is Dhemsa dance of Koraput. It's a folk dance and the performers have come from Raigada district, SSD High School, Kandhamaligaon. The performers here on stage are Lusita Kadraka, Usharani Farka, Jyoti Praska and Lisa Rani. Can we have a huge round of applause as we give you a flavor of our folk dance culture of Odisha, Dhemsa Nrutya. Can we have the music, please?
इनकलकेट लर्निंग KDS की प्रिपरेशन में हमारा आज का टॉपिक रहेगा कॉग्निटिविज्म का। कल हमने बात की थी बी।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। तो ये थिले SSD हाई स्कूल कंधमालीगाँव छात्र माने बहुत सुंदर नृत्य परिवेशन करिसेंती एंड विथ दैट वी हैव कम टू द एंड ऑफ दिस कल्चरल इवनिंग। आई कैन जस्ट गो ऑन एंड ऑन विद द ट्रिवियाज अबाउट दिस वंडरफुल स्टेट full of history, full of mystery, but let's keep it that for the second edition of Odisha Skill Conclave, that probably we'll meet soon in something even more grander way. All right, with that, आपण समस्तों को पुणी थरे बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Before I leave to all the students, I would like to leave you with one thought कि आपण माने एई प्लेटफॉर्म को एमिति व्यवहार करंतु कि आगामी समय रे आपण को विषय रे एमती गोटे मंच रे चर्चा हो. All the very best for your future, all the very best for the forthcoming onwards. काली मध्य एग्जिबिशन ओपन रहिबो समस्तन को पाई आ काली 10टा सुधा टेनिस कोर्ट एरिया रे रहिबो फॉर फोकस ग्रुप डिस्कशन दैट इज ओनली फॉर आवर फैकल्टीज प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ ITI एंड पॉलिटेक्निक्स. आपण समस्तन को आमंत्रण रहिला 10टा सुधा दया करके से डिस्कशन रे जॉइन करिवे. विथ दैट वंस अगेन थैंक यू ऑल फॉर जॉइनिंग अस दिस इवनिंग. विथ दिस वी कंक्लूड द कल्चरल इवनिंग ऑफ Odisha Skill Conclave 2023. My name is Mansi Mishra. It was a pleasure being your host. Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Jagannath, Namaskar, Bande Utkal Janani.